At noon that day, Instructor Jiang Yan dragged Luo Feng to eat a hearty meal. With some fighters at headquarters, it was only until night that Luo Feng could return to his home in Yangzhou City. At night, the street lights in the southern shore region were lit up. There were 3 middle-aged men who were drenched in sweat, laughing and talking as they walked down the road. You could smell the smell of wood and paint if you go near them. My waist is becoming unbearably painful. I guess I have to sleep face down tonight, said a burly man as he held his waist and said in pain, my prostrate also hurts. I guess it's time to get a checkup at a hospital. Damn. That costs a lot of money though. Old Tian, why don't you tell our boss and take a rest for 2 days? You can start working again when you feel better, said Luo Feng's father, Luo Hong. Gua. Yeah, old Tian, it's not worth ruining your body, said the slightly fat brute on the side. Okay, I'll be heading home first, said the burly middle-aged man. He turned and headed towards a cone-shaped apartment. The slightly fat brute and Luo Hongwa sighed and said goodbye as they headed towards another cone-shaped apartment. Luo Hongwa slowly walked towards his home under the dim light of the street lights. 32nd floor. Luo Hongwa stood on the first floor and looked at the stairs. As of now, climbing up 32 floors is easy for most people. However, for Luo Hongwa, who has been doing manual labor for an entire day, even walking is tiring. My neck and waist are a bit sore. I should find some time to rest. Luo Hongwa climbed the stairs all the way up to the 32nd floor. Ding dong, ding dong. Luo Hongwa stood outside the door and pressed the doorbell. He was too lazy to take the keys out of his pocket. Ka. When the door was opened, he saw a huge, extravagant meal on the table. There were a dozen different dishes. Their family doesn't even have this much on New Year's. What's going on? All of this food. Even though Luo Hongwa wasn't too happy, he still walked in the house with a smiling face. Dan 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 Dan, Luo Hua yelled while sitting on his wheelchair. Dad. Welcome home. Dad. Luo Feng obediently brought some tea to his father and said, from now on, Dad won't have to wear this uniform anymore. Luo Hongwa was shocked. Luo Gong Xian Lan, who was carrying the rice bowls, smiled at Luo Hongwa. Our son just signed a contract with the Dojo of Limits. Once he passes the fighter combat exam, he'll receive 20 million. He even received a private villa. He brought the keys to it home. What? Luo Hongwa was startled. Xian Lan, what did you just say? Dad, look. Luo Feng gave Luo Hongwa the signed contract. Luo Hongwa took it and looked carefully, from the very first word to the very last word. Luo Hongwa didn't dare miss anything. He looked at this contract as if he was looking at a wedding certificate. All the terms on the contract were very clear. This, don't you sign the contract with the Dojo of Limits after the fighter combat exam? Luo Hongwa was in a state of disbelief. And how come there's 20 million? Before, when Luo Feng passed the prospective fighter exam, Luo Hongwa carefully checked. When a fighter joins the dojo, they only get 1 million. Dad, this is because brother's a genius, Luo Hua said as he made a strange laugh. What's the most important thing in this age? The geniuses within the fighters. All of us are able to live in this villa. Luo Hongwa looked towards his son Luo Feng. Gong Xian Lan laughed on the side. If you want to live there, you can go right now. Ha, ha ha. Luo Hongwa couldn't even control himself anymore. Tears were Welling up in his eyes even after all of these years, there was no chance of him changing with his current job, even if he worked for the rest of his life. He has worked so hard for his family, and now there's finally a chance to change. He can immediately live in the legendary private villa. Indeed, a private villa is a legendary existence for a regular person after the Grand Nirvana period. A city has to hold 200 million people, so land is extremely valuable. Since villas take up so much space, you can't even get them with money. Even the few very rich people who inhabit the villas have to pay an enormous tax. Even I, Luo Hongua, has an opportunity to live in a villa. Luo Hongua couldn't control his happiness. Haha, even my dog of a boss home isn't going to be as good as mine. Yup, Luo Hua was starting to get excited too. Our home will have huge windows and a huge bath. It'll also have a very huge living room. Our television and laptops will all be equipped with voice recognition systems. Our living room's television's display will be at least 200 inches wide. We can even roll around on our beds. A bed to roll around on. I've been wishing for one for ages, Luo Hua said excitedly. When Luo Feng saw his dad and brother like this, he was truly happy inside. Why did he work so hard? Wasn't it all just for this day? Dad, Mom, sit down, let's eat, Luo Feng laughed. I'm going to take a shower. Luo Hongua laughed loudly. In the future, I won't have to wear this uniform already. I'll contact my boss about this. Tonight, Luo Feng's family was filled with a never-before-seen happiness. This home, which was only 36 ping, has housed this family of 4 for so many years. Even though they weren't satisfied with this home, for example, the parents have to sleep on the couch and rarely any sunlight gets in. The bathroom is pitifully small. There are just too many flaws. However, right when they were about to leave, Luo Feng's family was a bit hesitant, since there were way too many memories in this home. However, people have to go higher. The morning of the second day, a large truck was parked in front of the apartment. Luo Feng and his family started to move their things onto the truck. Old Luo, what's happening? How come you're moving? Sister Lan, what are you doing so early in the morning? Many familiar friends and neighbors in this small sector curiously asked Luo Hongua and Gong Xian Lan. Haha, my son Feng joined the dojo of limits, so we're moving to the Mingyu sector. Luo Hongua answered with pride. Wang San, you better come to the feast I host in my home. Out of all the people who have lived in this poor apartment, who isn't hoping to make a change for themselves one day? Luo Hongwu changed, and he relied on his son. Old Luo's son sure is great. He actually joined the dojo of limits. Yeah, he's great. I wonder when my son can become that great too. Now old Luo got lucky and made a change for himself. The rumors spread from each person to 10 others, from 10 others to 100 others. Momentarily, the news spread across the entire southern shore region and even to other apartments in other regions. They all knew that Luo Hongwa's son has joined the dojo of limits and their family will be moving to the Mingyu sector. This is an unbelievably huge, joyous event, which also made many other teenagers hope to help their families. When you want to find me, go straight to the Mingyu sector. However, give me a call before you come so I can contact the guards, said Luo Feng to his good friend Wei Wen. Okay, Wei Wen excitedly hit Luo Feng's chest. I knew that you could do this. Luo Feng, who cares about high school exams, can 1 in 10,000 college Graduates or military academy graduates live in a private villages. I'll be sure to come look at your home in a few days. I haven't even stepped into a villa before. Very quickly. Under the gazes of the numerous men, women, and children, Luo Feng and his family rode a car, which was followed by a truck filled with things they couldn't bear to throw away. Luo Feng and his family left the southern shore region and entered the fighters' Mingyu sector. Noon, at the entrance in front of the Mingyu sector, 6 soldiers holding real guns were guarding the gate at both sides, scanning the surroundings. Stop! One of the guards immediately raised his assault rifle and pointed it at the incoming car. That car made an emergency brake. Luo Feng and his family came out of the car, and a bald, old man came out of the guardsman's lounge. He laughed. Luo Feng, right, last time I saw you for your prospective fighter exam, I knew your future was limitless. However, I didn't think you'd be coming to live in our sector so quickly. I was contacted yesterday. Hurry, come and help them move their things. Luo Feng, we have people to help you move your things. These moving companies aren't allowed to enter here, laughed the bald, old man. We understand, Father. Luo Hongguo laughed and nodded. At once, 7 soldiers rushed out of the sector and speedily helped move the things. The men from the moving company watched with awe. After that, Luo Feng and his family moved into the Mingyu sector. Luo Feng looked at the limit hall in the center and then looked at his surroundings. There were small bridges, flowing rivers, fake mountains and ponds, and a villa that was encircled by flowing water. From now on, this will be my home. Luo Feng turned his head to his parents and his brother on his wheelchair. At this time, his parents and his brother all looked with excitement towards the small sector. Mr. Luo Feng, this in front of you shall be your home. A few soldiers were moving things, and a young woman smiled as she held a few papers. 199 will be Mr. Luo Feng's home. This villa has 3 floors and a basement. The 3rd floor also has a large terrace. The total area is 512 ping. If you count the basement, garden, and terrace, then it nears 800 ping. Luo Feng and his family exchanged glances. And then they closely looked at this luxurious villa with red and white walls. This will be their home. 36 ping, near 800 ping. Luo Hua on his wheelchair couldn't help but to mutter. Late at night on July 31st, in Mingyu Sector's 199 villa on the 2nd floor. In this villa, there were 4 huge rooms, a bedroom, a media room, a guest room, and a gigantic training hall. This training hall was at least 120 ping and took up half of the 2nd floor. Late into the night, the street light shined through the glass of the media room and refracted into the training hall. Luo Feng, wearing a loose dojo uniform, silently kneeled on the floor too. Streams of light constantly and rapidly circled around Luo Feng's body as if they were happy, joyous birds. They flew around the dojo quickly and flexibly. After a while, the 2 streams of light slowed down and floated next to Luo Feng. They were 2 throwing knives. With my current level of spiritual force, controlling things isn't too hard. However, if I control like 4 or 5 knives, the speed, power, etc. diminish. Other than trying to control his new strength, Luo Feng has put most of this month's work on his spiritual force training. While Luo Feng was living in the Mingyu sector this month, he met and talked with many fighters. Luo Feng also confirmed one thing, that his telekinesis is indeed spiritual force. I'm taking the fighter combat exam tomorrow, so I should rest well tonight. Luo Feng stood up and opened the glass door, and then headed to his bedroom to sleep. August 1st, noon, under the leadership of a fighter, 30 or so perspective fighters, including Luo Feng and Yang Wu, rushed towards the train station. Kuyuchi, the train was moving quickly into the station, and the sounds of the wheels grinding against the tracks were weak. The carriages of the train were all filled with clamor, but were also completely sealed. There were no windows to look out of. In each carriage, a person appeared on the large display. Inside the carriage, many prospective fighters were seated. Fellow prospective fighters, future fighters, I am from the HR Alliance. A middle-aged man was speaking on the carriage's display. I'm sure all of you have heard of the HR Alliance before. It's the strongest, wealthiest organization and the organization with the most fighters. I'm sure everyone is also familiar with the HR Alliance's other name, the Underground Alliance. All the prospective fighters inside the carriage quieted down. Luo Feng and Yang Wu sat side by side, heads raised towards the large display. Crazy, you've heard of the Underground Alliance before, right? Laughed Yang Wu. They are seriously wealthy, the wealthiest organization on Earth, even wealthier than a country. I know. Luo Feng laughed. While he lived in the Mingyu sector for the past month, he has learned of many basic information from the fighters in the same area. Prior to the Grand Nirvana period, places like the United States of America and Europe all had powerful families controlling them from behind. For example, the Morgan family, the Rockefeller family, the Onassis family, etc. These families virtually controlled over half of the world's wealth. However, when the Grand Nirvana period came and the monsters attacked, many smaller countries were destroyed. The larger countries that had powerful armies all fended for themselves and strengthened their governments. At this time, many of the old, powerful families were afraid of being overpowered by the government's armies, so they teamed up and created the HR Alliance, or the Human Rights Alliance. Human Rights Alliance, it sounds good. However, it's an alliance that centers around the powerful families. It's called by fighters the Underground Alliance. Our alliance has the world's largest communication platform for fighters. Here, you can accept high-paying missions. Our alliance has power and influence all over the world. Once you join our alliance and you become one of us, you'll receive top-class service, whether it's in the USA or the European Union. Our alliance has the largest army and the most power in the government. Join us. The middle-aged man spoke for 15 minutes. All future fighters. A man who had a strict face on appeared on the screen. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiangnan City's Security Agency's Deputy Chief. My name is Liu. In our country of China, there is no doubt that our government's army is the strongest. Join our government, join our army, and no matter where you go in China, you'll have the greatest support. Everyone. The person on the screen changed again. I am the chief of Jiangnan City's Thunder Dojo headquarters. Our Thunder Dojo was created by the fastest and invincible fighter, Thunder Lord, all over the world. Our Thunder Dojo has branches. All future fighters, we have introduced the previous three. No need to say. Everyone knows I'm from the Dojo of Limits. The person on the screen changed to another person. My name is Zhu Ge. The Dojo of Limits is the strongest dojo on Earth and was created by the strongest fighter in our dojo. We hold the strongest power on Earth. The four advertisements raised up discussion between the prospective fighters in the carriage. Second brother, after becoming a fighter, which side will you join? I think The Dojo of Limits is pretty good. I'll join the Underground Alliance, you can earn the most money there, haha. The Thunder Dojo gives fighters better conditions, even a better than the Dojo of Limits. Joining the Thunder Dojo seems like a good choice too. The excited discussions of the prospective fighters spread around the carriage. Luo Feng and Yang Wu also discussed in a low voice, crazy, my instructor and my senior both joined the Dojo of Limits now, even you have joined the Dojo of Limits, so of course I will too. Even if I join the Dojo of Limits, I can still receive missions from the Underground Alliance. We can choose to buy things from both the Dojo of Limits and from the Underground Alliance. The Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the Underground Alliance, and the government's army. Luo Feng was clear. Within all of those powers, the government's army was no doubt the strongest. For the Underground Alliance, which is made out of many powerful families from all over the world, even a country would try to avoid angering them, since the Underground Alliance controls nearly the entire world's economy. The Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits are behind the first two in power. However, joining these two large dojos represents freedom. Brother Yang, how many prospective fighters do you see on this carriage? Luo Feng looked around and saw that there were over 100 people inside just one carriage. There are a lot of people. Yang Wu curled his lip. I just heard from other people's discussions how there are 2 fighter combat exams each year, and in each fighter combat exam over 1,000 prospective fighters from all over Jiangnan City come to take it. Over 1,000. Luo Feng was shocked. However, that seemed right, since there was a population of 200 million in Jiangnan City and 10 million people in the entirety of Yangzhou City. On average, there are just a few dozen more fighters. After a while, fellow prospective fighters, the train will be entering the station shortly. So please prepare to get off, came a sound from the speaker in the carriage. Shortly after, the train started decelerating until it stopped. The carriage's doors opened and all the prospective fighters from each carriage got off. Very quickly, the mighty crowd of prospective fighters entered a huge military camp, which took a vast amount of space. Various heated weapons could be seen. On the outer parts of the camp, one cannon was pointed towards the outskirts of the camp. Large amounts of soldiers were all holding various sophisticated weapons. Luo Feng and a group of prospective fighters looked around. Look outside the camp, Yang Wu excitedly pointed far away. Luo Feng looked carefully and, other than the camp's security line, there were a few starving monsters who were growling. However, these monsters didn't dare approach the camp. Jie. An ear-piercing howl made all of the fighters simultaneously raise their heads, and they saw hundreds of densely packed Fei Qin monsters howl across the dark, blue sky. According to the books, after you leave the city, you can see all sorts of monsters. The books were indeed right. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Humans can only live in the cities or in military camps. Only a fighter can come out here alone and fight with those powerful monsters. Everyone. A loud sound carried to every single fighter's ears. Welcome to Jiangnan City's northern military sector. This time, the 1680 of you will take your fighter combat exam, hosted in our northern military sector. I hope most of you will pass, and I hope all of you will live through this exam. It was lively within the military sector. At the same time, there was an extravagant lunch prepared for all the prospective fighters who came to participate in the fighter combat exam. Afternoon. 1680 fighters stood in an open plaza. At a reception desk in the plaza sat some high authorities of Jiangnan City's northern military sector and some high authorities of the Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits. Prospective fighters whose names are called, come up and retrieve your uniforms and weapons. Yan Zhua, He Feng, Wang Bingjiang. There were at least 10 officers at the desk yelling names one by one. Prospective fighters whose names were called all went to pick up their uniforms and weapons. Luo Feng. That ringing sound, right when Luo Feng heard it, he sprinted up there. This is your battle uniform, your battle boots, and the second series Ghost blade you need. The heaviest one we prepared was 98 kilograms, we don't have any heavier ones. The officer passed a set of objects to Luo Feng. Here is a communication watch, which can send mail and has GPS. This is a hexagonal shield. While the officer was saying that, he was a bit suspicious as he looked into Luo Feng's eyes. A prospective fighter actually asked for such a heavy ghost blade, quite weird. Luo Feng slightly smiled and sprinted away holding the near 200 kilograms load of items. In the plaza, each of the 1680 fighters received their requested weapons that were most suitable for them. Each of them used cold weapons. This was the requirement for the fighter combat exam. Heated weapons were banned. After they received their things, everyone returned to their own resting areas and changed into their battle gear. There was laughter all over the open plaza. At this time, Luo Feng was equipped with his metal alloy battle boots, military standard trousers, and a battle vest with some special Koluo alloy material inside. He also had his hexagonal shield and ghost blade on his back, and was happily talking with the fighter beside him. If you put down everything I have equipped, it'll be worth at least 7-10,000. A crew-cut teenager excitedly pointed to his uniform. This trouser and vest aren't the best fighter equipment. They're only lent to us for the fighter combat exam. However, it can defend against the weakest H grade monster's claws, which is much better than the bullshit bulletproof vests. Back at town, a regular bullet will never be able to pierce this, and a H grade monster will never be able to rip this apart. You can't rip it apart. A girl with a stern expression laughed coldly on the side. Even if the monster can't rip apart the uniform, just the impact itself can break your bones and damage your internal organs. This big brother isn't so weak and fragile. The crew-cut teenager sneered and glared at the girl. How about, little girl, we go over there and test this brother's strength? That's enough. Luo Feng frowned. Yes, Brother Luo will listen to Brother Luo. The crew-cut teenager laughed. The news of Luo Feng being scouted by the Dojo of Limits was spread from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100 in the prospective fighter community. Out of the 1680 prospective fighters, only 3 of them were recruited by the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo. The prospective fighters knew that these 3 people were special. Luo Feng, a yelling sound from far away was heard. It was the Limit Hall's chief instructor, Wu Tong. Uncle Wu. Luo Feng ran towards him after telling Yang Wu and the others beside him in the past month. Luo Feng lived in the Mingyu sector, so naturally he would be close to Chief Instructor Wu Tong, who also lived in the same sector. He called familiarly, Uncle Wu. Luo Feng, come with me. After Wu Tong said that, he started to lead the way. Luo Feng was full of doubts, but didn't say anything. They quickly arrived at the second floor of a quiet apartment. In the living room on the second floor, There were lots of people seated together. Luo Feng looked around. Out of all of these people, he only recognized one of the big four of the Jiang Nan City's dojo of limits headquarters, Zhu Gutao. Chief greeted Luo Feng loudly. Luo Feng, go sit over there with Wu Tong. Zhu Gutong, wearing a dark battle uniform with faintly glowing silver pieces, said as he laughed quietly. Zhu Ge, this is the Luo Feng you talked about. Let me see, compared to our Thunder Dojo, he isn't that good, isn't he? A burly man wearing a dark, purple battle uniform sat across from Zhu Gutao. When he spoke, the sound seemed to echo within his chest. Our Thunder Dojo recruited 2 people early, one whose fitness level is on par with your Luo Feng, and another who is a firearms genius. The burly man looked to the 2 young men on his side, who immediately stood up in response. My name is Wan Dong, said a teenager who seemed solemn and had a purple birthmark on his face. My name is Ma Xiao. Another teenager was smiling and looked beautiful. Yes. We can use the word beautiful for this teenager. If he was born a girl, it would probably be the kind that would bring calamity. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Luo Feng, you already know. Luo Feng, the solemn teenager, spoke. Do you have any balls to compete tonight at the fighter combat exam? Let's see who can get first place. The solemn teenager's eyes flashed, as if he saw the most delicious kind of food. Full of desire. Not interested. Luo Feng shook his head. The solemn teenager was startled, but then laughed coldly and didn't say anything further. Zhu Gutao and the burly man from the Thunder Dojo laughed on the side. Zhu Gu, your little kiddo seems quite interesting. He's quite calm, didn't let his head get hot when provoked. I kind of like this young man. Luo Feng, any plans to join my Thunder Dojo? Go, Zhu Gutao glared. I'm just joking, man, you aren't interesting. The burly man laughed. Zhu Gutao glared. We should go too. The fighter combat exam is going to start soon. Luo Feng and the 1680 powerful prospective fighters walked for at least half an hour under the lead of a soldier. They reached the outer part of a town. It was already evening at this time, and the sun has dropped. Roar. Various howls that makes your heart skip a beat could be heard in the town. The town was surrounded by barbed wire and had a large amount of soldiers patrolling with guns. Hurry, there aren't enough monsters inside. Bring another 1,200 iron fur boars, 300 shadow cats, and another 500 mastiff tigers. As the command went through the town, Luo Feng and the others didn't have to wait much longer until they saw huge trucks coming. Each of the trucks had angry howling coming from them. Luo Feng and the large amounts of fighters went to look closely. In each of the trucks were cages, and in each of the cages were locked up monsters. Those angry howlings made some inexperienced prospective fighters' hearts tremble. Luo Feng. Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed beside Luo Feng. Even if you're skilled and strong, that doesn't mean you can kill the monsters. When some people see blood and are faced with a chance of death, they won't even be able to bring out 1/10 of their strength. So for this combat exam, the main goal is to train your mind. You have to get used to fighting to the death with monsters and be merciless. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. These monsters are all the weakest H-level monsters. They're equivalent to a beginner warrior level fighter, said Wu Tong. Their weak point is their low intellect. However, their strong point is that they are very aggressive and cruel. So, in every fighter combat exam, there's always a cruel Case where a prospective fighter that dies. Luo Feng nodded. There's no way that fighting to the death with real monsters could be safe. After a bunch of weak H-level monsters have been imported into the town, the amount of monsters in the town have reached a startling amount. Everyone. A ringing voice carried to every prospective fighter's ears Luo Feng, and every prospective fighter raised their heads to look, and they saw a military officer standing on a ruined 3-story apartment in the middle of the town. As he spoke to all the prospective fighters, this time's combat exam will have the same rules as the past ones. From 6:30 p.m. tonight, we will begin the exam will end at 6 a.m. tomorrow. The more monsters you slaughter, the more points you get for each monster you slaughter. Cut the monster's left ear off as proof. Remember, prospective fighters are not allowed to fight each other. Your movements and actions are all under our surveillance. Those who break the rules will immediately be shot and killed. Out of you 1680 prospective fighters, the top 60 will earn the right to become a fighter, the other 40 will fail and will have to take the next fighter combat exam. The officer's voice suddenly became cold. In other words, out of the 1680 of you, 1008 will pass and 672 will be disqualified. The prospective fighters who were listening below couldn't help but to start talking. An unbelievable 40 will be disqualified. Here's a reminder, usually if one can kill 3 monsters, they pass. If you can only kill 2 monsters, it'll be up to luck. The officer's voice resonated in everyone's ears. When scores are the same, we use the amount of time used to kill the monsters and how injured you are to determine the ranking. So, when you finish killing the amount of monsters required, hurry and come out of the town. Remember, if you receive a heavy wound, press the emergency help button on your communication watch. Someone will immediately come and save you. However, that moment also represents the end of your fighter combat exam. The officer leaped. Whoosh. From the top of the apartment to the ground was at least a height of around 10 meters, and with 2 more consecutive leaps, he was already outside of town. All prospective fighters, move out and enter Monster Town. The officer waved his hand. The 1680 prospective fighters were like a raging wave, and poured into Monster Town. Shut the door, ordered the officer. Rumble, the only gate closed shut. The fighter combat exam officially begins. In the enclosed town, the 1680 prospective fighters rapidly spread out and started to hunt their prey. Brother Yang, are you going to challenge Monster Town alone? Luo Feng and Yang Wu stood next to a small supermarket's wall together. Yang Wu firmly nodded his head. Crazy. This time's fighter combat exam isn't just an exam. More importantly, it's a place for training your courage. When you enter the danger zone alone, the dangers you'll encounter are 10 to 100 times more dangerous than the ones here. If I even need your help in this monster town, then what'll I do in the future? Luo Feng nodded. You're right, Brother Yang, be careful. Okay, crazy, you should grab your chance too, reminded Yang Wu. This town is all filled with the weakest H-level monsters. There probably won't be any more opportunities in the future to train your blade on the weakest level of monsters. I understand, this is a rare chance to train our skill with the blade, smiled Luo Feng as he nodded. Okay, meet you in the town tomorrow morning. After saying that, Yang Wu looked carefully in all 4 directions and then swiftly jumped away. Luo Feng also quickly sprinted into a shady area. As nightfall approached, there was a huge searchlight illuminating the borders Of the town, most of the town was lit up, but there were also many places hidden in the dark. From what the fighters said in the small sector, the monsters are split into soldiers, commanders, and horde leaders. Luo Feng held his hexagonal shield with his left hand and his ghost blade with his right as he quietly stood in a ruined alley filled with dust. The soldier, or H-level monster, is as strong as a human beginner warrior. Even though there are many monsters in this town, there are mainly three different types: the cat monster with the primary trait of speed, shadow cat; the powerful, heavy-class iron fur boars; and the mastiff tiger, whose power and speed are great. Luo Feng scanned the area. Suddenly, a shadow approached from a ruined two-story apartment with Luo Feng's great vision. He saw that the shadow's fur was sharp as needles and was at least 15 meters tall. Its mouth had two gigantic tusks, which reflected the light from the searchlight, which could make one's heart skip a beat. A regular boar that humans eat is probably only 60–70 centimeters tall. In other words, this monster is at least double the size of a domestic pig. Almost as if it was a small truck. Iron fur boar, my first prey will be you. Luo Feng watched the iron fur boar and came out of the alley, right into the iron fur boar's field of vision. Growl. As he stared at the iron fur boar in the eye, he held up his shield and blade. The monster made a weird growling sound and suddenly fiercely stepped on the concrete surface, making a cloud of dust. It carried a putrid current with it as it charged towards Luo Feng, as if it was a heavy hummer flying towards him. The two long, sharp tusks pointed forward like gigantic scimitars. Right when the iron fur boar charged, Luo Feng quickly dodged to the side. The iron fur boar didn't even have time to stop during its charge and, with a quick flash in his eyes, all the power on his body focused in his arm, and unrelentlessly made a slash with his ghost blade. The ghost blade cut right across the iron fur boar's neck. Thump. The head of the iron fur boar was immediately detached from its body and flew up high. Fresh blood was spewing out of the area where it was cut from, and the body also flew at least 10 meters before falling. The body twitched for a bit on the ground and then finally died. Luo Feng took in 2 deep breaths. Luo Feng's heart shaked a bit after witnessing the gory scene. Killing monsters. Killing a monster for the first time can indeed be a shock. No wonder Uncle Wu said that some prospective fighters can't bring out their strength after witnessing blood. Luo Feng reflected on his battle. The dodge just now was done pretty well, but the way I slashed across the iron fur boar's neck used up unnecessary strength. However, a regular prospective fighter probably could never cut off the iron fur boar's head. The iron fur boar's defense was powerful, but that was for a regular prospective fighter. Luo Feng's current strength is on par with an intermediate warrior level fighter. Fighting with this iron fur boar is just like bullying. According to my fighter brothers at the Mingyu sector, you can't just use brute force. When dealing with monsters, you have to grasp their weak point. Also, I can't believe I let my heart waver when I severed the iron fur boar's head. I must get used to this in the future. I'll be fighting with monsters all the time with my life on the line. If my heart isn't prepared, I might lose my life in a crucial moment. Luo Feng understood that the more crucial the moment is, the more calm you have to be. However, Luo Feng's state of mind was pretty good, since people usually have a much larger reaction towards their first kill. Luo Feng walked towards the boar's head, and with one swipe of his hand, He cut off the boar's left ear and put it inside the bag he was carrying. First one, now towards the next, with a slight movement of his body, Luo Feng has already disappeared from the street, only the corpse of the iron fur boar remained on the blood-stained street. With every passing second in this enclosed town, there were bloody battles taking place in every corner, even though the H-level monsters are close to the prospective fighters in power. The humans have one advantage: intellect. The weakest H-level monsters don't have much intellect, only some basic bestial instincts. Around 8 p.m. on a 6-story high apartment, two shadows were swiftly fighting with each other. HUA. A cold light shone. Luo Feng's was kneeling on the platform. A trace of blood could be seen on the ghost blade he was holding. The other shadow was helplessly thrown aside as it left behind a trail of blood. This shadow cat is the fastest one out of the three monsters. Even though it's a H-level monster, it has a speed of 40 ms. Luo Feng stood up and walked over to it. The shadow cat on the floor's fur was gray, and its body wasn't too big, around half a meter long. This shadow cat's abdomen had a staggering wound. Even the inner organs were slashed open by Luo Feng's attack. For regular prospective fighters, this cat does indeed pose a threat. However, too bad it met me. Luo Feng shaked his head and cut off the shadow cat's left ear. Luo Feng's speed is way faster than the shadow cat's. There's no helping it, since Luo Feng has already reached the level of an intermediate warrior, and within the intermediate warrior level fighters, Luo Feng counts as a stronger one. 5th. Luo Feng carefully put away the spoils of war. Usually, there's 100% chance of passing if you can kill 3 monsters. I already killed 5, so I pass for sure. Then now I'll start seriously training my agility and blade. He killed monsters for points before, and now he has enough points. I'll use 1000 kilograms of fist strength and 30 ms of speed to start fighting with these monsters. Luo Feng was practically bullying the monsters since they were on a completely different level. But now, Luo Feng has suppressed his strength to make it equal with the enemies, so there's actually a point in training when you enter the danger zone in the future. You can't just keep killing monsters weaker than you every time. Begin. Luo Feng was standing on the balcony of a residential apartment as he looked around and below him. First one, Luo Feng saw a mastiff tiger, whose body was full of spots, near the top of a ruined 3-story apartment. Out of the corner of his eye, Luo Feng immediately flew towards it with just one leap off of the balcony. He flew more than 10 meters and heavily landed onto the ruined roof. Even the floor violently shook as he landed. Luo Feng rolled on the ground with the force of the impact and directly flew towards the mastiff tiger. How the mastiff tiger also came flying towards a grim teenager whose shirt was stained with blood, carried a dark moon blade as he arrogantly walked on the street. I wonder how many monsters Luo Feng has killed, thought the grim teenager. He is the only one out of the 1680 fighters whose strength is close to Luo Feng's, the genius who was scouted by the Thunder Dojo, Wan Dong. Although this time there were 3 people who were scouted. However, one of them is a firearms genius whose fitness level isn't that high. Only Luo Feng and this Wan Dong are geniuses with similar fitness levels. Wan Dong's gaze landed at a location. He only saw a shadow constantly fighting with 2 shadow cats. The 2 shadow cats hissed and speedily attacked with their claws. However, the shadow dexterously dodged the attacks as he fought the two shadow cats. Luo Feng, it takes you so long, just to kill two shadow cats. I am so disappointed in you, shouted Wan Dong as he laughed. Chi chi. As if lightning, the ghost blade in Luo Feng's hand made 2 slashes, and the 2 shadow cats immediately fell to the floor. After a few twitches, they stopped moving. So quick, Wan Dong was shocked and thought to himself, and the blade made a clean cut towards the weak points of the shadow cats. Wan Dong saw from Luo Feng's 2 slashes that Luo Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. I was going to play with you a bit more and continue training myself. Luo Feng looked at the corpses of the 2 shadow cats. However, that guy is annoying, and I don't want him to see me training my agility and blade. Luo Feng cut off the 2 shadow cats' ears, put it into his bag, and disappeared, without even looking at Wan Dong once. In the enclosed town, the slaughter continued. Some prospective fighters instinctively pressed the emergency help button after getting injured in their first battle, and thus failing. Some prospective fighters become pale from shock after killing a monster. Some powerful prospective fighters get pumped up and excited after killing monsters. In a place not too far from the enclosed town, there was a large security screen in a tall structure displaying everything happening in each sector in the town. What a weak strategy! In one of the rooms of this large structure, a military officer was drinking with a burly man. The screens on the side walls were displaying the slaughter going on in the city. The burly man sighed. Watching these young men fight with these monsters reminds me of when we were young. Yeah, from a glance, most of them are all around 20 years old, which is the youngest yet most fragile point of their lives. The military officer also sighed. Old Wang, after a blink of an eye, we 2 brothers have become old. Back in the day, we were rookies in Jiangnan City too. Now you're the chief of the Thunder Dojo, haha. The burly man laughed loudly. Iron Monkey, didn't you also get your way to Major General? The military instructor looked with shock at the display. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Old Wang, hurry and look. On the display was several videos of the town, since there were so many cameras recording. The videos on the display change every so often. It changed. The military officer immediately pressed the telephone on the side and commanded, lock onto the prospective fighter just now from camera 21, lock onto him. Yes, an impressive sound came from the telephone. The burly man Wang looked suspiciously at his good brother Iron Monkey. What did you just see? Old Wang, you'll see soon. The military instructor laughed mysteriously. In just a moment, the display changed to the video from before. In the video was 5 shadow cats constantly attacking a prospective fighter. These 5 shadow cats were 5 H-level shadow cats, and the prospective fighter held a hexagonal shield, a ghost blade, and looked very young. It was indeed Luo Feng. Oh, the burly man's eyes flashed. How about this? This kiddo's strong, isn't he? Said the military officer. This kiddo actually used this exam as a free chance to train himself, and look, his technique is insane. Ruwei class. The Ruwei class. The burly man's eyes flashed and stared at the 5 shadow cats who were attacking Luo Feng. Each of Luo Feng's dodges didn't make much motion, but easily dodged every attack from each of the shadow cats. The taste of this stroll completely took over these 2 powerful men. The Ruwei class technique, even many warlord level fighters can't do it. His technique actually reached the Ru class. Amazing, amazing. The burly man took in a breath. He's only 18 years old, his technique is just as good as his fitness level. With good talent, your fitness level will be high. However, technique results from battle experience and a clear understanding of the basics. Only then can you enter the Ru class. How did you know he's 18 years old? The military officer jumped in surprise. You know him. He's Luo Feng. The dojo of limits recruited him first. Angrily shouted the burly man. The dojo of limits sure had some bullshit luck. This Luo Feng is only 18, but not only is his fitness level fantastic, but his technique is also amazing. Ru class at this age, what will he become in the future? Understand that even powerful warlord-level fighters haven't reached the Ru class in technique. Clearly your technique has to be insanely good to get into this level. In real combat, fitness level is just one side. Technique, skill, and willpower also come into play. No. The burly man slammed the table. We can't let the dojo of limits steal this genius. Thankfully I was lucky and saw this scene while drinking with you. Iron Monkey. What are you planning to do? Laughed the military officer. What? Win him over? The burly man glared. I'll win him over, no matter what. The dojo of limits might not have noticed this, but this young man's technique is astonishing. I'll win him over first. Isn't it just money? Sure am. Lucky to encounter such a talented young man. Compared to him, Wandong is off by 18,000 miles. The military officer laughed. Iron Monkey, make a copy of this recording for me later, said the burly man. Sure, no problem, laughed the military officer as he nodded. In the dawn of the day in the enclosed monster town, Luo Feng encountered and was surrounded by 3 mastiff tigers, 2 shadow cats, and 2 iron fur boars in a ruined sector. It took quite a bit of energy to gather up all 7 of these monsters here. Good. Keep coming. Just like that. Luo Feng was calm, and as if taking a walk, he occasionally stepped left, occasionally stepped right, and forwards, and backwards. Sometimes he would slightly bend his waist, sometimes he would bend his body. With just these small, slight movements, the 7 monsters couldn't even touch a hair of Luo Feng's body. Growl from the corner of his eye, Luo Feng noticed a mastiff tiger flying at him. Around him were 4 more monsters preparing to attack at the same time. Looking at the situation, his foot turned and his body immediately moved. Not good, barely missed, thought Luo Feng hopelessly. It seemed like the shadow cat's claw was about to grab onto Luo Feng's body. But strangely enough, Luo Feng's body suddenly moved 5 cm, which allowed him to just barely miss the attack. It sure is quite a challenge learning the legendary Ru class technique. It seemed like Luo Feng dodged all the attacks, but in fact Luo Feng himself was clear. He failed because in the last moment he used his spiritual force on the hexagonal shield on his left arm to create a force of propulsion. It was because of this force that Luo Feng was able to move that 5 centimeters. In a battle, your technique is extremely important, which is why Luo Feng has been training his technique the entire night. Usually technique training requires a very solid understanding in the basics, which usually takes 10 years of bitter work and fighting with monsters for years. Drills the ways to dodge into your consciousness. Once you train enough, your reflexes will come in play no matter what the situation. Solid understanding in the basics, tons of training, and reflexes. These 3 levels are the basics of technique. Above these 3 is the Ru Wei class. The Ru-Wei class means that you have virtually complete control over your strength and body and are able to use the smallest amount of energy to just barely dodge the attack, all kinds of dodging, just like it has been calculated by a computer. The reason why the Ru-Wei class technique is so hard is because when you are just barely dodging, any kind of mistake will lead to the attack from the monster striking you. Once you are hit by a monster, most people get heavily injured, if not killed. When training in the Ru-Wei class technique, it isn't really effective to train with monsters who are much weaker than you. Luo Feng is being attacked by 7 monsters right now. His strength and speed are being used to their utmost capabilities. However, it is too difficult to not get touched at all when surrounded by 7 monsters. I guess I'm in the Ru-Wei class now. I also use the smallest, slightest of movements to delicately dodge. Of course errors will happen. Sometimes Luo Feng felt a bit tired, so the ghost blade that never attacked suddenly flourished and the monsters cried in anguish. 5 streams of fresh blood poured out and 5 out of the 7 monsters were instantly killed. The other 2 realized the situation and ran away. However, after this night of training, my technique has at least doubled in skill. Luo Feng let out a smile. What kind of training could compare to real combat experience with a monster, and what kind of combat with monsters could compare with Luo Feng's extreme training? Only by challenging your body's limits can you know where the limit of your dodges are. This night of training has benefited Luo Feng greatly. Luo Feng is stronger than a H-level mastiff tiger, shadow cat, and an iron fur boar in a one-on-one. However, 7 monsters can kill a person. A fist can have 3,000 kilograms of strength, but a 2,000 kilograms charge from a monster is enough to heavily injure Luo Feng. Even that genius Wan Dong wouldn't attempt such an extreme type of training. Or else, you might get pulled apart by the 7 monsters. But Luo Feng would dare to attempt such a thing because he has his spiritual force. If he ever encounters any sort of danger, he can just use his spiritual force on his shield or his ghost blade to give him a boost and use that to dodge. Too bad this spiritual force can only be used on inanimate objects. Once it gets near a person, it gets absorbed into it. Luo Feng shook his head. His spiritual force couldn't be used to control humans and animals. He can only control things such as metal and wood. However, the spiritual force already gave Luo Feng plenty of joy. At least he's skilled enough for Ru-Wei class dodging. Of course, it was a different type of Ru-Wei dodging, since when he makes a mistake he can just use his spiritual force for a boost. However, just his dodging ability alone isn't any worse than the regular Ru-Wei class, and it's also even more strange. Beep beep beep. An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang through the entire town at the same time. A heavy voice also spread across the entire town. Time's up, all perspective fighters immediately returned to the exit of the town. The fighter combat exam is over. Luo Feng laughed. I'll keep doing this kind of Ru-Wei class technique training until the day I won't need my spiritual force to help me. My technique will also reach the Ru-Wei class. Luo Feng cut off the left ears of the 5 monsters, put it in his bag, and rushed towards the main gate of Monster Town. At the entrance of Monster Town, the prospective fighters left one by one. Virtually every prospective fighter had a few blood stains on them, whether it was their own blood or the monster's blood. There were even some prospective fighters who were being carried out by their friends. Beep beep. An ear-piercing sound rang and a large, heavy truck came out of the town. The truck was filled with the monsters' corpses. "Hey, these are the prospective fighters' corpses, someone come pick them up." One of the large trucks stopped at the side, and there were indeed quite a bit of corpses. Some of them were missing large parts of their body, which were clearly bitten off by monsters. The truck dumped these corpses to the side. "Ah. Gone. Een." Within a moment, quite a few prospective fighters were crying out. Some of them even went to the corpses and wailed. "What are you crying about?" A cold, domineering voice rang from a military officer, which caused quite a few angry glances to look over at him. But this military officer scanned the surroundings coldly. Who doesn't die when fighting with monsters? You chose to take the path of a fighter, so prepare yourself to die. Society gives fighters special rights. Why not for you to enjoy it, but because you kill large amounts of monsters, which benefits humanity? That's why you receive special benefits. Your position, your authority, you have to put your life on the line to receive all of this. In this exercise, you were given only the weakest of monsters, and they aren't even the type to form packs. If you can't even pass this, how will you expect to survive in the wilderness? The officer's speech made every prospective fighter quiet down, since they barely knew anything about monsters. The most difficult monster to deal with are the pack types, like the dog type Mastiff Lion. Every time they move in a pack of around 10, so even an intermediate level fighter wouldn't approach them. 2 monsters' left ears. Next, injured left arm. Lu Feng. Okay, 3 monsters' left ears, not bad. Next. At the entrance of the town, each prospective fighter that came out went to turn in their ears they received from the slaughter to prove how many monsters they killed. Look, Luo Feng came out. It's the Luo Feng that the dojo of Limits scouted. I wonder how many monsters he killed. Just because his body fitness level is good doesn't mean he'll be good at killing monsters too. Most of the prospective fighters have already came out, and all of them were focusing on Luo Feng, who just walked out of the entrance. Luo Feng, Wan Dong, and Ma Xiao. These 3 were the prospective fighters that were scouted 1 to 10, and 10 to 100. Almost everyone here recognizes Luo Feng and the others. Right when he walked out, he was being stared at by a huge amount of prospective fighters, so Luo Feng couldn't help but to waver. Luo Feng, correct, hand over the monster's left ears to me. There were 3 military officers sitting ahead, and 2 of them were using laptops while one of them was looking at Luo Feng. Yes. Luo Feng nodded and put down the bag he was carrying. Within a moment, a large amount of prospective fighters gathered around, and their gazes were all focused on Luo Feng's bag. They were all curious, how many monsters did Luo Feng kill? Luo Feng immediately turned the bag upside down and poured the large amount of ears into the metal pot. A small pile formed, which filled over half the pot. So many. This guy killed so many monsters. All the prospective fighters watching from afar were shocked. At that time, the military officer was counting up the ears, and soon after he smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, not bad, 36 monsters left ears in total. Until now, you have the most confirmed kills, and you aren't injured either. Next, the military officer looked towards the oncoming people, and Luo Feng smiled as he walked away. After I pass the fighter combat exam, I'll become a true fighter too. Luo Feng was overjoyed. After that, Luo Feng joined the crowd and watched as the other people handed in their monsters' left ears. Some of them had no injury at all, but most of them were lightly injured, which would heal up in around 10 to 15 days of rest. There were also heavily injured prospective fighters. Yang Wu, not bad, 3 monsters' left ears, a light wound on the left shoulder. Next, Yang Wu also came back safely. Brother Yang, shouted Luo Feng from the crowd. Crazy Yang Wu laughed loudly as he rushed over. How'd you do? How many monsters did you kill? 36. Luo Feng and Yang Wu walked towards a corner. 36. Crazy, you're insane. These monsters were so hard to kill. Yang Wu glanced, especially that mastiff tiger. It was faster than me, and don't even get me started on its power. Its level is the same, but its power is way higher than a human fighter's. I pushed my life on the line just to kill 3. Luo Feng laughed. Indeed, you can't underestimate H-level monsters. Even an intermediate warrior will have trouble facing 7 or 8 of them. Luo Feng could only train like he did because of his spiritual force. Wandong. It's Wandong, the genius prospective fighter, the Thunder Dojo, scouted. I wonder how many monsters' left ears he collected. I wonder, compared to Luo Feng, who's stronger? Yeah, the only person who can compete with Luo Feng is this Wandong. A wave of discussion arose, which made Luo Feng and Yang Wu, who were hiding at the back, raise their heads in surprisement. Yang Wu was even more shocked, as he said that Wandong took until now to come out crazy. Apparently that Wandong's body fitness level isn't any worse than yours. I wonder how many monsters he killed. At this time, the prospective fighters standing at the front all stared at Wandong's bag, and the prospective fighters at the back all listened closely. There's a bunch of monsters' left ears. It seems like there's a lot. A lot of noise followed, and then the military officer's voice carried out Wandong. 51 monsters' left ears in total. Haha, you have surpassed Luo Feng, and are temporarily the prospective fighter with the most confirmed kills. 51. So much more than Luo Feng. This Wandong is indeed strong. 51 monsters is out of this world. The prospective fighters who have experienced the might of the monsters themselves were shocked, speechless. Crazy, this Wandong has so many more than you. Yang Wu was shocked. Is there a point in killing so many? Luo Feng gave a laugh that couldn't care less. He spent the entire night training his technique. If he really wanted to kill the weakest H-level monsters, with Luo Feng's strength, he can just pick off monsters that are alone. With that, even 100 kills in a night wouldn't be weird. Luo Feng, a voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a military officer with a large mustache. Smile, come with me, a friend wants to meet you, right at the resting lounge ahead. Oh, Luo Feng was a bit suspicious. Meet me. But Luo Feng made no delay and immediately followed the large, mustached man to the resting lounge. Before he entered, Luo Feng took off his blood-stained battle uniform and washed it a bit. He then changed into some fresh, clean clothes before entering. In the resting lounge, a burly man sat there with his eyes shut. They suddenly opened and, like lightning, looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was shocked. This man he knew. It was the man who was talking to Chief Instructor Zhu Guo, and one of the Big Four from the Thunder Dojo in Jiangnan City. My name is Wang Heng, and I'm the Chief Instructor of the Thunder Dojo. The man laughed. Luo Feng, sit Sit with this chief instructor face to face. Luo Feng was shocked inside. He completely understood how much authority this man held a dojo's chief. Instructor's authority could be compared to a war goods they have an astonishing amount of power. You could say that this burly man has Jiangnan City in his hands. Why don't you sit? Scared? I'll bite you, haha, the burly man started, laughing loudly. Luo Feng laughed and sat in front of him and said, Mr. Wang, what business do you have with me today? It's simple. The burly man smiled. I looked into your family's situation. You came from a regular family, and your father works at a remodeling company while your mother works as a cashier in the supermarket. Your background isn't that good, and yet you've been able to get to where you are at a mere 18 years old, which is really rare. Luo Feng let out a complicated smile. Indeed, he has worked far too long for this day. I really appreciate you, and I think you have a bright future. I officially invite you, Luo Feng, to join my Thunder Dojo. The burly man looked at Luo Feng. I already signed a contract with the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng smiled as he shaked his head. The unconvinced burly man shaked his head and said, a contract? If it's a contract, you can just break it. It's just a fee you have to pay according to the fighter rules. The payment won't exceed 100 million. I believe that you are worth far more than this price. Our Thunder Dojo will pay this price for you. Also, if you join, I'll arrange a special training contract for you in our main worldwide Thunder Dojo headquarters. The burly man laughed. Every year, no more than 10 fighters will receive this invitation. Each of them will be a one-of-a-kind genius. So far, we only sent out 3 invitations this year. One of them is a 20-year-old advanced fighter from the European Union. Another genius from South America is a spirit reader, and our third is from Jianghua City of China, a 16-year-old intermediate fighter. You'll be the 4th. Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked. Each of the 3 were disgustingly strong. Clearly, the Wan Dong and Ma Xiao, who were scouted, weren't qualified enough for this invitation. But I am. Truthfully, with just Luo Feng's fitness level, he isn't qualified for such a contract. However, along with this, he also has his knowledge of the Ruwei technique. This is enough for Luo Feng to receive the special training contract invitation. Since Luo Feng, who is only 18, has amazingly been able to learn the Ruwei technique. As long as you join my Thunder Dojo, I'll give you this contract and send you to our worldwide headquarters for training. You might even have a chance to get personally tutored by the legendary Thunder Lord. The burly man smiled as he said, Luo Feng, our Thunder Dojo wholeheartedly invites you to join us. The conditions set by Wang Heng have reached the limit, and he watched Luo Feng expectantly. Sorry. Luo Feng slightly bowed. I thank the Thunder Dojo for their offer, but I have already decided to join the Dojo of Limits. I haven't thought about transferring, so I am truly sorry. Wang Heng was startled. Rejected? You don't want to take your time to think about this? The burly man stared, with his eyebrows raised. No. Luo Feng stood up and bowed. Mr. Wang, if there's nothing else, then I'll be on my way. Luo Feng knew that things would just get awkward if he stayed after rejecting the offer. Wang Heng stared at Luo Feng closely. This young man doesn't even falter in the face of temptation. Wang Heng couldn't help but to sigh. He waved his hand and laughed. All right, I won't nag you anymore. If you ever change your mind, the gates to my Thunder Dojo will always be open for you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Luo Feng smiled as he left. Right when Luo Feng left, Wang Heng's face sank and he shouted, "Tell Wandong to come." "Yes, Chief." The people outside immediately went to notify Wandong. "I can't believe I just lost another genius to the dojo of limits." Wang Heng stroked his chin and his eyes squinted like a tiger's. Ever since Phantom Warlord retired because of a major injury, our Jiangnan City's Thunder Dojo has always been at a disadvantage compared to the dojo of limits. Shit. Wang Heng is also nervous. In the entire world, the dojo of limits and the Thunder Dojo are the two largest dojos. The creators of the dojos are the strongest and second strongest fighters. Naturally, the higher-ups of each would greet each other with smiling faces, but in truth, they were completely against each other. However, in Jiangnan City, the dojo of limits has stronger influence. Chief, the cold teenager Wandong walked over. Even in Wandong's look, he was full of confidence since he got more kills than Luo Feng in this time's fighter combat exam and he ranked number 1. His confidence has been growing. Wandong. Wang Heng let out a smile. "You are our Thunder Dojo's best new recruit. However, with your current power, you still cannot compare to Luo Feng." Chief Wandong was startled. "I can't compare to Luo Feng. Do you doubt my words?" Wang Heng raised his eyebrows. Wandong shook his head. He knew the chief instructor in front of him used to be an advanced warlord. At the same time, he has the various special rights granted to him by the title of chief instructor. His authority rivals a war goods. How could this person spread lies? I'll tell you truthfully, your body fitness level isn't worse than his. However, in a real battle, even 3 of you cannot defeat one Luo Feng. Wang Heng said heavily. However, even though the current gap between you and him is large, doesn't mean you'll always be weaker than him. What you need to do is seriously work hard and surpass him. I've met quite a few geniuses, but many geniuses fall. A fighter walks on the border of life and death. Your good talent only means that you improve faster. Now that you just became a fighter, your path just began. Don't loosen up, no matter what. Luo Feng is only the first opponent you must surpass. In the future, you'll be surpassing many more opponents. Wang Heng encouraged. I hope one day, I'll be able to witness the birth of a new war god. Wandong's blood boiled as he listened. Yes, Luo Feng is just the first opponent. He'll have to continuously surpass others until achieves the rank of war god. Alright, go now. You've been slaughtering all night, so you should rest. Wang Heng smiled. Yes, Chief. Wandong left respectfully. Wang Heng shook his head and sipped some tea. Ever since carrying the burden of the position of chief instructor, he's been thinking of ways to help geniuses grow, or to pressure them or attract them with scrolls and money to bring them to his dojo. The more fighters he raises, the more solid his position becomes. This Wandong might be able to give me a surprise in the future, laughed Wang Heng. However, I won't ask too much of him. For now, it'll be great if he could just reach Luo Feng Heru Wei class at 18 years old and such a high body fitness level. What a great seed. Wang Heng shook his head and drank some tea as he tried not to think about it anymore. Yes, no matter what, Luo Feng and Wandong are just good seeds. In the northern military sector of Jiangnan City, Luo Feng and Yang Wu, who have already changed into casual clothes, were chatting as they walked. Crazy, there was something wrong with Wandong's look as he glanced at you. Just now, he even said he wanted to compete with you and see who can become a warlord first. Yang Wu said confusedly. Who knows what's going on? It seems like Wan Dong already sees me as an opponent. Luo Feng was also suspicious towards Wan Dong's words. What he didn't know was that after Wan Dong listened to Wang Heng's words, Wan Dong has already treated Luo Feng as his first opponent. I gotta tell my family that I passed the exam. Luo Feng smiled as he took out his cell phone. Brother Yang, you have to notify your family about the results too. Yup. Yang Wu laughed as he nodded. Luo Feng and Yang Wu both called their family's home phone. In one of Jiangnan City's 8 major cities, Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector. Honghua, your family's Luo Feng will surely be able to pass this time's fighter combat exam. Parents Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan pushed their son Luo Hua's wheelchair and chatted with a balding old man. Is the fighter combat exam dangerous? Gong Xianlan couldn't help but to ask. My family's Feng said there was no danger, but we checked online and we read that it actually was dangerous. Yes, it is a bit dangerous, the balding old man nodded. According to what my son said, in a typical fighter combat exam, there's usually a 3 to 5 death rate and around a 5 to 8 chance to become disabled. In other words, over 100 prospective fighters are trashed. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan exchanged glances, both of them extremely anxious. Your family's Feng is surely absolutely fine, so take it easy, laughed the balding old man. Yes, yes, Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan nodded. Although they did that on the outside, the husband and wife pair were still incredibly anxious inside. Luo Hua said nothing as he sat on his wheelchair, but his fists were tightly clenched. Suddenly, a cheerful ringtone started ringing, and Mother Gong Xianlan took her cell phone out of her pocket and let out a face of joy as she looked at the cell phone. She said, "It's Feng's phone number. Hurry up and answer it," said Luo Honghua. Luo Hua also stared at the phone, and even the balding old man smiled as he watched on the side. "Hello," Gong Xianlan answered. "Mom, I passed the fighter combat exam. I'll be able to return home tonight. So you better prepare good food." The sound carried from the cell phone and everyone around heard it. Father Luo Honghua laughed, and Luo Hua finally relaxed his clenched fist and laughed along. Great, great, Mom will definitely prepare lots of good food." Gong Xianlan was extremely excited. August 2nd, evening, Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector. Luo Feng is back. Congratulations. Congratulations, that fighter combat exam was easy as pie to Luo Feng. As Luo Feng walked, he smiled as he greeted several fighters. There are way fewer fighters than regular people in society in this Mingyu sector. All the families here are fighters. Not only that, but all of them have joined the dojo of limits, so naturally their relationship would be good. Mom, Dad. Luo Feng saw his parents and the home's nanny all standing in front of the door to home. Let's eat, let's eat." Luo Honghua immediately started laughing. That night Luo Feng and his family had a great time, since starting from now, from the perspective of the law, Luo Feng is officially a fighter. Until after 11 p.m. inside Luo Feng's recording room on the second floor of his home. They said that after you become an official fighter, you can enter the dojo of Limit's internal fighter network. Luo Feng was a bit excited. Some special internal networks require a special identification to enter. Only the fighters of the dojo of Limits have the right to enter the internal fighter network. Home of Limits. And as long as you're a fighter, you'll be able to log into the HR Alliance channel. Home of Limits. Luo Feng typed in the URL through his keyboard. After a moment, a large screen that was easily 200 inches appeared on one of the walls of the video recording room. The screen immediately displayed the website Home of Limits. Beep. Luo Feng finished validating his fingerprint. Elegant music like a flowing river played throughout the video room. At the same time, the large screen showed the profiles of individual people. One of those profiles had Luo Feng's photo on it, and below it was this information. Form. Name Luo Feng. Sex male. Address Jiangnan City, China. Fighter identification number 4261232056080100002. Level Warrior Intermediate. Contribution 0 points. Balance 200,000,000 Chinese dollars. In the silent video room, Luo Feng sipped a bit of his fresh brewed tea. His gaze, however, was focused on the huge screen on the wall of the video recording room. 20 million Chinese dollars, the money that the dojo of Limits promised to me, certainly did arrive. There were a row of buttons on the very top of the web page. One of them continuously flashed and read, "You have 2 new messages." Luo Feng's finger lightly tapped the wireless keyboard's touch screen to open the messages. HUA. The first message opened and a video message came out. "Hello, Mr. Luo Feng." A middle-aged man wearing a black suit appeared on the huge screen. He smiled as he said, "I am Chief Xu Ji's assistant. I'm sure you have already seen the 20 million that Chief Xu Ge promised you to. Buy your blade, agility, and technique scrolls. You can purchase them through the internal network as long as their price doesn't exceed 100 million. The internal network will transfer the payments to the Dojo of Limits, so you won't have to pay. However, if the cost exceeds 100 million, then Mr. Luo Feng will have to pay the exceeding part at the same time. I represent the chief to congratulate Mr. Luo Feng's success in the fighter combat exam." After that was said, the video came to an end. "The Dojo of Limits is treating me quite well." Luo Feng opened the second message. This message also contained a video. "Hello, respected new fighter Luo Feng. I represent the Dojo of Limits, and I welcome you to our large family." A kind-faced woman smiled as she said, "This is your first time entering the Dojo of Limits internal network. Home of Limits allow me to tell you how to use the various functions of the Home of Limits. First, in the Home of Limits, you can purchase various weapons, techniques, agility scrolls, and offensive scrolls like blade scrolls, spear scrolls, sword scrolls, etc. There are also heated weapons, transportation tools, protective gears, communication systems, special bombs, special medicines, genetic medicines. There are even some rare ingredients and treasures. As long as you have enough money, you can buy all of them. Once you pay, the good will arrive within 24 hours. Through the Limit Home, you can even ask for a warlord or even a war god fighter to tutor you one-on-one through the internet. Likewise, you have to be able to pay the money. The girl in the video smiled and said, "If you have enough contribution points, then all the goods described above will be half price." Luo Feng was shocked after hearing this. Half. So as long as he has enough contribution points, a good that's worth 100 million can be bought for 50 million. There sure are many places to use these contribution points. However, his contribution points still remain at 0 right now. There are many uses for contribution points. Not only can you buy goods with them, but once you reach a certain point, you can use them to call the special forces of the dojo of limits. The girl in the video smiled and said, higher contribution points represents more power, benefits, and authority in my dojo of limits. There are two main ways to earn contribution points. First, you can kill monsters and pick certain materials from their bodies and sell these important materials to the dojo of limits. You can earn money and contribution points this way. Second, you can donate to the dojo of limits. The more you donate, the more contribution points you receive. The rate right now is 10,000 Chinese dollars for one contribution point in the donation system. The minimum donation is 10 million Chinese dollars, and the maximum amount a fighter can donate is 100 billion. In other words, through the donation system, you can earn up to 10 million contribution points. After Luo Feng heard this, he took a deep breath. There's a limit to donating. The maximum is 100 billion. They won't accept any more than that 100 billion Chinese dollars. It seems like the richest man in China only has a little more than 100 billion in the Forbes ranking for the wealthiest people on earth. The richest man only has like 120 billion American dollars, which is equivalent to 420 billion Chinese dollars. Of course, Forbes ranks only the surface. Some huge families' entire savings exceed some of the richest people. However, that's an entire family's savings. Mr. Luo Feng, let me remind you that the best way to earn contribution points is by hunting monsters. Not only can you earn contribution points, but also earn money. The girl in the video smiled and said, even though you have a large principal, don't buy things immediately. You can enter the fighters' discussion database and carefully learn some of the basic knowledge a fighter needs. This will help you when you're picking a scroll or buying a weapon. Finally, I hope Mr. Luo Feng can get to the very top of the fighters in our huge family in the dojo of limits. After saying that, the girl in the video bowed, and then the video ended. Luo Feng was speechless after listening. There is indeed a huge use for the internal network home of limits. The thing that attracts Luo Feng the most is that you could actually use money to get a warlord or even a war god level fighter to tutor you one-on-one through the internet. Even though he had 20 million Chinese dollars, Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to buy any of the weapons. He first tried to get used to the home of limits internal network. The home of limits website has many functions. There were a wide variety of different boards receiving missions, posting missions, chatting, training, and donating. However, the two largest boards that attracted Luo Feng were the fighter discussions and internet market boards. In the internet market, there were all sorts of Daoing technique scrolls, agility scrolls, blade scrolls, heated weapons, chilled weapons, genetic medicines, a Luo Wanxiang, etc. In a phrase, the internet market is a place to spend money. Fighter discussions. Luo Feng clicked into the board and saw a thread named Basic Fighter Knowledge Database. In this thread, there were no replies. It was just a huge amount of basic data. Spirit Reader, Spirit Reader. Luo Feng kept scrolling through the page as he tried to find some sort of introduction on spirit readers. Finally, it's this. Luo Feng saw a section, a basic sketch on spirit readers. Fellow brothers, since it seems to me that people know very little about spirit readers, let me give a basic introduction. After Luo Feng read this first sentence, he laughed. It was clear that this so-called fighter database was just a bunch of posts from fighters put together. It wasn't formal at all. Spirit readers could be called the most feared group in the circle of fighters. First, you can't train to become a spirit reader. Every spirit reader is naturally gifted and awakened by themselves. The language used in the post was quite casual. Before they awaken, they might just be a regular fighter. However, once they awaken, then they'll be off the charts. Why are they off the charts? Well, first, there are two types of spirit readers. One type has the power of telekinesis. In other words, they can control a needle or a blade and use them to conduct long-ranged attacks. The objects controlled by their telekinesis is way more powerful than the bullets from a type-heavy sniper rifle. The bullets from a sniper rifle are almost always straight. However, there are no rules to the objects that the spirit reader controls. Not only can they move freely, but their damage is also different. For example, there are limits to the damage that the bullets of a machine gun or a type-heavy sniper rifle can do. A top-grade sniper rifle will have trouble killing a basic-level commander. However, the power of a needle or blade that the spirit reader controls grows stronger with their spiritual force. There are many spirit readers that can kill horde leaders. TL note in case you forgot, last mentioned in Vol. 2ch10, but since I haven't been translating for a while, that was quite a long time ago. The monsters have 3 different ranks: soldiers, commanders, and horde leaders. Other than the type that uses telekinesis, the second type directly uses their spiritual force to attack. This type is more mysterious. They directly attack the monster's soul, and once they succeed, the monster will die without a single wound on their body. However, attacking a soul is pretty hard, so I heard that spirit readers that know of the spiritual attack technique are extremely rare. Other than the telekinesis and spiritual attack techniques, there are legendary spirit readers that know more techniques. It's just that I'm not too sure of those. Luo Feng read word by word, not even missing a single point. However, the thing I'm most jealous of is the rate of growth of the spirit readers. Spirit readers naturally have a powerful spiritual force. It's just that when they are young, their bodies can't handle all of that spiritual force, so it sleeps within their subconsciousness. When their body gets stronger and stronger, until it reaches a certain level, the spiritual force will show itself. The stronger the body, the more spiritual force it can withstand. The fighter levels of warrior: beginner, intermediate, advanced, warlord. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, and war god. Beginner, intermediate, advanced. 9 different levels in all. Body fitness level usually has a difference of 2 levels compared to spiritual force. For example, if someone's fitness level is at the level of a beginner warrior, then that spirit reader would usually be an advanced warrior. If their body was at the level of an intermediate warrior, then that spirit reader would be a beginner warlord. Spirit readers have extremely rapid growth periods. Since a spirit reader naturally has a very powerful spiritual force, it just sleeps in their subconsciousness. Whenever their body gets stronger, the sleeping spiritual force will show more of itself. The stronger the body, the stronger the spiritual force, until one day, when all of the sleeping spiritual force has showed itself. After that happens, the growth rate of a spirit reader will start to slow down. When Luo Feng read this part, he couldn't help but to hesitate. So, when a spirit reader gets stronger, it actually just means that the sleeping spiritual force is showing itself. Only with a strong body can you withstand enough spiritual force. So a spirit reader's potential depends on how much spiritual force they have within them. Sometimes the sleeping spiritual force takes the shape of a liquid substance, or a half-solid, half-liquid substance. Sometimes they're even completely solid. According to legend, if the spiritual force takes the shape of a solid, then the spiritual force is extremely great. They're the ones with the most potential out of all the spirit readers. As their body grows, the spiritual force in the solid will continuously release, which makes them even stronger. Until one day, when the solid completely dissolves, will their rapid growth. Period. End. Luo Feng suppressed his excitement and continued reading until he finished the entire thing. After that, Luo Feng continued to search the database and managed to find 2 more introductions on spirit readers. What they outlined were pretty much the same, so it looks like they're true. Luo Feng nodded. Then the dark, golden ball in my consciousness should be a large amount of spiritual force in the form of a solid. I'm sure lucky to have survived my awakening. Luo Feng was amazed. According to what he read in the 3 posts introductions, when a spirit reader awakens, a huge amount of powerful spiritual force explodes in their subconsciousness. If their awakening fails, then they might become retarded, a vegetable human, or even die of blood loss. No wonder I had a slight headache almost every day of my childhood. I even had a few comas. Luo Feng realized it looks like that was because my body was too weak and couldn't handle my powerful spiritual force, which caused the headaches. Now that my fitness level has rose, the headaches became less frequent. Now, my headaches are completely non-existent. Ever since Luo Feng awakened, his headaches disappeared. I can't believe that dark, golden ball was the form my spiritual force is taking. I wonder how much spiritual force is inside that, wondered Luo Feng. Luo Feng went through many posts in the fighter discussion board, such as 50 frequently asked questions on hunting monsters, basic wilderness survival knowledge, how to avoid angering horde leader level monsters, 28 ways to escape. All sorts of posts. Reading these allowed Luo Feng to learn a lot and also understand the hardships of a fighter. Fighters may have high positions in society, but they put their lives on the line for it. Yes, these posts sure have a point. Technique, attacks, and Daoing techniques. These 3 major scrolls are the most important to fighters. The Daoing techniques determine how much their strength rises, while techniques and attacks determine their combat strength. Luo Feng read the post and agreed these 3 scrolls are indeed the most important to a fighter. If you have money, you should throw them at these 3 scrolls. No wonder the Dojo of Limits allowed me to have these 3 scrolls for free. Luo Feng knew that the Dojo of Limits obviously wanted their own fighters to become stronger. Let's go in the internet market and see what's there. Luo Feng tapped the touch screen of the wireless keyboard and entered the web page of the internet market board. Suddenly, all sorts of specific classifications for goods appeared on the large screen on the wall of the video room. Luo Feng picked scroll. After pressing attack type 3 times, the screen suddenly showed photos of the scrolls, their names, and their prices. Destroyer type, spear rating, legendary price, 100 billion Chinese dollars. Full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars. Half price requirement, 4-star. Contribution rank 9 stage. Thunderblade type, blade rating, legendary price, 100 billion Chinese dollars. Full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars. Half price requirement, 4-star. Contribution rank Phantom Blade Secrets, Type Blade Rating SS Price, 10 billion Chinese dollars full price, 5 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement 3. Star Contribution Rank. Mist Sword Type Blade Rating S Price, 3 billion Chinese dollars full price, 15 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement 3 star. Contribution Rank. When Luo Feng saw the large list of scrolls, his eyes widened. Holy shit, they even sell the world's strongest fighter's Hong Spear. Technique Destroyer, and this 9-stage Thunderblade is the technique of the second strongest fighter, Thunderlord Luo Feng, was immediately attracted to the very top of the page, where the spear and blade techniques were rated legendary. However, the price of them left him wide-eyed. They all cost 100 billion. And a half price of 50 billion requires a contribution rank of 4 stars. A 4-star contribution rank, doesn't that mean 10 million contribution points? Luo Feng was very clear on the different contribution ranks. 10,000 contribution points represents 1 star. 100,000 contribution points represents 2 stars. 1,000 contribution points represents 3 stars. 10,000 contribution points represents 4 stars. Once you reach 50,000 contribution points, you reach the legendary 5-star rank. To reach the 5-star rank is virtually impossible. The difficulty is way too high. TL note: yes, I know 1,000 is a million, but I thought it would be nice to easily see the increments of 10 like the original version. Destroyer, the name of the world's strongest attack technique. Luo Feng pressed Destroyer, and was curious about the overall introduction for the Destroyer. Since this is the world's strongest spear attack, most of the fighters that see this scroll would want to see an overview. Luo Feng stared. There were even more prices inside the web page for the Destroyer scroll. Destroyer, all 6 levels, price 100 billion Chinese dollars full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars half price requirement, 4-star contribution rank. Destroyer, first 5 levels, price 40 billion Chinese dollars full price. 20 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement, 4-star contribution rank. Destroyer first 4 levels, price 15 billion Chinese dollars full price. 75 billion Chinese dollars, half price requirement, 3-star contribution rank. Destroyer first level price, 200 million Chinese dollars full price, 100 million Chinese dollars, half price requirement, 1-star contribution rank. What, you can even buy this scroll in parts? Luo Feng thought for a bit. Indeed, for an ultimate spear technique like the Destroyer, who could afford the entire thing? That price is practically sky high, and even if someone does buy it, they have to start from the first level, and how many fighters can actually train to the 6th level? Probably most fighters will be stuck on the first level for their entire lives. They'll never be able to start training on the 2nd level. This ultimate scroll, no wonder it's the strongest fighter's attack technique. Luo Feng stared at the introduction. I can't believe this spear technique is actually a package. If you buy this scroll, you basically buy both a technique scroll and an attack scroll. Luo Feng was envious. Sadly, he trains with a blade, and he couldn't afford a price like that in the first place. 9-stage Thunderblade like the Destroyer is also an ultimate scroll. Luo Feng immediately opened the 9-stage Thunderblade's website. If we say Luo Feng looked at the Destroyer scroll for the sake of curiosity, then he'll be looking at the 9-stage Thunderblade with expectation and desire. 9-stage Thunderblade, this is the scroll that a blade-wielding fighter would want the most. Luo Feng looked at the description. The description says that the 9-stage Thunder Blade is the hardest blade technique to learn on Earth. Even though it's called a blade technique, it also incorporates agility and a unique Dao Yin technique. So the reason why the 9-stage Thunder Blade is hard to learn is because it requires too much strength, reflex, etc. from your body. A blade technique also has agility and a Dao Yin technique. Luo Feng was overjoyed. If the price isn't absurd, then he can buy it. Luo Feng looked closely at the price. 9-stage Thunder Blade, all 9 stages, price 100 billion Chinese dollars. Full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars. Half price requirement, 4-star. Contribution rank. 9-stage Thunder Blade, first 8 stages, price 50 billion Chinese dollars. Full price, 25 billion Chinese dollars. Half price requirement, 4-star. Contribution rank. 9-stage Thunder Blade, first 5 stages, price 2 billion Chinese dollars. Full price, 1 billion Chinese dollars. Half price requirement, 3-star. Contribution rank. 9-stage Thunder Blade, first 4 stages, price 500 million Chinese dollars. Full price, 250 million Chinese dollars. Half price requirement, 2-star. Contribution rank. 9-stage Thunder Blade, first 3 stages, price 200 million Chinese dollars. Full price, 100 million Chinese dollars. Half price requirement, 2-star. Contribution rank. 9-stage Thunder Blade, first 2 stages, price 100 million Chinese dollars. Full price, 50 million Chinese dollars. Half price requirement, 2-star. Contribution rank. 9-stage Thunder Blade, first stage, price 50 million Chinese dollars. Full price, 25 million Chinese dollars. Half price requirement, 2-star. Contribution rank. When Luo Feng saw these prices, it was clear that the 9-stage Thunder Blade had a full 9 stages, and its price was a bit cheaper than the Destroyer S. Luo Feng raised his eyebrow. At the bottom of the website there was an alert written in red letters. 9-stage Thunder Blade is an ultimate blade technique and is extremely hard to learn and begin. There are tons of fighters all over the planet who have tried to learn this technique but couldn't even get into the first stage. When picking this technique, please be careful. When Luo Feng saw this alert, he hesitated. Apparently this technique is very hard to learn. However, if you manage to successfully learn it, then its power is immensely high. Buy it or not, since this is not a small number at all. In the dim video room, the large screen was displaying the introduction of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, while Luo Feng silently sat on the couch as he contemplated if he really was going to buy the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Then it wouldn't be a small number at all. The amount of money he would spend would be sky high for even a fighter. If I'm going to train, then I'm going to train in the best one. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and his eyes flashed. I don't believe that I won't be able to learn this. Ever since he was little, Luo Feng has always been seriously training bitterly. I'm a spirit reader, and my hidden spiritual force in my subconsciousness has taken the form of a dark, golden ball. My strength will surely have a period of rapid growth. I just don't believe that I won't be able to successfully learn the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Luo Feng has always had a belief, which is the belief that the dojo of limits instructors teach their students pursue your limits, surpass your limits. There was also another saying, a fighter that doesn't want to become the world's strongest fighter isn't a qualified fighter. 9-stage Thunder Blade, I know I can successfully learn it. Luo Feng took a Deep breath and lightly tap the display. Please confirm whether or not you want to purchase the first 3 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade. You need to pay 100 million Chinese dollars in. Alert appeared on the large screen since it's Luo Feng's first purchase. According to his contract with the Dojo of Limits, he can ignore the contribution rank requirement for the half-price deal. Confirm. Luo Feng tapped it. Please confirm your identity via fingerprint to confirm. Again, a reminder appeared on the screen. Luo Feng put his finger on the wireless keyboard's fingerprint scanner. Beep. Identity confirmed. Purchase successful. Discount successful. The first 3 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade will arrive at Mr. Luo Feng's home within 24 hours. Consecutive notices appeared on the screen. TL note: I kept changing the scroll names because I kept forgetting what I technique from now on. Instead of technique, I'm just going to say agility. Attack and Dowing technique will remain the same. Sorry for any confusion that may have caused. Luckily, my contract allows my first purchase to ignore the contribution rank restriction. Luo Feng felt his heart pounding rapidly. It couldn't be helped. This was 100 million Chinese dollars. Buying Zhang Haobai's line of villas would be easy. Furthermore, Luo Feng's family was always poor. One could imagine how he felt to use 100 million all up at once. Thankfully this isn't my money. Luo Feng grinned. The scroll purchasing was a success. Next, buying weapons, battle uniform, etc. I have a principal of 20 million. I'll try to save where I can. Luo Feng opened the list of weapons and quickly found the 2nd series Ghost Blade. Ghost Blade 2nd series, Model A1. Price 100,000 Chinese dollars. Full price 50,000 Chinese dollars. Half price requirement 1 star. Contribution rank. Ghost Blade 2nd series, Model A2. Price 500,000 Chinese dollars. Full price 250,000 Chinese dollars. Half price requirement 1 star. Contribution rank. 2nd series, Model A5. Price 6 million Chinese dollars. Full price 3 million Chinese dollars. Half price requirement 1 star. Contribution rank. Luo Feng looked carefully at the model's descriptions and couldn't help but to frown. My strength rises at a rapid rate. Now I'm sure that my body fitness level will rise to the border of an advanced level warrior soon. Since I'm buying a weapon, I should try to buy a good one. If it was a regular intermediate level warrior, he can just purchase either the A2 or A3 model. You only have to donate $10,000 to get 1 contribution point. The so-called 1 contribution point is to differentiate between the fighters from your own dojo and those from outside. The Dojo of Limits owns an internal network home of Limits internet market, but they also have an actual fighter market. Fighters outside of the dojo can buy their goods too, but they must pay the full price. With my rate of growth, I'll have to buy at least an A5 or A6 model Ghost Blade. Nodded Luo Feng, but these models require a 1-star contribution rank. A 1-star rank is 10,000 contribution points. His first purchase ignored the contribution rank restriction and he managed to buy the scroll with the best price. However, this kind of offer only lasted for his first scroll purchase. His weapons, battle uniform, etc. won't have these kinds of deals at all. Ghost Blade Model A6's full price is 20 million. Model A5's full price is 6 million. Luo Feng shook his head. The A5 model can fight most of the medium level commander monsters without worrying about the weapon breaking. The A6 Model weapon can fight most of the high-level commander monsters without worrying about the weapon breaking. With his current rate of growth, an earlier model weapon is clearly not suitable. Buy them at full price, too expensive. Luo Feng shook his head. Let's check the shields. Luo Feng opened up the web page for the shields, and as he looked closely, he noticed that the price of the shields were way lower than the Blade's 8B5 model that can block a medium-level commander, costs 3 million Chinese dollars at full price and 1.5 million Chinese dollars at half price. However, the contribution rank requirement is also 1 star. Bag. When living in the wilderness and fighting with monsters, the type of bag you carry with you is also special. First, the bag itself needs to be high quality, and it shouldn't hinder the fighter's movements when he fights with monsters. The cheapest bag requires only 1 contribution point. A better one is only $10,000. Luo Feng let out a smile. A tactical communications watch has time, GPS, a phone, and many more functions. The price is not bad too, only $10,000 in reality. Those functions aren't worth that much money in the market nowadays. The phones that cost a few $100s can also make calls, show time, and have a GPS system built into them. The only reason it costs $10,000 is because the material it's made out of is expensive. When fighting with a monster, their claws might touch the watch. The watch has to be sturdy enough to withstand a monster's attack, so how could it be cheap? I already checked out the blade, shield, watch, and bag. Now there's only one thing left: the battle uniform, including the boots. Luo Feng already heard that the battle uniform is the most expensive gear on the fighter, because not only does the defense have to be good, but it also has to be comfortable and not get in the way of the fighter's dodging. Luo Feng opened it to see. Holy! So expensive. Luo Feng was dumbfounded, even though it's a D5 edition battle uniform that includes bracers and boots as a set and can deflect a medium-level commander. The full price is 18 million Chinese dollars, and the half price is 9 million. The D6 requires 80 million Chinese dollars for the full price. I knew that the battle uniforms were expensive, but I didn't know that the 5th series battle uniform is 3 times more expensive than the blade of the same series. Now, for the calculations. If we use the 5th series for all of them, the entire battle uniform set is 18 million, the ghost blade is 6 million, the shield is 3 million, so 27 million. Total. If he had a 1-star contribution rank, then he would only need 13.5 million. The prices tactical communications watch and the bag are nothing compared to the battle uniforms. I still want to buy some throwing knives that I could control with my spiritual force. I should buy at least 6 or 10 of them. Luo Feng opened the throwing knives page. Throwing knives are just some small items. They are small in size and low in weight, so naturally they should be way cheaper than the ghost blade. A 5th series throwing knife is only 50,000 Chinese dollars for the full price. 6th series, 300,000 Chinese dollars for the full price. 7th series, the full price is an astounding 3 million Chinese dollars, and half price is 1.5 million. Requirement: 2-star contribution rank, a full 10x increase if you put enough strength behind it. A 7th series throwing knife can easily harm a low-level horde leader monster. The difference between a commander and a horde leader is huge, but who knew that the weapons prices will have such a huge difference too? My spiritual force is powerful and it'll continue to grow rapidly. I was planning on buying a 7th series throwing knife, but one knife is 3 million. And the half price requirement is a 2-star contribution rank if I buy 5 or 6. That's already more than 10 million. How can I afford this? This money isn't even enough at all. Luo Feng thought that a principal of $20 million was plenty, but he realized that a fighter's equipment is absurdly expensive. What Luo Feng didn't know was that the prices weren't absurd at all. A horde leader level monster can't even be killed by a guided missile for a throwing knife to be able to pierce them. One could guess how high the quality of the knife must be. One knife for 3 million is reasonable. When fighters spend money to buy their equipment, they have to spend a lot. However, they also earn a ton of money when hunting monsters. Sadly, Luo Feng hasn't started making money yet. At around 10 a.m. on the second day, Mingyu sector, a stranger came to Luo Feng's villa's garden. Mr. Luo Feng, here is the scroll you purchased. Your fingerprint will be able to open it. Luo Feng accepted the scent-sealed alloyed box and slid his finger across the top of the alloyed box. Beep. Fingerprint test passed. A metallic sound arose and the alloyed box opened up. A book that was around 1 cm thick was inside. There were also 2 discs on the book. 9-stage Thunderblade. Luo Feng saw the 4 words on the book. Mr. Luo Feng, try opening it after confirming, please sign, said the delivery boy as he smiled, but there was a bit of admiration in his eye as he looked towards Luo Feng. 9-stage Thunderblade. The average fighter couldn't afford this. Mr. Luo Feng, I'm sure you're aware of the taboos that come with your purchase. The delivery boy smiled. According to the rules, I'll say them. The ownership of the scroll goes to the creator of the scroll. 9-stage Thunderblade is copyrighted by Thunder God. People who have purchased it only have the right to learn it, but not the right to teach it. You are not allowed to copy it and sell it or teach it privately. If someone breaks the rule, the Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the Underground Alliance, and the government will work together to hunt them down. Luo Feng nodded. Of course he knew this rule. After confirming, the delivery boy left. Just this one scroll and 2 discs is worth 100 million Chinese dollars. Luo Feng stood in his garden and was amazed. Seems like making a scroll makes the most money. For example, if more people buy Thunder God's 9-stage Thunder Blade, then he earns more money. After calculating for a bit, it's not hard to find out how much money Thunder God makes. However, for Thunder God, the creator of the Thunder Dojo, money probably doesn't mean much to him. Right when Luo Feng was about to enter his home with his scroll, Luo Feng, a voice arose. Luo Feng turned his head, and the person who came to visit was the Dojo of Limits chief instructor Wu Tong. Uncle Wu. Luo Feng laughed. I just saw the delivery guy at headquarters. You buy something? Wu Tong laughed. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. 9-stage Thunderblade. Wu Tong looked at the 4 words on the scroll in Luo Feng's hands and was shocked. You actually could afford this. Scrolls were strictly controlled by all the large powers on Earth. The money I spent wasn't my money anyway. Luo Feng laughed and randomly said. However, I found out that I really don't have enough money to spend. Blades, battle uniforms, etc. require so much money. Oh yeah, Luo Feng, I came here to tell you something. Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed as he said, not too long ago, wasn't there a young man named Zhang Haobai who offended you? Luo Feng was startled. Zhang Hao by Luo Feng didn't even have a chance to get back at him yet. Yeah, he got someone to try and break my arms and legs in the past, nodded Luo Feng. Well, it's like this. Zhang Hao Bai's uncle, Zhang Zhe, who is a fighter from the Thunder Dojo. He asked the chief instructor of the Thunder Dojo here in Yangzhou City to help resolve this. He wants to resolve this matter privately with you. Chief instructor Wu Tong laughed. Luo Feng, aren't you low in money? This is a big chance to earn money. You could take advantage of this opportunity to earn a ton. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. In the fighter discussion board in the Home of Limits, there were many posts about grudges between fighters. For example, in China, fighters in the 6 major headquarters are under the government's control and are subject to law. However, once they leave the city and enter the monsters area, there was no law to resolve anything. That was a place where fighters and monsters fight, a place with no laws. The fighters all walked on the border between life and death, so cases where fighters kill each other over their conflicts are common. All the large dojos, the government, etc. don't want to see this kind of thing happen. Fighters are the wealth of humans. They're the only thing they have that can fight against monsters. They don't want the fighters to have any internal feuds, so from this came the internal negotiations which settled the arguments. People have grudges, okay, let's settle them at the table to end them. It's another saying if there is absolutely no way to resolve them. Luo Feng, you're still a rookie that just entered the circle of fighters. It's best to not make any enemies, smiled Chief Instructor Wu Tong as he said. You also need money right when you start. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. If they can resolve it, then so be it, Uncle Wu. I can't let Zhang Hao buy off easily. If I was weak, then my legs and arms would have been broken. But of course, nodded Wu Tong as he said, if we don't let them bleed, they might think my dojo of limits is afraid of them. Uncle Wu, what price do you think I should offer? Asked Luo Feng. He didn't know the rules, so he thought it would be better to get some advice. After pondering, Wu Tong said, if it was just a regular person who messed with you, then you shouldn't go past 50 million Chinese dollars, and Luo Feng, you are an elite of our dojo of limits, so you shouldn't go too low either. No lower than 10 million Chinese dollars, between 10 to 50 million, you can just randomly pick a number. Okay. Luo Feng nodded his head as he considered his choices. If you agree, then I'll tell them to come over tonight to meet us, laughed Wu Tong. Okay, thanks Uncle Wu, laughed Luo Feng as he nodded. Luo Feng first returned home to put his 9-stage Thunderblade scroll away and then entered the internal network Home of Limits to try and find some information on private negotiations between fighters. Oh, so it's like this. Reputation also ties in with this payment money. Luo Feng consecutively read many posts and finally felt that he had an idea about what tonight's negotiations would be like. Feng, it's time to eat. Mother Gong Xian Lan's voice came from downstairs. Coming, Mom. Luo Feng turned off the power and then headed downstairs. In the living room downstairs, his father and mother were carrying the plates and bowls around while the maid cooked. Where's Luo Hua? Asked Luo Feng doubtfully. He still hasn't returned. Right now, there are 2 hired maids, both around 40 years old. One of them was hired just to take care of Luo Hua, since it would be more convenient for Luo Feng with someone looking over his brother. He can go outside more. Your brother is at the Lotus Flower Lake Park. He just called to tell us. He'll be here soon, said Father Luo Hongua as he smiled. How come brother has been going to that park all the time these days? Asked Luo Feng. Mother Gong Xian Lan laughed softly on the side. Feng, your brother has a girlfriend. Girlfriend. Luo Feng was surprised even though there were many handicapped people in society these days, for example, the soldiers who fought in the army and came back crippled from fighting monsters. Although handicapped people can also get into relationships, marry, and have children, but Luo Hua hasn't even been here for over a month yet. In such a short time in a relationship. Feng, don't listen to your mother, your brother is spending time with a girl. But they aren't at that point yet, laughed Luo Hongua. Who cares, it's good if he can get into a relationship. Luo Feng was happy inside. No matter what the result of this relationship is, it's an experience of life. This experience is good for him. Yangzhou City's En region, Sky Garden sector. TL note, if any of you actually still remember from Ball 1ch 1415, I wrongfully wrote G and sector for the location of the Sky Garden sector. It's supposed to be E, and sorry about that. Uncle Zhang Haobai looked at his uncle Zhang Zhe, who Zhang Haobai went through these recent days in a state of fear and nervousness. He was even afraid that someone from the security agency will come and snatch him away. Who, as long as we can keep Haobai, it's okay if we go through some pain. Zhang Zheilong couldn't help but to say. Bro, rest assured. Zhang Zhe, who was very large and muscular, and he gave off a feeling of an unrivaled, ferocious beast. Zhang Zhe, who grinned and showed his snow-white teeth, that little rabbit. Luo Feng, just a rookie fighter. All he did was fight the weakest monsters raised by the military to become a fighter. He should know the rules. Those who shouldn't have caused trouble, actually caused trouble. Messing with the mountain tiger is asking for death. TL note, this is basically his nickname, which will be mentioned again later. Seeing how his uncle was so confident, Zhang Zheilong and Zhang Haobai let out a sigh of relief. Alright, leave it to me, I'll be going. After waving, Zhang Zhe who headed out. Outside was a heavy, six-wheeled, remodeled Hummer. There was even someone inside waving out and smiling as he shouted, Brother Hu, ready? Yup, go and pick up Old Li, and then we'll head to the dojo of limits. Zhang Zhe who got on the car and waved as he said, Alright. The Hummer let out a low, powerful noise and swiftly left the Sky Garden sector. Around evening, in Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector's limit hall second floor's lobby, Luo Feng and his group were there. Feng, what a coincidence, your Uncle Kong and Big Brother Chen are here. Laughed Wu Tong loudly. Luo Feng also greeted the two people beside Wu Tong. One of them seemed extremely skinny and had a scar on his face that looked like it cut his face in half. Just looking at him strikes fear in you. The other man was a burly man who you could tell was enthusiastic just by looking at him. Brother Chen, Uncle Kong, yelled Luo Feng. These two people weren't ordinary people in the limit hall here in Yangzhou City. There were three warlord-level fighters, Chief Instructor Wu Tong, Fire Cannon Chen Gu, and Hawk Blade Kong Quan. Wu Tong already retired from monster hunting, while Fire Cannon Chen Gu and Hawk Blade Kong Quan frequently leave the city to hunt monsters. These two people were the leading figures in the circle of fighters in the Mingyu sector. Feng, we already know about the situation. Rest assured, we'll stick out for you in this case, laughed Fire Cannon Chen Gu. Damn, no matter how cocky these Thunder Dojo people get, they won't mess with us. Yes, Hawk Blade Kong Quan slightly nodded. After a moment, The people from the dojo of Limits and the Thunder dojo sat on their respective sides in the lobby. There were at least 20 people on the dojo of Limits side, while there were just 8 people on the Thunder dojo's. Wu Tong, in this case, it is indeed whose nephew's fault, a large brute, laughed loudly as he said, but that nephew is just a small child, what does he understand? And he's just an ordinary person, not even a fighter, so no need to argue over such trivial things. Oldly, don't bring in those pointless things, laughed Wu Tong as he shaked his head. No matter how uncertain we are about this case, you guys came here to negotiate, right? Mountain Tiger, say something. Zhang Zehu, who is called Mountain Tiger in the circle of fighters, uses a gigantic two-handed machete. TL note, the first 2 characters for machete is and his nickname is. Since there's a character for mountain in it, I just decided to call him Mountain Tiger, but now you see where his nickname comes from. Chief Instructor Wu smiled Zhang Zehu as his gaze landed upon Luo Feng. For this case, we should let little Luo explain it himself. Little Luo, how should we go about solving this case in a way that satisfies you? Shut up. Hawk Blade, Kong Quan snapped. Luo Feng is a good brother in our dojo of Limits. Little Luo, he is qualified for you to call him by his name too. Zhang Zehu panicked. Hawk Blade Kong Quan was a ruthless man in the circle of fighters, so even Zhang Zehu doesn't want to anger him. Mr. Zhang Zehu. Luo Feng stood up and smiled. This case made many of my brothers stand up for me, so I'm a bit embarrassed, but for my own thoughts. Humph, that Zhang Hao by trying to break my arms and legs is a small matter. But he actually attacked my dad, and that is asking death. Luo Feng shouted as he glared. Zhang Zehu was shocked, and the fighters on the side of the dojo of Limits laughed. This Mountain Tiger Zhang Zehu was a senior fighter and is an advanced warrior, just one step away from the warlord level. Luo Feng actually dared to glare at him with such an attitude, which let the fighters on the side of the dojo of Limits understand his courage. Humph, Luo Feng, so what do you want to do? Speak. Zhang Zehu wasn't amused and had a bad face on. Zhang Zehu's anger, he really didn't care about it, just speaking about the present. Luo Feng's body fitness level is already high for an intermediate warrior, so he's nearing the advanced warrior level, and with his spiritual force added in there, he's already at least a beginner warlord level. One phrase, 50 million Chinese dollars. Luo Feng, will give you some face. And we can call this case off, smiled Luo Feng. You sure have a huge mouth. 50 million, glared Zhang Zehu. This price is high, frowned the Thunder Dojo's chief instructor, Li. Luo Feng just smiled and said nothing. The price isn't high, smiled the dojo of Limits chief instructor Wu Tong. Luo Feng, I'll give you a price, 5 million. I'll give you 5 million and we'll call off this case, and it'll still leave me some face, or else you aren't giving me, Zhang Zehu, any face. Zhang Zehu stared at Luo Feng. 5 million. The people on the side of the dojo of Limits frowned. Even if you are trying to give some face to Fire Cannon Chenggu and Hawk Blade Kong Quan, you shouldn't offer such a low price. If the price is too low, you aren't giving any face. Or else I'm not giving you any face. Luo Feng glared. Zhang Zehu, let me say something also. 50 million, no less. If you're even $1 off, then prepare to meet your nephew in the security agency. Zhang Zehu was enraged. He didn't think that this rookie Luo Feng wouldn't leave him any face at all. 50 million, no less. Zhang Zehu glared like he was about to eat someone. But Luo Feng didn't care. He read many posts on the limit home about this and knew that whoever lowers their head first is admitting defeat, and in this kind of situation, technically, if two people are of equal position, the side that made the mistake should apologize. And yet Zhang Zehu was assertive, clearly taking advantage of Luo Feng's status of a rookie. However, Luo Feng wasn't affected. "Okay, listen to me," the dojo of Limit's chief instructor Wu Tong spoke. "Luo Feng and Mountain Tiger, both of you back off 30 million Chinese dollars. Zhang Zehu, 30 million isn't that much to you, bring out that amount and we'll call it off." Luo Feng, you don't have any objections, right? Luo Feng nodded. "We'll do as Uncle Wu says." Mountain Tiger, Wu Tong looked towards Zhang Zehu. Everyone's gazes landed upon Zhang Zehu, and he angrily stood up and laughed. As he said, "Making me lower my head to a tiny rabbit in your dreams, Laoli. Brothers, let's go. If you don't want to resolve this, then you'll have to pay 100 million to protect your nephew." Wu Tong laughed softly. "I'd rather give the country 100 million than to give 30 million to resolve this." Zhang Zehu looked coldly towards Luo Feng and mocked, "Kiddo, being a fighter isn't that easy. After you leave the city, you'll see how scary monsters are. All of the scariest situations come without warning, and the monsters in the military camp don't even come close at all. Those monsters are raised by the military and are the weakest type. I hope you don't die too quickly, or else how would you come back to play with me, right? Let me remind you, I'm not too far off from the warlord level. How long will it take for you to reach the warlord level, and can you even survive for that long?" Luo Feng laughed. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang Zehu, for your care. However, you should think about how you're going to prepare 100 million to give to the country to protect your nephew." Zhang Zehu's face sank. "Let's go. 1 billion man, 1 billion fire cannon." Chen Gu purposefully shouted twice in a weird voice. Zhang Zehu's group spoke no further and left. Seeing how that group left, the people from the dojo of Limits started getting rowdy. This Zhang Zehu's temper is just as the rumors said, so bad it's indescribable. It's clearly his nephew's fault, and he still refused to lower his head. Wu Tong laughed as he shook his head. He would rather donate 100 million than pay 30 million to resolve it. The dojo has contribution points, and the country has contribution points too. Those who have contributed to the country receive contribution points. Depending on what they have done, 10,000 points is the 1-star rank, 100,000 points is the 2-star rank, which is the same as the dojo of Limits system. The year where one man, Dong Nan Bao, saved thousands of civilians by slaying the tiger head dragon was given a 4-star hero medal. Just like how you can donate to the dojo to earn contribution points, you can also donate to the country to earn contribution points. 10,000 Chinese dollars is 1 contribution point. 100 million Chinese dollars is 10,000 contribution points, which is the 1-star rank. If Zhang Zehu doesn't want to negotiate with Luo Feng, then the only solution left is to donate 100 million to the country for his nephew and let his nephew get the 1-star rank. As a 1-star ranked civilian, Zhang Haobai is granted special rights. He can't go to jail for too long just because of the conflict between him and Luo Feng. Even if he gives the country 100 million to make his nephew a 1-star civilian, a 1-star civilian will still have to go to jail for 3 to 5 months for going against a fighter and suffer a bit, said Fire Cannon Chen Gu as he shook his head. If he doesn't want to lower his head, then who can we blame? Guess he doesn't care, because he has money. The fighters of the dojo of limits laughed loudly. Luo Feng Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed, according to Chief Xu Ji's commands, we'll have to make arrangements for you to enter a warlord level fighter squad, this way you can train yourself more easily outside the city. It's also safer this way. I talked for you, and made the preparations for you to enter the Firehammer Squad. Firehammer Squad, Luo Feng nodded. That Chief Xu Gutong really values him. From the start, he let him join a warlord-level fighter squad. The squads that leave the cities and enter the wilderness to hunt monsters don't have an even skill level usually. If a team consists of just one warlord level fighter, then that squad counts as a warlord-level squad. Luo Feng Fire Cannon Chenggu patted Luo Feng's shoulder and laughed loudly. I'm the vice captain of the Firehammer Squad. I'll protect you when you're with me, but Luo Feng, I have to put out the ugly words first. Us members of the Firehammer Squad will definitely give you chances to train so you can get used to hunting monsters, but you have to work hard too and can't just keep hoping for help from the other members. If you can't adapt after the first mission, then we can only kick you out the squad. Brother Chen, I understand. Luo Feng laughed and nodded. A fighter squad lives on the border of life and death. If the squad has a burden, then the effect will be huge. If you understand, then I can relax. Also, Fire Cannon Chenggu laughed as he said, have you bought all of your weapons and equipment? Not yet. I'm preparing to buy some of the higher quality weapons and equipment, but for those, I need a 1-star contribution rank to buy them for half price. Luo Feng shook his head hopelessly. Fire Cannon Chenggu suddenly started laughing. This is simple. Tell me what you want to buy, and I'll buy them for you. You don't have enough contribution points, but I do. I'm not far from the 2-star contribution rank right now. I can buy them all for half price, and you can transfer the money to my account later, right? Yes. Chief Instructor Wu Tong nodded on the side. Equipment like cold or heated weapons can be bought by others without a problem. Of course, things like scrolls can't be bought by others for you. Luo Feng nodded. This he knew. For example, the 9-stage Thunder Blade that he bought will appear in the databases of the Dojo of Limits, Underground Alliance, the Thunder Dojo, etc. As Luo Feng has purchased the first 3 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. That way, Luo Feng can use the 9-stage Thunder Blade without a problem. However, if Yang Wu could use the 9-stage Thunder Blade, then once he gets caught, he'll be arrested, since that counts as copying and spreading the 9-stage Thunder Blade scroll, which violates the rights Thunder Lord has for this scroll. If you don't buy it, you don't have the right to practice it. If you let someone else buy something for you, the database will display that. Since there isn't any information on you buying the scroll, you can't practice it even if you get it. However, weapons and equipment don't have this kind of copyright restriction. Luo Feng, write down all the weapons and equipment you need and I'll buy them for you when I get back, said Chenggu. Okay. Luo Feng nodded and immediately went to write it down on a piece of paper. All Class 5 equipment. The battle uniform set's half price was 9 million. The second series, Ghost Blades, half price was 3 million. The 5th series shield was 1.5 million, and the 6th series throwing knives cost 1.5 million for a grand total of 15 million. With his bag and tactical communications watch, Luo Feng was set. Luo Feng's home's 2nd floor in the training area. Dawn's light shone through the window, which made the entire training area Bright Luo Feng was wearing a loose dojo uniform and kneeled on the floor. The training area was over 100 ping in size and was completely empty. It was just Luo Feng sitting in the middle, and in front of him was a scroll. 9-stage Thunderblade. Seems like the 9-stage Thunderblade is very difficult to learn. I wonder why. Luo Feng opened the scroll and looked at it. After turning to the first page of the 9-stage Thunderblade instruction manual. TL note: from now on, I'll change scrolls to instruction manuals. Speed was the largest and most prominent word on the page as if facing in. Approaching blade, Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. This instruction manual is just a copy of the 9-stage Thunderblade, but the copied handwriting was enough to freeze Luo Feng. One can imagine how horrifying the instruction manual's creator, Thunder Lord, is. Luo Feng continued reading. In all of martial arts, the only indestructible thing is speed. As your blade gets faster and approaches the limit, you'll be invincible. Luo Feng flipped to the title page and saw flamboyant handwriting. It's the same with Hong's Destroyer. His most powerful move also approaches the limits of speed. In just one move, the sky shakes and the earth shatters, leaving nothing behind. There is only one secret behind the 9-stage Thunderblade. I have created speed. Luo Feng flipped to the second page. How can speed have so much destructive force? First, if your blade can move faster than your opponent can react, you can slit their throat before they even raise their blade. Even if your strength is only a tenth of your opponent's, their throat cannot defend against your sharp blade, so speed allows you to attack your opponent's weak points. Next, speed can increase the power of your blade. Using the energy calculation formulas, a blade's attack power is equal to 0.5 mv2. In other words, in stable conditions, the faster the blade moves, the more energy it'll contain. Even a water column can pierce steel if fast enough. A piece of paper can cut steel. Speed can let you slip through your opponent's defense. Speed can make your blade indestructible, whether you look at it from the angle of striking weak points, or the angle of increasing destructive power. The best way is to increase your blade's speed. Luo Feng nodded as he read. Most of the fighters in today's society will understand this point. Only by increasing your speed to the extreme can you become the strongest. Many fighters understand this point, but those who are able to put this to practice are few. Within few, the words Thunder Lord wrote in the instruction manual were full of confidence. The 9-stage Thunder Blade I have created gives me the fastest blade on earth. It also gives me the highest speed and the strongest body. Luo Feng's eyes flashed as he read. The 9-stage Thunder Blade incorporates the agility technique Lu Guang, the entire Daoyin technique set 9-stage Hun Yuan, and the entire blade technique set Thunder Blade. Out of these three, the Daoyin technique is essential. TL note literally means flowing light. Only with the Daoyin technique can you achieve a more powerful body. Body fitness is the core. Blade technique and agility need continuous practice and understanding. Luo Feng kept flipping through. There were 3 volumes on the Daoyin technique in this instruction manual. According to the instruction manual's description, there were 9 volumes of the 9-stage Hun Yuan Daoyin technique. This instruction manual also only had the first 3 volumes of the blade technique and the agility technique. Luo Feng read the entire thing, word for word. After raising his head, the sunlight was sinister and the August sun shone through the windows, causing the entire training hall to dazzle even more. Amazing, just amazing. Luo Feng was completely sucked into the 9-stage Thunder Blade that thunder Lord had created. Even though he only has the first 3 stages, they were enough to make Luo Feng's jaw drop, comparing the tips on the internet with. This instruction manual was like comparing a firefly to the sun. I'll test this technique. Luo Feng solemnly put the instruction manual in the corner of the training hall and took out his ghost blade. The ghost blade made a chi sound as it was unsheathed. The entire ghost blade was 101 centimeters long. The blade itself was 78 centimeters long, and the blade's width was 52 centimeters. This blade was sharpened a while ago, and its main material was second-grade Koluo alloy. Even at half price, this blade costs 3 million and weighed 112 kilograms. Start. Luo Feng seemed to just stand still in the middle of the training hall, but the ghost blade in his hand continuously waved around. The 9-stage Thunder Blade technique relies on a special way to exert force. When a regular person swings their blade, you could say they use 100 of their strength, but in the 9-stage Thunder Blade training, only 70 of their strength is used in a swing. After unleashing the first stage of their attack, they'll force themselves to unleash another stage, also at 70 of their strength. 2 of these stages added together equals 140 strength. The 9-stage Thunder Blade has 9 stages. In the first stage, you can unleash another stage, which is 140 of the power. In the second stage, you can unleash 2 more stages, which is 210 of the power. In the third stage, you can unleash 3 more stages, which is 280 of the power. In the 9th stage, you can unleash 9 more stages, which is 720 of the power, which is 7 times your regular strength. What does this represent? It means that if a beginner warrior is able to learn up to the 9th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, then he can basically rival a beginner warlord. So difficult, just like the rumors said. This 9-stage Thunder Blade training is extremely difficult. Even the introductory part is so hard. Luo Feng continued to swing his blade hundreds of times. With each swing, he tries to build upon the basics of swinging and unleash the second stage of his swing. However, he's unable to do it. Too difficult. A swing of a blade ends in just a moment. In this moment, after the first time you use your strength to swing, you have to exert your force again, which is practically impossible. Looks like I can't be too greedy. In the first stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, there are 18 different blade techniques according to the instruction manual. If I practice these 18 techniques, I'll be able to realize the trick to unleashing the first stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Nodded Luo Feng. There's a saying that goes, after reading a book 100 times, the meaning will show itself. After practicing these 18 techniques many times, the meaning behind them will show itself. Feng, time to eat. Feng, hurry. Mom and Dad's voices carried from downstairs. Coming, Luo Feng put his ghost blade back into its scabbard and hung it onto the wall. After that, he put the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual into his personal room. It was only after doing this did Luo Feng go downstairs to eat. Time passed, and even though Luo Feng already joined the Fire Hammer squad, they were on break. Luo Feng used this opportunity to polish his 9-stage Thunder Blade technique, agility, and Dowing technique. That and the genetic energy training produced clear results. Luo Feng's fitness level clearly grew by a ton again. And for the 9-stage Thunderblade technique, Luo Feng still hasn't been able to learn the first stage. Even though he couldn't learn it, it was clear that Luo Feng has become more agile, and his control over his blade and power has improved a lot. Even though I still can't unleash another stage, but at least I'm able to control my muscles much better than before. Luo Feng stood alone in the training hall, and silently started putting on his battle uniform. He put 5 throwing knives on each of his thigh pockets, and he wore alloyed battle boots. He also had a vest on, which revealed his shoulders, and had wrist guards on both arms. He had his backpack, hexagonal shield, and ghost blade on his back. On his right wrist guard was his tactical communications watch. In his bag, he had some water and high-carb food prepared. Today, August 28th, is the first day I leave the city and officially begin a mission. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Indeed, today was the day that the Fire Hammer Squad departs. Luo Feng fire cannon Chenggu's yell came from outside. Coming, responded Luo Feng. He immediately ran downstairs and saw that his father Luo Honghua and mother Gong Xianlan were standing in the living room. His brother Luo Hua was in his wheelchair and also silently looking at Luo Feng. They knew that today was the day that Luo Feng was going to leave the city and enter the wilderness. The wilderness was what people called the land outside of the city, which includes ruined cities, suburbs, mountains, forests, lakes, etc. Luo Feng, be careful. Gong Xianlan couldn't help but to say, "Don't worry, Mom." Luo Feng laughed. He nodded at his father and then finally looked towards Luo Hua. "Bro, maybe when you come back, you'll be able to eat my wedding candy." Luo Hua suddenly started laughing. "Wedding candy, so fast? You haven't even known that young woman for 2 months yet," laughed Luo Feng. "If we're in a good relationship, who cares if it's quick?" Luo Hua laughed. "Alright, I'll come back to eat your wedding candy, so you better get a lot of good tasting ones for me." Luo Feng laughed and rubbed his brother's head. "Okay Dad, Mom, I'm off. I'll be back in a few days." After saying that, Luo Feng ran towards the door and met with Chenggu at the door of his villa. Luo Feng's family silently watched Luo Feng in his battle uniform leave swiftly with the brute, who was also fully equipped. "Let's go, Luo Feng, to the HR Alliance's market to meet up with the leader and the others, then we'll leave together towards the wilderness." "Yes, Brother Chen." Luo Feng swiftly headed towards the dojo of Limit's private car with Chenggu and another man with a steel spear on his back. In Jiangnan City, one of the 6 major headquarters in China, there was a skyscraper that was 88 stories tall and full of wealth. On the wall of the skyscraper were 2 very flashy English characters HR. Around the first floor of the skyscraper, there was a beautiful plaza which had the largest fountain in the city. Around the plaza, there were at least 1,000 soldiers patrolling with real guns, preventing any outsider from stepping even one step inside. Every pedestrian who passes by looks at the skyscraper in admiration. Most of the people in the entire city have never entered the area. Beep. An electronic sound rang. Within a moment, the patrolling soldiers immediately made way for a military SUV with HR on the car body. It stopped in front of the gate of the lobby. HUA, the door opened, and 3 fully armed fighters came out, either carrying a spear, a blade, and a hexagonal shield, or 2 metal boxes on their backs. "Mister, please enter." The doorman of the lobby's entrance greeted them respectfully. The three fighters immediately entered the skyscraper's lobby. "Let's go, Luo Feng, let's go sit at the bar at the side and wait for the captain and the others to come," Chengu laughed. "I still haven't seen the captain yet, I wonder what he looks like," laughed Luo Feng. At the same time, he observed the HR Alliance market. This was the underground alliance that was built by the power families and corporations all around the world. It acted as their headquarters in Jiangnan City, so this skyscraper was extremely extravagant. The lobby was full of eccentric people, even their simple accessories were out of the ordinary. The waiter in the lobby, the handsome men and the beautiful women, each of them had a refreshing smile. Luo Feng, Chengu, and the other member Zhang Ku all sat on the sofa. "What will you three be having?" smiled the waiter as he bowed while asking. "Tai Guanyin. Pu'er tea, with a hint of jasmine." Fire Cannon Chengu and Zhang Ku, these two senior fighters, spoke immediately, which shocked Luo Feng a bit. In the limit hall, these two drank alcohol frequently. Zhang Ku, whose biceps were bulging like a gorilla's, laughed as he said, "Luo Feng, the wilderness is dangerous, so we can't drink alcohol." Luo Feng suddenly came to, "Yes, you can't take the wilderness lightly. How could you drink alcohol now?" "I'll also have a cup of pu'er tea," laughed Luo Feng. A solemn, musical song was playing in the lobby. It was a piece played by a flute. As to what song it was, he couldn't tell. However, the song was soothing, yet energizing. It made one feel much more refreshed. "Luo Feng, the first floor is the resting area for guests. From the second floor and up, it's where items are sold." Chengu smiled. "In the underground alliance, the prices are lower than the full price of the things in the limit Home's internet market. Of course, it costs more than our half price." Luo Feng nodded. Half price was something that only the members of the dojo could enjoy. "The best thing about the Underground Alliance marketplace is that we can sell the ingredients we obtain from the monsters for a high price to them," explained Chengu. "If we sell the ingredients from hunted monsters to the dojo, we also earn contribution points, but the price is lower if we sell them to the Underground Alliance marketplace. We get more money, but no contribution points. Naturally, which one you decide to sell to is entirely up to you." Luo Feng laughed. As to this point, he already read some posts on the fighter discussion thread, so he knew this a long time ago. Selling to the dojo gives contribution points and money. Selling to the Underground Alliance marketplace gives only money, but a lot of it. "Brother Wang, you've already been working for the entire night. Take a break and leave it to me." A soft sound rang. Luo Feng, who was holding his teacup, suddenly turned his head as if he was shocked by electricity. At the bar, there was a young woman in a white, collared shirt and long black pants, who was changing positions with another manager. In this bar, there were 12 waiters and a manager. The bar was open 24 hours. And they had 8-hour shifts, so there were 3 different groups. Su Xi and Luo Feng looked with disbelief at the female manager, a professional woman who had an air of nobleness around her. There is no way an ordinary person can become the manager of the bar of the Underground Alliance's lobby. This is a place that was made just to serve fighters. Just to become a waiter, you would probably have to graduate from a prestigious college and undergo tons of training, not to mention a bar manager. Su Xian. How did that plain high school girl in the past change herself so dramatically? Brother Chen, Brother Zhang, I'm going to go over there for a bit. Luo Feng left his bag, shield, blade, etc. on the sofa, and he stood up smiling as he headed over to the bar. In the bar, Su Xian's head was lowered as she checked the supplies at the counter. Suddenly, Su Xian, a familiar voice rang. Su Xian was shocked. The people who knew her in the lobby usually called her manager Su, and usually the fighters don't know her name. How could someone call her Su Xian? And this voice sounds so familiar. Su Xian raised her head. At this time, Luo Feng's head was lowered as he looked into the bar, and Su Xian was half squatted as she finished checking the wine and raised her head. Their gazes met. Luo Feng and Su Xian both suddenly had the same feeling. Their hearts throbbed a bit. Luo Feng, why are you here? Su Xian reacted, and she stood up as she laughed. Even Su Xian can become a manager here. How come I can't be here? Laughed Luo Feng as he said, looking at the young woman in front of him. Luo Feng couldn't help but to think about his times in high school, where he sat in the back of the classroom and silently looked at Su Xian's back. He had a crush for a long time, but he just didn't have the chance to confess. He thought he would probably never see Su Xian again, but he ended up meeting her right before his first trip to the wilderness at the HR Alliance market. Ah, Luo Feng, you're a fighter. Su Xian saw Luo Feng's outfit and couldn't help but to say in surprise. Yeah, I'll be going to the wilderness soon, laughed Luo Feng. The wilderness. Su Xian's face changed a bit. All over the world, the areas other than the cities were called the wilderness. For the people who live in the cities, the wilderness was basically a replacement for the forbidden area of death. There were all types of monsters there, sinister, strange ones, and large, barbaric ones. There were also existences that were near invincible. Only the strongest of mankind, the fighters, could go there and fight the monsters. Su Xian couldn't have thought that Luo Feng was a fighter, and that he was about to enter the wilderness. In reality, Su Xian knew that Luo Feng liked her a bit. This kind of thing was impossible to hide. Luo Feng constantly looked at her every day in class, and Su Xian naturally caught Luo Feng staring at her when she turned her head. Naturally, Su Xian understood Luo Feng's thoughts. It was just that both sides failed to point it out. Luo Feng, the captain's here, come, shouted Chenggu. I'll be going there, said Luo Feng to Su Xian. Okay, nodded Su Xian. Luo Feng went back to his original place. At this time, 3 people arrived, and 2 of them looked similar. One look is enough to tell you that they're twins. Both of them had a shield and a scimitar on their backs. The third man was extremely large and had 2 black sledgehammers that were glowing with a bit of silver. Luo Feng, these 2 are the famous twin moon scimitar brothers of the Wei family. Wei Tai and Wei Qing, smiled Chenggu as he said. The Wei brothers nodded their heads towards Luo Feng and put down their shields and scimitars and sat down. Brother Tai, Brother Qing, smiled Luo Feng as he greeted. The other members of the Fire Hammer squad are much older than Luo Feng, at least 10 years older. Compared to the other 5 people, Luo Feng indeed seems like a little brother. This is the captain of our Fire Hammer squad, Dual Wind Hammer, Gao Feng, said Chenggu. Luo Feng couldn't help but to notice that Captain Gao Feng wasn't that tall. He was barely past 180 centimeters. His speciality was that he was extremely well built, as if he was made out of steel bars. Gao Feng sneered, and the muscles of his face were like rocks as he approached Luo Feng. You also use a blade, so after entering the wilderness, Try to get some experience from Wei Tai and Wei Qing. You have good talent, so I'm sure you'll swiftly become a member of our team. Okay, nodded Luo Feng. No matter what, his first priority is to not become a burden for this elite fighter squad. Take a break and we'll leave, said Gao Feng. Yes, Captain. Including Luo Feng, the 5 of them nodded. In just 20 minutes, Gao Feng and the others finished their drinks and stood up. Let's go to the wilderness. Luo Feng immediately picked up his ghost blade, shield, etc. Luo Feng, a sound rang. Luo Feng turned his head. At this time, Su Xian's chest pounded a bit. For some reason, the thought of Luo Feng entering the dangerous wilderness made her worried. Maybe Su Xian also started to develop some special feelings for the boy who had a crush on her during high school. Yes, Luo Feng looked at Su Xian. In the next few days, school will start for me, but during college, I'll be the manager here on Fridays and the weekend. Su Xian yelled, you better come. At those times, as she yelled this, Su Xian's face started to turn red. Okay, I'll come for sure. Luo Feng let out a smile. You picked one up so quickly. Nice. Chingu slapped Luo Feng's shoulder as he laughed loudly. This is the benefits of being young, all the beautiful women stick to you. Laughed Gao Feng on the side, since he already determined to let Luo Feng join the Fire Hammer Squad. Naturally, they'll treat him as a brother. Luo Feng just laughed. Let's go. Get on the car. The 6 of the Fire Squad team members got on the HR Alliance private car and headed towards the train station, where they'll ride a train headed towards the wilderness. There was a military camp a few hundred miles away from the northern part of Jiangnan City. Rumble. The train slowly came to a halt at the military sector station. Fully armed fighters got off the train one by one, for a total of 20. These 20 people naturally formed 4 squads. Luo Feng, usually when we fighters go out to hunt monsters, we enter the military sectors to resupply. Chingu pointed ahead of him, where a tall steel tower that was around 50 or 60 meters high was. See this tower across China, and even the world. The military cuts out a special sector of the wilderness to serve as a base for fighters to rest and resupply. These resupplying locations are marked with these lighthouses. In other words, it shows us fighters the way home. Luo Feng nodded. In the resupplying base in the military sector, there was a solemn, small building, which had a good environment. Fire Hammer Squad, you guys will stay at E6 to rest. An officer of the base gave the captain of the Fire Hammer Squad, Gao Feng, a key as he laughed and patted his shoulder. Old Gao, how long do you plan on hunting for this time? If you ever get anything good, you're welcome to sell it to my underground alliance. I'll be sure to give you a great price. Even though most of the staff here were wearing military uniforms. In fact, most of the service staff came from the Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the government's army, and the Underground Alliance. Even though they were there to serve, they also purchased precious ingredients obtained from monsters from the fighters. Haha, sure, laughed Gao Feng. Hurry and arrange for people to make us lunch. The resupplying base wasn't that big. E6, over there. The Fire Hammer Squad quickly found the small 3-story building representing E6. The key was in a form of a chip. After sliding the key across the door, it opened before the Fire Hammer Squad leaves the resupplying base. The ownership of the building belongs to them. Gonna lay for a bit and sleep. didn't sleep well last night, Chenggu put down his 2 metal boxes and jumped on the sofa. He stretched his body across the sofa and got comfortable. If you want to rest, then rest now. We'll officially depart tonight at that time. You'll need to focus, commanded Captain Gao Feng. Understood. Spear Zhangku and the twin moon scimitar brothers laughed in response, since they knew about the rules ages ago. Departing tonight, Luo Feng was surprised. Luo Feng, aren't you even paying attention to the weather? It's the end of September, which is the hottest time of the year, running with a couple 100 kilograms worth of things in the middle of the day. No matter how much water you bring, it won't be enough, so you can only drink from the river. Chenggu laughed as he looked at Luo Feng. Isn't it better to run during the night, and it saves water? Luo Feng laughed awkwardly. Even though he read many posts, he never realized this point. Luo Feng's gaze passed through the window and saw someone in the resupplying base. Brother Chen, look, isn't that Zhang Zehu? At that time, Zhang Zehu's body was covered in bandages, and there were marks of blood on the sandbags, clearly showing that he was injured and was recovering in the resupplying base. Chenggu turned his head to look. Yeah, that is Zhang Zehu. He Chenggu walked to the door and delightedly yelled, Mountain Tiger. What's wrong? Weren't you just fine last time? How come you got so injured in just a blink of an eye? Zhang Zehu, who was outside walking and chatting with his comrades, turned his head and saw Chenggu and Luo Feng at the door. He got so mad his teeth started to itch, and as his anger raged, he gave a loud, mocking retort. Fire Cannon Chen, your Fire Hammer squad is an elite squad, so how come you brought a rookie? Haha, I bet your entire team will get dragged down by that burden. Elite squads usually aren't willing to bring rookies, because even if the rookie's body fitness is good, without any experience, he could mess up during crucial moments, which could mess up the veteran members. Zhang Zehu and Chenggu exchanged some insults, but because Captain Twin Hammer Gao Feng's yell, Zhang Zehu went silent. Even though he was brave enough to argue with Chenggu at times, he didn't dare to argue with Gao Feng, because Gao Feng uses cold weapons while Chenggu uses heated weapons. With heated weapons, even if you reach the top, you can only reach the beginner warlord rank, because heated weapons like guns usually can only harm low-level commander-level monsters. Zhang Zehu was very close to the warlord rank. Can't believe Luo Feng drifted into the Fire Hammer squad. Zhang Zehu walked with his comrades on the road, his mouth still cursing. I thought he would get into a regular squad that way. I can cruelly teach him a lesson too. Let him know the consequences of messing with me. However, he got in the Fire Hammer squad. Zhang Zehu's teeth seethed in rage. Tiger, that young man next to Chenggu just now, is the Luo Feng who made you spend 100 million, said the one-eyed middle-aged man next to him. Yeah, that's him. Zhang Zehu's eyes shone fiercely. This rabbit, I didn't think he'd be so cocky after that discussion. Right after I turned my head, the security agency ran straight to my nephew's home. This kid actually reported it to the security agency. I quickly gave the country 100 million to let my nephew attain the 1-star civilian rank. However, even after that, my nephew is still going to get locked up for a few months. When he thinks about how nervous his older brother was, and Zhang Haobai's shock and horror as he was taken by the security agency, Zhang Zehu got even more mad. Although later he spent 100 million to keep his nephew, however, Zhang Haobai Wasn't able to escape a few months of pain in jail. It's okay, don't think too much, letting your nephew go through some hardship is good for him, the one-eyed middle-aged man laughed softly. You should use this time to rest, your wounds should heal in about 3 days, and then we'll depart and can keep dealing with that old guy. After killing that old guy, our team will become rich. Okay, Zhang Zehu nodded heavily, and he stole a glance at the E6 building in the distance and sneered, I'm willing to bet that Luo Feng will either die or receive a heavy wound in his first entry into the wilderness. Haha, you sure hold a grudge against him. However, it is indeed hard to avoid injury in the first entry into the wilderness, laughed the one-eyed middle-aged man. Midnight, the fully equipped 6 members of the Firehammer squad departed the resupply base and entered the wilderness. Chingu, give me one of your metal boxes, commanded Captain Gao Feng. Haha, thanks Captain, I can handle carrying these boxes for a short period of time, but not for long periods, said Chingu as he handed one of his big metal boxes over to Captain Gao Feng. Gao Feng easily took it with one hand and carried it on his back. This amount of weight is nothing to the strongest member of the Firehammer squad, Gao Feng. Ka. Chingu opened the other box, which had a gray machine gun in it. The gun's muzzle had a metallic luster. Other than the machine gun, there were tons of bullets all packed together, which filled up the entire box. Obviously, there were an immense amount of bullets. Brother Chen, what kind of gun is this? Asked Luo Feng, curiously. Type M81, 12.7mm caliber. It can fire 50 to 300 rounds in a minute. Adjustable, laughed Chingu, contented. The whole gun is made out of 3rd grade Kuluo alloy, so even if it continuously fires bullets, the heat of the gun won't affect the accuracy of the bullets. Luo Feng asked, curiously, Brother Chen, how come you don't use the Fire God cannon? Don't the machine guns of the Fire God series have the greatest power? You rookie. Chengu glared. Spear. Zhang Ke laughed on the side and said, Luo Feng, the machine guns of the Fire God series do indeed have great power. However, the Fire God series uses up crazy amounts of bullets. It fires 7,000 shots in a minute, and some can shoot even faster. Do you know what that means? 7,000 shots in 1 minute. And bullets that can harm a low-level commander-level monster is at lightest 50 grams. 10,000 bullets will weigh 500 kilograms. Running hundreds of miles with 500 kilograms of bullets on your back, and finally, when you kill the monster, after a minute or so, your Fire God cannon has used up all its bullets. Zhang Ke laughed and looked at Luo Feng. So what do you say, is the Fire God cannon good? Luo Feng was startled. He really did not understand this. Yes, the weight of the bullets is a big problem. 7,000 bullets in a minute. How many bullets do you have to bring with you for the entire trip? Hauling a huge amount of bullets along with a Fire God cannon is only done by the army, or when dealing with a specific type of monster. Usually, people like us will never use those types of guns, since there aren't that many bullets for it. Chingu laughed at himself. I brought 10,000 bullets this time, and even asked the captain to help me carry some. Chingu had bullet chains wrapped all over his body and held a machine gun. With Luo Feng, these two were in the middle of the team, protected by the others. The twin Moon Scimitar brothers were in front of the team. Captain Gao Feng and Zhang Ku were in the back. We'll head along this highway. After about 3 days, we should reach our destination. 0201 country level city, said Captain Gao Feng, but Luo Feng couldn't help but to keep looking at the highway in front of him. For the people living in the cities, highways only exist in legends. The highway under their feet was already ruined. Tons of cracks have already opened up on it. Looking ahead, there were tons of broken or split cars, vans, and trucks all over the highway. As it stretched down, there were even some broken tires lying around. Sometimes, you can see marks of dried-up blood on the floor too. Let's go. The red light of the sunset shone on this quiet, run-down highway that has been broken for dozens of years. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad continued to head forward. Growl. Wail. Waves and waves of howling from the monsters carried from the 2 fields and ruined villages on the sides of the highway. Even Luo Feng could see quite a few monsters. The other 5 members of the Firehammer squad were relaxed, but Luo Feng was completely tense because he could feel the monsters everywhere. Luo Feng, there's a horned boar ahead. I'll leave it to you, Captain Gao. Feng's voice rang. This will be your first battle in the wilderness. Luo Feng, this is your first battle, so don't get cocky. These monsters are much more ferocious than the ones they breed in the military, Chen Gu solemnly reminded. Luo Feng laughed. He knew Brother Chen was worried about him in this Firehammer squadron. He is definitely closer with Chen Gu and Zhang Ku, who are also in the Mingyu sector. As for Captain Gao Feng and Wei Jiao brothers, since he was new and wasn't familiar with them, it was going to be hard to get Gao Feng and his group's recognition. Good luck, Luo Feng. With your current speed and reaction speed, you're just at the level of an advanced fighter. Your power is also nearing that level. 2. There should be no problem facing this horned boar. Spear. Zhang Ku, surprisingly, also gave some words of encouragement. The other 3, Captain Gao Feng and the Wei Jiao brothers, watched Luo Feng. Qi. Luo Feng pulled out his ghost blade, with his left hand holding his shield and his right hand holding his ghost blade. He smiled. Captain, Brother Chen, watch me get that horned boar's horn. As he said that, Luo Feng rushed towards it. They watched Luo Feng go. Captain, don't you think giving Luo Feng a rank F horned boar is expecting too much out of him for his first fight? Chen Gu couldn't help but to say, even though our Firehammer squad should test him, we have to do it step by step. It'll be better if we get a rank G monster instead. Yeah, we can't rush this. Zhang Ku also spoke. There's no problem with the captain's arrangements. The older of the Wei Jia brothers, Wei Tai, said lowly. Luo Feng's body fitness level isn't inferior to that beast. Even though it is a bit difficult, he should be able to win with a bit of suffering and pain. But this is his first time entering the wilderness. Zhang Ku wasn't convinced. So what if it's his first time? I don't want him to become a burden, or else how are we supposed to hunt some stronger monsters with a rookie? Wei Qing frowned on the side. At this time, out of the 5 veteran members of the Firehammer squad, Chen Gu and Zhang Ku were clearly on Luo Feng's side, while the Wei Jiao brothers were suspicious of him. Stop arguing, Gao Feng spoke. Chen Gu and the others quieted down. Talk after watching Luo Feng's battle with the horned boar. Gao Feng said expressionlessly. Like a nimble jaguar, Luo Feng raced to the back of a flipped car on the highway. From there, he looked towards the horned boar that wasn't too far away. All the hairs on the boar were black, and each hair was like a black needle, and its horn was like an edged blade. Under the light of the evening sun, the horn's edge reflected a freezing coldness. If the iron fur boar in the fighter combat exam was like a heavy, savage hummer, then this horned boar is a flexible, sturdy existence. This is my first battle, so I need to put on a good show. I was only able to join the Fire Hammer squad because of 2 reasons, Chief. Instructor Zhu Ji's request, but more importantly, Brother Chen and Brother Zhang's help. Luo Feng was clear on one point: it was very hard for a rookie to join an elite fighter squad. Captain Gao Feng and the Wei Jiao brothers are clearly suspicious of me, so I need to prove myself with this battle. Luo Feng stared at the horned boar, who was currently searching for prey. The 3 levels, H, G, F, are the titles for low-level soldier, medium-level soldier, and high-level soldier, respectively. Clearly, the horned boar in front was nearing the F level. Howl, howl. The horned boar roared and scanned the surrounding with its murderous stare. It found me. Luo Feng's heart rate increased, and he was a bit excited. Boom! The horned boar flew ferociously towards him, like a high-speed tank. It directly rammed into the flipped Hummer that was in front of Luo Feng. Luo Feng dashed away like a nimble monkey, and with a boom, the Hummer was blasted away and rolled several times on the highway. The Hummer that has been exposed to the sun and wind for several decades immediately split up, and the tires rolled on the highway for a while until they stopped. Within a moment of dodging, Luo Feng headed straight towards the horned boar. Die, scum! Howled Luo Feng. Like lightning, he shot towards the horned boar, and the ghost blade in his hand instantly flashed towards the horned boar's neck. It seemed like the horned boar that just rammed the Hummer didn't have enough time to dodge, but right when Luo Feng approached it, Xiu, a black shadow headed straight towards Luo Feng's brain. So fast Luo Feng was startled, and with a step of his foot, he barely managed to twist his body to evade the black shadow. This black shadow was the horned boar's tail, which was like a steel whip. Puff, puff. After retracting its tail, the horned boar soared nimbly, and flew straight towards Luo Feng. Its rough, steel hooves and its sharp, blade-like horn were headed straight at him. This boar is too damn fast. Luo Feng stepped back again, and he raised the shield in his hand. Bam! The shield and the horned boar's hooves collided ferociously. In the moment of collision, Luo Feng used the rebounding force to go into a dive, where he rolled on the floor to divert the force. The horned boar chased right after him, and Luo Feng rolled to a broken truck and, with a dart, got behind the truck. With the truck blocking, the horned boar's lunge wasn't able to achieve its desired effect. After watching this scene from afar, the 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad all slightly nodded. Captain, Luo Feng has good reflexes, doesn't he? Laughed Chengu. Captain Gao Feng smiled as he nodded. He is good. I thought he would have a hard time with this horned boar on his first time. I didn't think his reflexes would be so good. His basic skills are pretty good too. His shield block was done skillfully, and his movements flowed like water. This Luo Feng didn't even receive any injury from the barrage of attacks from the horned boar. Good. The Wei Jiao brothers' cold expressions finally loosened up a bit. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Luo Feng's good ain't he? Zhang Ko let out a smile too. This battle isn't over yet, so we still can't tell, said Wei Tai coldly. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad continued watching the battle between Luo Feng and the horned boar. Luo Feng was concentrating extremely hard, and thought to himself, this horned boar is so sinister. He purposefully made me think it was weak at the beginning, and then it suddenly used its tail to attack me and then rushed me. With its hooves and horn along with the final crazy dash it chained all of these into a combo. Thankfully I've been practicing the 9-stage Thunder Blade these past few days, so I have more precise control over all of my strength. He has been practicing the 9-stage Thunder Blade this past month. It seems that Luo Feng will need to use some of his spiritual force to be able to get out of the horned boar's barrage unscathed. Roar, the horned boar howled. It didn't foolishly collide into the truck, but it jumped over it and rushed straight towards Luo Feng. Scum, this time, you're dead. Luo Feng ferociously kicked the tire next to him, and as if it was launched by a trebuchet, it flew straight towards the horned boar. The horned boar didn't slow down at all, it merely lowered its head slightly. The horn on its head, whose sharpness had no rival, split the tire in half, which then fell apart and dropped. Luo Feng headed straight towards the horned boar after kicking the tire. Roar, right after hitting the tire away, the horned boar turned its head and directed its horn towards Luo Feng. Die. At this moment, Luo Feng made a flexible turn like a butterfly and just barely evaded the horn while turning. The ghost blade in Luo Feng's hand, with help from the rotational energy, slashed instantly. The ghost blade then picked up even more speed during the slash. Puff. As fast as lightning, the spinning blade directly hacked into the neck of the horned boar. Luo Feng could clearly feel the rigidness and toughness of the hair of the horned boar. No regular bullet could pierce through this hair. Fresh, red blood leaked out, and after cutting into 5 centimeters of the boar's neck, Luo Feng's blade couldn't go any deeper. Howl, the horned boar howled crazily, and ferociously turned its head to ram into Luo Feng. The injured horned boar became even more fierce. What such agile technique! The Wei Jiao brothers' faces were filled with shock. He could dodge the horn of the horned boar so delicately, exclaimed the older sibling Wei Tai. Incredible, and he dared to turn in front of the horned boar's horn like that. Wasn't he afraid of the horned boar's horn piercing through his body? Amazing. Is this bullshit luck, or does he actually have skill? The turn seemed simple, but it revealed Luo Feng's astonishing technique. Good. Beautiful Chen Gu and Zhang Ke couldn't help but to praise. This kid has strength, laughed Gao Feng with a smile. In such a dangerous situation, he dared to do such a thing and was even successful. His technique is not average, his timing was also good, but this boar's life force is incredibly strong. Killing this horned boar is no easy task. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad, including the Wei Jiao brothers, all let out a smile. The 5 of them continued to watch from far away the battle between Luo Feng and the crazed horned boar. Pa pa. Foul blood streamed along the thick skin of the horned boar's neck, dripping onto the dust-filled highway. The horned boar had a crazed look in its eyes, and as it howled deeply, it madly rushed at Luo Feng again and again like lightning. The hooves, horn, and tail, all 3 kinds of attacks, kept coming unrelentlessly. After its head injury, the flexibility in its head turning has clearly decreased by a lot. Luo Feng dodged agilely. In the fighter combat exam, he fought 7 H-level monsters at the same time to train himself, even though the concentrated attacks of 7 H-level monsters are a bit below the level of the F-level horned boar. The difference wasn't large. Whoosh. Luo Feng didn't retreat with an elegant dodge to the side. The horned boar's Horn missed Luo Feng's body by just 3 centimeters. However, these 3 centimeters acted like a barrier, so the horned boar couldn't harm Luo Feng at all. Attack. The ghost blade in Luo Feng's hand came crashing down. It brought an ear-piercing sound, and the horned boar immediately held out in rage. It used all of its might on its 4 hooves to try and avoid Luo Feng's blade, but Luo Feng's blade was too fast, and only the sound of the blade entering its flesh was heard. Chi. Another strike to the neck, even though it wasn't in the same location as before. This one cut into a depth of 8 centimeters. Humph, with its last injury, the muscles of its neck couldn't exert 100% of its force to block the attack. Next time I attack, its neck's defense will be even weaker. Right when Luo Feng slashed into the neck, he immediately retreated, easily avoiding the crazed counterattack from the enraged horned boar. After that, Luo Feng closed the distance again. Roar, roar, the horned boar let out an enraged howl. Last time, Luo Feng swayed for 3 steps, causing an illusion, and then once again dodged the horned boar's attack. What followed those agile steps was Luo Feng's sharp blade. Pu-chi. At first, it was quite difficult to slash into, but after cutting into a depth of 12 centimeters, the resistance rapidly decreased. After Luo Feng's ghost blade cut into 2/3 of the horned boar's neck, he pulled out his blade and rapidly retreated. Blood flowed like a fountain from that gigantic wound. Ao came a shrill. The horned boar's entire body was twitching, and its hooves were stomping unconsciously. The asphalt of the highway was cracking under the stomping. After that, the unconscious boar threw itself around and crashed against the curved railing at the side of the highway, breaking it and falling down. Its noise got weaker, and then it stopped. Luo Feng stood beside the broken highway railing, looking down on the horned boar's corpse, whose head was about to fall off. Blood rapidly stopped flowing. Since almost all of it has flowed out already, there was probably at least a barrel's worth of blood that flowed out. Dead Luo Feng leaped down and, using his ghost blade, cut off the horn. The most important part of the horned boar's body is just this one horn. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad couldn't help but to let out a breathe as they watched from afar. Abnormal. Monster. These 2 words came from the Wei Jia brothers' mouths. How is he? I made a good recommendation, haven't I? Bragged Chingu. If we say the 5 of them were surprised before, then now they are completely shocked and stunned. Incredible. Zhang Ke couldn't help but to say. Captain Twinhammer Gao Feng stared at Luo Feng as he cut off the horn. How is Luo Feng's technique so good? The horned boar is above him in pure speed by a bit, but his consecutive dodges were light and smooth. Every dodge was like a cloud or a flowing river. If he can do this technique hundreds of thousands of times, then that'll be the Ruwei class. He's only 18. If he's Ruwei class, he should be sent to the world headquarters dojo to undergo special training. The older sibling of the Wei Jia brothers, Wei Tai, couldn't help but to say. Ruwei class is a perfect dodge by using the smallest amount of power possible to delicately avoid the attack. This kind of dodge is extremely difficult, and an average fighter can only pull it off once or twice. However, if you can do it 100 times or 1,000 times, then that means you're truly Ruwei class. We've obtained a gem. Gao Feng let out a smile. The younger sibling, Wei Qing, surprisingly nodded to him. After some nurturing, our Firehammer squad will have another capable member. Me and Wei Qing will teach him, said Wei Tai. Chen Gu and Zhang Ke laughed as veterans who have walked on the border of life and death countless times. It was clear to them some geniuses have amazing body fitness levels, but when they actually have to fight a monster, they can't even bring out a tenth of their strength. Because of this, Chen Gu and Zhang Ke usually look down on these so-called geniuses. A true professional has to go through countless dangerous battles. And Luo Feng was able to show such skill in his first battle. Clearly, he was a powerful fighter. Captain Luo Feng ran over. This horn. You killed it, so of course this horn belongs to you, said Gao Feng. Luo Feng nodded, and accepted it. There isn't much on a soldier-level monster's body that's worth money, because all of the soldier-level monsters can be killed by heated weapons. Even a beginner warrior, with a machine gun and good shooting technique, could easily kill many soldier-level monsters, so solider-level monsters aren't worth money. If you sell this horn to the dojo, you'll probably get $3,000. And some contribution points. If you sell it to the Underground Alliance, you can probably get 5,000, laughed Chen Gu. Only the material on the body is worth money. And important material on a commander-level monster is worth a crazy amount of money. Luo Feng, with your performance just now, you barely pass, said the older sibling of the Wei Jiao brothers, Wei Tai, as he pouted. Brother Tai. Luo Feng looked over. Please guide me, Brother Tai. Your basics are good, but your efficiency is much too low, said Wei Tai coldly. Wait a bit and watch how I kill a F-level monster. What Luo Feng killed was a monster nearing the F level. After they departed, they quickly encountered a F-rank cat family ocelot monster. This ocelot had some stripes on it and was as tough as a bull. It was superior to the horned boar in flexibility and savageness by far. Watch me, said Wei Tai coldly. Whoosh. With the shield in his left hand and scimitar in his right, he charged straight towards the ocelot in a straight line. Brother Tai is in the advanced warrior class, so his body fitness level is similar to this F-level ocelot. Luo Feng watched carefully. He only observed that Wei Tai wasn't trying to dodge anything and just crashed into the ocelot. No, actually, right when the ocelot was about to crash into Wei Tai, Wei Tai's body moved sideways and his shield crashed into the ocelot at an angle. Crashing at this angle knocked the ocelot off balance, causing it to stagger to the side. Puchi. A sinister cold light made an arc against the shield. It flashed across the exposed throat of the ocelot due to it being knocked off balance. Soon after, fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain, and Wei Tai retreated quickly. He coldly looked at the ocelot monster, howling in pain until it slowly fell over and lost its breath. Wei Tai cut off the ocelot's tail and took out an almost transparent tendon. He put it in his bag and walked back. Did you see that my technique wasn't better than yours, and my power didn't exceed yours? However, I was able to kill it in one hit. Wei Tai looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng fell into shock. The battle just now was finished in a flash, but for his battle, he had to dodge so many attacks and attack the neck of the horned boar over and over again. It took him quite a bit of energy to kill it, and that horned boar was clearly weaker than this ocelot monster. Think about it deeply. Wei Tai didn't explain anything and let Luo Feng think about it himself. Luo Feng was completely shocked. Wei Tai's speed and technique weren't anything out of the ordinary, and yet he produced such amazing results. The best way to kill a monster is to aim for its weak points, the younger sibling of the Wei Jiao brothers, Wei Qing, said indifferently, usually for mammals, their weak points are their eyes, throat, and mouth one stage below. That would be their soft abdomen one stage below, that would be the neck you were slashing into. Luo Feng nodded, he knew this, but the monsters move so quickly, so stabbing. Their eyes is difficult, and for the horned boar and the ocelot who always lower their heads so much, hitting the throat is hard too, even the abdomen is hard to hit, so attacking the neck was the simplest way. There won't be many chances to attack the monster's weak points, the monsters aren't stupid, they'll protect their weak points properly. However, if there aren't any chances, then you can make them. For example, my brother crashed into the ocelot at an angle with his shield, causing it to lose its balance. This made the ocelot expose its throat for a split second. He used his scimitar to slash it from the bottom of his shield and into the throat, which killed the ocelot in an instant, Wei Qing said coldly. This was the last attack my brother did, and it was from the bottom of his shield, so the monster couldn't react at all. Luo Feng nodded. Remember, learn how to use your strong points, said Wei Qing. You have to use them efficiently and cleanly. Your technique is good, but you don't have to flash your technique around every time to kill the monster. Always move towards the most efficient way to kill the monster. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Wei Qing let out a rare smile. Let's go, laughed Gao Feng as he waved. The Firehammer squad clearly wanted Luo Feng to become a capable member in the future, so they trained him seriously on the road. Wei Qing and Wei Tai took turns fighting the monsters that appeared, and sometimes let Luo Feng deal with them too. They taught him with words and techniques, and let Luo Feng get some real experience. Luo Feng's rate of improvement was also just as astonishing. Even the warlord-level Gao Feng fought a few times, guiding Luo Feng in the process. Luo Feng knew that you have to make each attack bring out all of its strength to kill a monster, and when he was fighting the horned boar before, his beautiful dodges were, in fact, useless. Luo Feng's attacks slowly became more sharp, direct, and effective. 3 days later. Dawn, on the broken city ring road, the 6 members of the Firehammer squad were moving forward. There are 2 F-level Mastiff Lions, Luo Feng, go, commanded Captain Gao Feng. Yes, Captain. Luo Feng laughed and grinned, and headed towards the Mastiff Lions at an average speed. Howl, howl! The Mastiff Lions roared at the incoming Luo Feng with bloodthirsty madness in their eyes. They didn't care much for this human in front of them, but when they got really near each other, Luo Feng let out a smile on his face. Whoosh! His speed accelerated rapidly. Both of the Mastiff Lion monsters' hairs all stood up. Luo Feng closed the distance in an instant. The 4 abnormal steps he did was the 9-stage Thunder Blade technique. Flowing light, he baited the claws of the Mastiff Lions, and with a twist of his body, accurately dodged their claws as their bodies moved across each other. The ghost blade slashed sinisterly in an instant. Pu slashed right in the throat. Luo Feng charged forwards and turned his head towards the other Mastiff Lion monster. Howl! When the Mastiff Lion monster saw fresh blood spraying from its comrade's throat, it howled and retreated swiftly. Chingu, Gao Feng, and the other members of the Firehammer squad let out a smile as they watched. Even though Luo Feng isn't as experienced as the Wei Jia brothers, but because of his technique, Luo Feng's killing power is not worse than either the older or younger sibling of the Wei Jia family. Luo Feng, let's go, hurry and enter the town. The mastiff lions are gregarious. The mastiff lion that ran away will soon bring a whole pack of them over here, laughed Chingu. Luo Feng laughed as they all united. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad finally reached their destination, 0201 Country Level City. The Fire Hammer Squad quietly entered the suburban part of the 0201 Country Level City. Luo Feng, we ran along the highway these past 3 days, which belongs to the desolate area. As they walked, Chingu kept his voice low and said, most of the monsters live in the city and in the built-up areas. Places like the counties and urban areas are the truly dangerous locations. Understood, Brother Chen nodded. Luo Feng. Luo Feng already read about the common habits of monsters in the posts. In the long war between monsters and humans, monsters found that if they live in relatively empty areas, the human army and fighters could lock onto them from far away without anything to hide behind. The humans could use heavy sniper rifles and missiles to conduct long-distance attacks. But in the city, there were tons of skyscrapers. As long as the monsters hid in the urban areas, snipers will rarely have a chance unless they go inside the city and right when the human army enters the city, they'll have to fight with the monsters on the streets, where the monsters will have an overwhelming advantage. Urban areas are the monsters' heaven. Naturally, the target for our Fire Hammer Squad is a commander-level monster. However, reminded Chingu in a small voice, a commander-level monster is intelligent, around the level of a human. The commander-level monster will command large amounts of soldier-level monsters to surround it. Virtually every commander-level monster will be surrounded by large amounts of soldier-level monsters, so it's very difficult to kill a commander-level monster. Luo Feng nodded. A soldier and a commander not only have a large difference in strength, but also intelligence. To protect their lives, a commander-level monster will naturally summon large amounts of soldier-level monsters to protect it. Other than the extremely rare monsters that like to be independent, most commanders will be surrounded by soldiers. Everybody be careful, there's a steel-clad bull lair up ahead, said Gao Feng. Suddenly, the head of this steel-clad bull lair is probably a high-level commander, and there are large amounts of steel-clad bulls in this lair. Let's go around it. Chingu, don't shoot if a steel-clad bull attacks, remember. Kill it instantly. Don't let the steel-clad bull call its comrades. Yes, Captain. The other 5 all nodded. Unlike the deserted areas outside, the city and the suburbs are much more dangerous. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad carefully moved forward along a narrow path. Halt! The older sibling of the Wei Jia family, Wei Tai, who was in front, raised his hand. He stared seriously in front of him, where a gigantic iron fur boar was lying far away. Beside the boar were 2 mastiff tiger monsters, who had their heads lowered and were feasting on large bites of flesh. Suddenly, the mastiff tiger monster rose its head and looked at the Fire Hammer Squad from far away and became much more cautious. We'll go around, don't do anything, said Gao Feng in a small voice. On the deserted highway, Luo Feng and the others were relaxed. They could kill monsters whenever they felt like it. However, it's different in the city. After treading carefully on the way, taking at least 10 detours, and killing 8 regular soldier-level monsters instantly, Luo Feng and the others finally arrived at their first destination, a small sector in the 0201 country-level city, Blue Sky Sector. The reason why the Blue Sky Sector was the Fire Hammer Squad's first target was because there were 3 residential apartments that were 21 stories high. Go to the roof. Everyone be careful, a monster might pop out of who knows where in the building. Don't make too much noise. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad went along the staircase. A low-pitched howl emanated within the building, which made the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad frown. Wei Tai, who was furthest in front, said in a small voice, "It should be upstairs, everybody be careful." Everybody had their weapon in hand and were prepared to strike, and Chengu, who used heated weapons, was being protected in the center. They went forward one step at a time. Luo Feng saw a 2-meter-tall lion mastiff monster suddenly appear from the corner in front. Its fur was long, and it looked like a gigantic military SUV. When the lion mastiff monster saw them, it immediately howled, sending a blood-scented wind at them. The Fire Hammer Squad was going upstairs, and the lion mastiff monster dived at them with the energy gained from its gigantic body. Whoosh whoosh. Wei Tai and Wei Qing in the front had almost identical movements, with a shield in one hand and a scimitar in the other. They charged forward at the same time and barely grazed the lion mastiff monster's body. As their bodies grazed past each other, the scimitars drew curved lines that passed through the joints of the lion mastiff's front claws. The brothers Wei Tai and Wei Qing used the exact same technique. This caused the front 2 claws of the lion mastiff monster to stagger and fall onto the stairs. At this time, Spear Zhang Ku, who was behind Wei Tai and Wei Qing, instantly moved forward. His alloyed spear carried a metallic sound with it as he pierced the lion mastiff monster's head. Piu Chi, the spear instantly pierced through the lion mastiff monster's eyes and went through its head. Roar! The lion mastiff monster unconsciously stepped forward twice and then fell powerlessly. The cooperation between Wei Qing, Wei Tai, and Zhang Ku was indeed marvelous. The first 2 took care of the lion mastiff's front limbs to make it lose its balance, which was immediately followed up by Zhang Ku's spear for a one-hit kill. Zhang Ku was horrifyingly accurate with his spear. He actually pierced right through the eye. In the process of climbing up the staircase, the Fire Hammer Squad encountered 3 monsters, which was considered quite lucky. Out of these 3 monsters, one of them actually charged up from the ground level. At that time, Luo Feng and Gao Feng were at the back of the team, so naturally it was Luo Feng who had to cleanly kill the G-level monster. After exiting the staircase, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad arrived at the rooftop of the 21-story residential apartment. "Shut the door to the staircase, shut it completely freaking tight," commanded Gao Feng. "Stop any monsters from running up here to the rooftop." "Yes." Luo Feng and Zhang Ku went to close the steel doors of the staircase, and found a steel rod to jam the door. "Phew, we can finally loosen up a bit." A rare smile appeared on Zhang Ku's face. He directly sat on his bottom on the roof and took out some high-carb food and water. "Everyone brought their binoculars, right?" said Gao Feng. "Everyone take out their binoculars and look down from the roof and try to find a commander level monster. Remember, don't expose your body too much, it'll be a bit troublesome. If a monster discovers you, however, it was actually very safe on the rooftop. The residential apartment was 21 stories high, so most of the monsters couldn't climb up from the outside anyway. Even if a commander-level monster commands the monsters to slaughter their way up, how wide is the staircase? The threat wasn't large. The Firehammer squad has enough time to completely escape. Start searching for a commander-level monster. Yo guys, time to start finding some monsters. Luo Feng also took out his binoculars from his bag, and some supporting tools. Like screws, everyone brought them, since they weren't heavy. He squatted onto the side of the roof and looked down onto the street. There were large amounts of monsters everywhere. He looked. The city area has at least 10 or 100 times more monsters, and on one of the streets, one glance showed that there were at least hundreds of monsters walking forward. Even a warlord-level fighter has a slim chance of escaping alive from hundreds of normal monsters. Captain, these are all soldier-level monsters. I don't see any commander-level monsters here either. 5 of the members, including the captain, were all holding their binoculars and looking down from the roof at different spots. Only when standing on a high location could you see far on the roof of a 21-story residential apartment. You can see really far, and also see many monsters. A steel case opened. The only member of the Firehammer squad who wasn't using a binocular, Chingu, opened the steel case. Other than large amounts of ammunition, there was another long, rectangular-shaped wooden case in the steel case. In the wooden case, there were a few mechanical parts, which Chen Gu swiftly assembled. A moment later, a silverish-gray heavy sniper rifle that was nearly 2 meters long was assembled. Its optical aimer device and other things were also completely assembled. Chingu put special bullets into the clip, for a total of 10 bullets. Captain, notify me if you find a commander-level monster, said Chingu. Yup, you can first sleep for a bit and rest yourself. Lead the search for the commander-level monster to us, nodded Gao Feng, while at the same time commanding the others, guys, focus, and don't miss anything. This was the easiest way to hunt for a commander-level monster in the city. Staying at a high location lets you see farther. This is 10 to 100 times faster than searching for a commander-level monster on the streets, and also much safer. Luo Feng, Zhang Ku, the Wei Jiao brothers, and Gao Feng, the 5 of them held their binoculars and carefully looked below, while Chingu narrowed his eyes and went to sleep while holding his heavy sniper rifle. When the 6 members of the Firehammer squad were searching for a commander-level monster and hiding on the rooftop of the Blue Sky Sector's residential hall around 30 kilometers away from the 0201 country-level city on the ruined highway, was a 6-man elite fighter group rushing towards the 0201 country-level city. All 6 of them had a tiger-shaped medal on their left breast pocket of their battle uniform. This was the famous Tiger Feng squad of Jiangnan City. There were 6 people in the Tiger Feng squad. 2 of them used heated weapons, and the other 4 used cold weapons. 2 of the 4 that used cold weapons were warlord-level fighters, and the other 2 were advanced warrior-level fighters, and the 2 that used heated weapons were also warlord level. Actually, as long as you have enough talent, experience, and time, it's quite easy to reach the warlord level using heated weapons, because they rely on their guns and bullets. Old Han, have you found that old guy's position yet? Asked Zhang Zhe, who, in a small voice. This Zhang Zhe, who was indeed one of the 6 members of the Tiger Feng squad, and was an advanced warrior-level fighter in terms of strength. The Tiger Fong squad was extremely powerful. The weakest members were both advanced warrior level fighters, and these two were barely away from the warlord level. According to the signal flare I left on that old guy, it's probably 40 kilometers away from us. According to me, I think it's in the 0201 country level city. Ahead, said the guy who was holding and looking at a compass-like instrument. Finally confirmed the position. If we can hunt down this old guy this time, we brothers are gonna be rich. The people of the Tiger Fong squad laughed. When they were hunting for monsters before, they found the wolf-type monster hunter. By chance there were lots of different classifications for the monsters today. Before the Grand Nirvana period, there were mostly pigs, dogs, cats, cows, and sheep in society, so most of the monsters today are mostly pig type, dog type, cat type, cow type, sheep type, snake type, etc. Monsters like foxes, monkeys, scorpions, wolves, tigers, and jaguars are rarer. Wolves, tigers, and jaguars were already strong, so after a mutation, they'd become beyond horrifying. Of course, since there are so many regular monsters, some of them become horrifying existences. For example, one of the cat-type monsters is a legendary existence, 9 lives. Demon cat. The 9 lives demon cat is the most frightening monster within the cat type monster category. It has 9 tails, and its strength surpasses a horde leader on the entire earth. It's considered as one of the scariest monsters in the rankings. Since the wolf-type monsters have a high reproduction ability, fighters could often encounter a few wolf-type monsters this past decade. And the hunter is one of the most horrifying mutations within the wolf-type monster category. They're also called the king of the wolves, silver moon wolf. Each silver moon wolf is practically independent, and they love hunting other monsters and fighters. As they're also sly and cruel, they got the name of hunter. As of now, the weakest known silver moon wolf is a medium commander level monster, so a head of a silver moon wolf is worth a fortune. This hunter we're chasing is probably a high commander level, practically nearing the horde leader level. Thankfully, this hunter was already wounded when we engaged before, so we were able to give it another heavy wound, said the captain of the Tiger Fong squad, a dark-skinned, thin, short man in a small voice. As of now, we've already healed up and regained our strength. This time, we have to grab our chance and hunt down this hunter whose strength has declined greatly. Yes, Captain. The 6 members of the Tiger Fong squad were full of fighting spirit. One dead hunter is practically worth more than 1 or 2 years of their income. On the rooftop of one of the 21-story high residential hall in the Blue Sky sector, 5 members of the Firehammer squad had their binoculars pointed down and were looking carefully. Luo Feng held his binocular with his left hand and his water bottle with his right. He drank a little bit of water, put the binoculars down, tightened up the cap of the water bottle and put it into his back. Only after that did he continue looking downwards with his binoculars. Again. Captain, do we just foolishly wait here? Asked Luo Feng. What do you understand? Gao Feng laughed as he put down his binoculars. In this area, a 21-story high residential apartment is already pretty high. From the rooftop, we can scan a radius of 5 kilometers with our binoculars. How big is a country-level city? Of course, because some of the buildings are blocking our efficiency isn't that high. However, this efficiency is already immensely high. Everybody can rest and find monsters. It's the best way. Luo Feng nodded. "Captain, you guys come look here," shouted Zhang Ke suddenly as he pointed down in a certain direction. Whoosh! The other four ran there, each of them holding their binoculars and looking downwards. Luo Feng also looked towards the direction Zhang Ke was pointing at, and through the binoculars he saw that there were horned boars and iron fur boars appearing in some of the streets in the northwest direction. There was probably a total of a couple hundred boars, and the number of boars were still increasing in his field of view. Luo Feng's eyes flashed on one of the streets. There was a peculiar monster that was moving slowly and calling upon more pig-type monsters. It was completely red and looked like a tank. "This is the bloodthirsty tank," said Luo Feng out of shock. Out of the pig-type monsters, they are ranked at 2 bloodthirsty tank herd. It's called a bloodthirsty tank, but they're also a pig-type monster. They have a large amount of scales on them and their defense is amazing. At a glance, it resembles an armored tank, and its defense and attack isn't inferior to a real tank at all. It's a bloodthirsty tank. Man, it's a big catch. Captain, according to the color of its scales, it should be around a low commander level monster, maybe nearing medium commander level. Some of the Fire Hammer Squad members started arguing. The price of a bloodthirsty tank is quite high," laughed Captain Gao Feng. "Even though it's only a low commander level monster, its price is comparable to medium commander level monsters. This is a great catch. Everybody cheer up. Old Chen Gu." The captain's voice caused Chen Gu to finally open his eyes. Chen Gu laughed as he stood up. "Yo guys, found a commander-level monster. Come and look," laughed Gao Feng. Chen Gu sprinted over and looked through the binoculars. He was astonished as he said, "Damn, it's the bloodthirsty tank that's ranked second in the pig-type monsters. This guy's defense is crazy. The armor-piercing bullets I brought probably wouldn't even be able to pierce through its scales. Looks like it's time to use my precious ones." "Hurry, bullets aren't worth that much," persuaded Gao Feng. Chen Gu was quick. He immediately sprinted to the steel case, took out 3 blood-red colored bullets, and changed the bullets in the sniper rifle. Pu. Chen Gu laid on the roof and set up his silverish-gray heavy sniper rifle. The barrel of the gun reflected the light from the sun, and Chen Gu stuck out his hand to get a feel for the direction, and started doing detailed calculations. As he calibrated his optical aimer device, the other 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad didn't dare make a sound. Suddenly, pung, a deep sound full of force rang. In practically an instant, the bullet went through the air and shot through. Not only was the power of this alloyed armor-piercing bullet destructively high, but its speed was also a couple times higher than the speed of sound. Because it was faster than the speed of sound, the sonic boom it causes is behind the bullet, which means that the sound won't reach the monster until after it has been hit by the bullet. The bloodthirsty tank walked slowly on the street, commanding large amounts of monsters. Pu. The scales between the back of the ear and the neck instantaneously combusted, dramatically blowing up a hole as the bullet forced its way through. "Ayo!" The bloodthirsty tank wailed in pain as it started staggering and swaying around. After it regained its balance, the bloodthirsty tank immediately howled in rage and bitterness. Over and over in an instant, the large amounts of pig-type monsters that were spread out immediately rushed towards it, and the spot where the bloodthirsty tank was hit started bleeding. It kept howling over and over, but it wasn't able to determine where the bullet was shot from. On the roof, Chingu slightly raised his head and moved the optical aimer device away from his eye as he said confidently, "My luck was pretty good, I hit its vital spot." This bloodthirsty boar didn't die instantly because its life force is strong, but it'll fall for sure within 5 minutes. The first shot is the most effective shot in long-ranged sniping because the commander level monster isn't prepared for it. However, if the first bullet fails to strike a vital point, then there'll be trouble. And a commander-level monster has extremely high defense, so it's pretty good. If a bullet could just pierce through its armor, because of that, bullets usually concentrate on high-penetration, powered armor-piercing bullets and not some of the destructive explosion bullets if you can't even get through the armor, then what's the point of being destructive? Nice shooting, laughed Zhang Ku as he gave a thumbs up. The skull of a bloodthirsty tank is extremely hard even if you get through the scales. The bloodthirsty tank isn't affected much, laughed Gao Feng. Chin Gu, this gun is fantastic. If Chingu failed, then they would have to kill all of the monsters guarding the bloodthirsty tank, which is too difficult. Don't praise me too much. Chingu laughed. Now you guys have to think of a way to get the corpse of that bloodthirsty tank. There are hundreds of monsters surrounding it, and if we're too slow, another fighter squad might steal our loot. Don't jinx it, there are probably at most 2 or 3 fighter squads in this country-level city. Gao Feng laughed. Alright guys, let's tidy up and depart to get the corpse down there. The Firehammer squad quietly entered the suburban part of the 0201 country level city. Luo Feng, we ran along the highway these past 3 days, which belongs to the desolate area. As they walked, Chingu kept his voice low and said, "Most of the monsters live in the city and in the built-up areas. Places like the counties and urban areas are the truly dangerous locations." Understood, Brother Chen nodded. Luo Feng already read about the common habits of monsters in the posts. In the long war between monsters and humans, monsters found that if they live in relatively empty areas, the human army and fighters could lock onto them from far away without anything to hide behind. The humans could use heavy sniper rifles and missiles to conduct long-distance attacks. But in the city, there were tons of skyscrapers. As long as the monsters hid in the urban areas, snipers will rarely have a chance unless they go inside the city, and right when the human army enters the city, they'll have to fight with the monsters on the streets, where the monsters will have an overwhelming advantage. Urban areas are the monsters' heaven. Naturally, the target for our Firehammer squad is a commander-level monster. However, reminded Chingu in a small voice, a commander-level monster is intelligent. Around the level of a human, the commander-level monster will command large amounts of soldier-level monsters to surround it virtually. Every commander-level monster will be surrounded by large amounts of soldier-level monsters, so it's very difficult to kill a commander-level monster. Luo Feng nodded. A soldier and a commander not only have a large difference in strength, but also intelligence. To protect their lives, a commander-level monster will naturally summon large amounts of soldier-level monsters to protect it. Other than the extremely rare monsters that like to be independent, most commanders will be surrounded by soldiers. Everybody be careful, there's a steel-clad bull lair up ahead, said Gao Feng. Suddenly, the head of this steel-clad bull lair is probably a high-level commander, and there are large amounts of steel-clad bulls in this lair. Let's go around it. Chingu, don't shoot if a steel-clad bull attacks, remember. Kill it instantly, don't let the steel-clad bull call its comrades. Yes, Captain. The other 5 all nodded. Unlike the deserted areas outside, the city and the suburbs are much more dangerous. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad carefully moved forward along a narrow path. Halt, the older sibling of the Wei Jia family, Wei Tai, who was in front, raised his hand. He stared seriously in front of him, where a gigantic iron fur boar was lying far away. Beside the boar were 2 mastiff tiger monsters, who had their heads lowered and were feasting on large bites of flesh. Suddenly, the mastiff tiger monster rose its head and looked at the fire hammer squad from far away and became much more cautious. "We'll go around, don't do anything," said Gao Feng in a small voice. On the deserted highway, Luo Feng and the others were relaxed. They could kill monsters whenever they felt like it. However, it's different in the city. After treading carefully on the way, taking at least 10 detours, and killing 8 regular soldier-level monsters instantly, Luo Feng and the others finally arrived at their first destination, a small sector in the 0201 country-level city, Blue Sky Sector. The reason why the Blue Sky Sector was the Firehammer squad's first target was because there were 3 residential apartments that were 21 stories high. Go to the roof. Everyone be careful, a monster might pop out of who knows where in the building. Don't make too much noise. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad went along the staircase. A low-pitched howl emanated within the building, which made the 6 members of the Firehammer squad frown. Wei Tai, who was furthest in front, said in a small voice, "It should be upstairs, everybody be careful." Everybody had their weapon in hand and were prepared to strike, and Chenggu, who used heated weapons, was being protected in the center. They went forward 1 step at a time. Luo Feng saw a 2-meter-tall lion mastiff monster suddenly appear from the corner in front. Its fur was long and it looked like a gigantic military SUV. When the lion mastiff monster saw them, it immediately howled, sending a blood-scented wind at them. The Firehammer squad was going upstairs, and the lion mastiff monster dived at them with the energy gained from its gigantic body. Whoosh whoosh. Wei Tai and Wei Qing in the front had almost identical movements. With a shield in one hand and a scimitar in the other, they charged forward at the same time and barely grazed the lion mastiff monster's body. As their bodies grazed past each other, the scimitars drew curved lines that passed through the joints of the lion mastiff's front claws. The brothers Wei Tai and Wei Qing used the exact same technique. This caused the front 2 claws of the lion mastiff monster to stagger and fall onto the stairs. At this time, Spear Zhang Ku, who was behind Wei Tai and Wei Qing, instantly moved forward. His alloyed spear carried a metallic sound with it as he pierced the lion mastiff monster's head. Piu Chi, the spear instantly pierced through the lion mastiff monster's eyes and went through its head. Roar, the lion mastiff monster unconsciously stepped forward twice and then fell powerlessly. The cooperation between Wei Qing, Wei Tai, and Zhang Ku was indeed marvelous. The first 2 took care of the lion mastiff's front limbs to make it lose its balance, which was immediately followed up by Zhang Ku's spear for a 1-hit kill. Zhang Ku was horrifyingly accurate with his spear. He actually pierced right through the eye. In the process of climbing up the staircase, the Firehammer squad encountered 3 monsters, which was considered quite lucky. Out of these 3 monsters, One of them actually charged up from the ground level at that time. Luo Feng and Gao Feng were at the back of the team, so naturally it was Luo Feng who had to cleanly kill the G-level monster. After exiting the staircase, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad arrived at the rooftop of the 21-story residential apartment. "Shut the door to the staircase, shut it completely freaking tight," commanded Gao Feng. "Stop any monsters from running up here to the rooftop." "Yes." Luo Feng and Zhang Ku went to close the steel doors of the staircase, and found a steel rod to jam the door. "Phew, we can finally loosen up a bit." A rare smile appeared on Zhang Ku's face. He directly sat on his bottom on the roof and took out some high-carb food and water. "Everyone brought their binoculars, right?" said Gao Feng. "Everyone take out their binoculars and look down from the roof and try to find a commander level monster. Remember, don't expose your body too much, it'll be a bit troublesome. If a monster discovers you, however, it was actually very safe on the rooftop." The residential apartment was 21 stories high, so most of the monsters couldn't climb up from the outside anyway. Even if a commander-level monster commands the monsters to slaughter their way up. How wide is the staircase? The threat wasn't large. The Fire Hammer Squad has enough time to completely escape. Start searching for a commander-level monster. Yo guys, time to start finding some monsters. Luo Feng also took out his binoculars from his bag, and some supporting tools. Like screws, everyone brought them, since they weren't heavy. He squatted onto the side of the roof and looked down onto the street. There were large amounts of monsters everywhere. He looked, the city area has at least 10 or 100 times more monsters, and on one of the streets, one glance showed that there were at least hundreds of monsters walking forward. Even a warlord-level fighter has a slim chance of escaping alive from hundreds of normal monsters. "Captain, these are all soldier-level monsters. I don't see any commander-level monsters here either." 5 of the members, including the captain, were all holding their binoculars and looking down from the roof at different spots. Only when standing on a high location could you see far on the roof of a 21-story residential apartment. You can see really far, and also see many monsters. A steel case opened. The only member of the Fire Hammer Squad who wasn't using a binocular, Chingu, opened the steel case. Other than large amounts of ammunition, there was another long, rectangular-shaped wooden case in the steel case. In the wooden case, there were a few mechanical parts, which Chen Gu swiftly assembled. A moment later, a silverish-gray heavy sniper rifle that was nearly 2 meters long was assembled. Its optical aimer device and other things were also completely assembled. Chingu put special bullets into the clip, for a total of 10 bullets. "Captain, notify me if you find a commander-level monster," said Chingu. "Yup, you can first sleep for a bit and rest yourself. Lead the search for the commander-level monster to us," nodded Gao Feng, while at the same time commanding the others, "Guys, focus, and don't miss anything." This was the easiest way to hunt for a commander-level monster in the city. Staying at a high location lets you see farther. This is 10 to 100 times faster than searching for a commander-level monster on the streets, and also much safer. Luo Feng, Zhang Ku, the Wei Jia brothers, and Gao Feng, the 5 of them held their binoculars and carefully looked below, while Chingu narrowed his eyes and went to sleep while holding his heavy sniper rifle. When the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were searching for a commander-level monster and hiding on the rooftop of the Blue Sky Sector's residential Hall, around 30 kilometers away from the 0201 country-level city on the ruined highway, was a six-man elite fighter group rushing towards the 0201 country-level city. All six of them had a tiger-shaped medal on their left breast pocket of their battle uniform. This was the famous Tiger Fong Squad of Jiangnan City. There were 6 people in the Tiger Fong Squad. 2 of them used heated weapons, and the other 4 used cold weapons. 2 of the 4 that used cold weapons were warlord-level fighters, and the other 2 were advanced warrior-level fighters, and the 2 that used heated weapons were also warlord-level. Actually, as long as you have enough talent, experience, and time, it's quite easy to reach the warlord level using heated weapons, because they rely on their guns and bullets. "Old Han, have you found that old guy's position yet?" asked Zhang Zehu in a small voice. This Zhang Zehu was indeed one of the 6 members of the Tiger Fong Squad, and was an advanced warrior-level fighter in terms of strength. The Tiger Fong Squad was extremely powerful. The weakest members were both advanced warrior-level fighters, and these 2 were barely away from the warlord level. "According to the signal flare I left on that old guy, it's probably 40 kilometers away from us. According to me, I think it's in the 0201 country-level city ahead," said the guy who was holding and looking at a compass-like instrument. "Finally confirmed the position. If we can hunt down this old guy this time, we brothers are gonna be rich." The people of the Tiger Fong Squad laughed. When they were hunting for monsters before, they found the wolf-type monster hunter. By chance there were lots of different classifications for the monsters today. Before the Grand Nirvana period, there were mostly pigs, dogs, cats, cows, and sheep in society, so most of the monsters today are mostly pig type, dog type, cat type, cow type, sheep type, snake type, etc. Monsters like foxes, monkeys, scorpions, wolves, tigers, and jaguars are rarer. Wolves, tigers, and jaguars were already strong, so after a mutation, they'd become beyond horrifying. Of course, since there are so many regular monsters, some of them become horrifying existences. For example, one of the cat-type monsters is a legendary existence, 9 Lives Demon Cat. The 9 Lives Demon Cat is the most frightening monster within the cat type monster category. It has 9 tails, and its strength surpasses a horde leader on the entire Earth. It's considered as one of the scariest monsters in the rankings. Since the wolf-type monsters have a high reproduction ability, fighters could often encounter a few wolf-type monsters this past decade. And the hunter is one of the most horrifying mutations within the wolf-type monster category. They're also called the king of the wolves, Silver Moon wolf. Each Silver Moon wolf is practically independent, and they love hunting other monsters and fighters. As they're also sly and cruel, they got the name of hunter. As of now, the weakest known Silver Moon wolf is a medium commander level monster, so a head of a Silver Moon wolf is worth a fortune. This hunter we're chasing is probably a high commander level, practically nearing the horde leader level. Thankfully, this hunter was already wounded when we engaged before, so we were able to give it another heavy wound, said the captain of the Tiger Fong Squad, a dark-skinned, thin, short man in a small voice. "As of now, we've already healed up and regained our strength. This time, we have to grab our chance and hunt down this hunter whose strength has declined greatly." "Yes, Captain." The 6 members of the Tiger Fong Squad were full of fighting spirit. One dead Hunter is practically worth more than 1 or 2 years of their income. On the rooftop of one of the 21-story high residential hall in the blue sky sector, 5 members of the Firehammer squad had their binoculars pointed down and were looking carefully. Luo Feng held his binocular with his left hand and his water bottle with his right. He drank a little bit of water, put the binoculars down, tightened up the cap of the water bottle and put it into his back. Only after that did he continue looking downwards with his binoculars. Again. "Captain, do we just foolishly wait here?" asked Luo Feng. "What do you understand?" Gao Feng laughed as he put down his binoculars. "In this area, a 21-story high residential apartment is already pretty high. From the rooftop, we can scan a radius of 5 kilometers with our binoculars." "How big is a country-level city?" "Of course, because some of the buildings are blocking our efficiency isn't that high. However, this efficiency is already immensely high. Everybody can rest and find monsters. It's the best way." Luo Feng nodded. "Captain, you guys come look here," shouted Zhang Ke suddenly as he pointed down in a certain direction. Whoosh! The other 4 ran there, each of them holding their binoculars and looking downwards. Luo Feng also looked towards the direction Zhang Ke was pointing at, and through the binoculars he saw that there were horned boars and iron fur boars appearing in some of the streets in the northwest direction. There was probably a total of a couple hundred boars, and the number of boars were still increasing in his field of view. Luo Feng's eyes flashed on one of the streets. There was a peculiar monster that was moving slowly and calling upon more pig-type monsters. It was completely red and looked like a tank. "This is the bloodthirsty tank," said Luo Feng out of shock. "Out of the pig-type monsters, they are ranked at 2. Bloodthirsty tank herd. It's called a bloodthirsty tank, but they're also a pig-type monster. They have a large amount of scales on them and their defense is amazing. At a glance, it resembles an armored tank, and its defense and attack isn't inferior to a real tank at all. It's a bloodthirsty tank. Man, it's a big catch. Captain, according to the color of its scales, it should be around a low commander-level monster, maybe nearing medium commander level." Some of the Firehammer squad members started arguing. The price of a bloodthirsty tank is quite high," laughed Captain Gao Feng. "Even though it's only a low commander-level monster, its price is comparable to medium commander-level monsters. This is a great catch. Everybody cheer up. Old Chen Gu." The captain's voice caused Gu to finally open his eyes. Gu laughed as he stood up. "Yo guys, found a commander-level monster. Come and look," laughed Gao Feng. Gu sprinted over and looked through the binoculars. He was astonished as he said, "Damn, it's the bloodthirsty tank that's ranked 2nd in the pig-type monsters. This guy's defense is crazy. The armor-piercing bullets I brought probably wouldn't even be able to pierce through its scales. Looks like it's time to use my precious ones." "Hurry, bullets aren't worth that much," persuaded Gao Feng. Gu was quick. He immediately sprinted to the steel case, took out 3 blood-red-colored bullets, and changed the bullets in the sniper rifle. Pu. Gu laid on the roof and set up his silverish-gray, heavy sniper rifle. The barrel of the gun reflected the light from the sun, and Gu stuck out his hand to get a feel for the direction, and started doing detailed calculations. As he calibrated his optical aimer device, the other 5 members of the Firehammer squad didn't dare make a sound. Suddenly, pung, a deep sound full of force rang In practically an instant, the bullet went through the air and shot through. Not only was the power of this alloyed armor-piercing bullet destructively high, but its speed was also a couple times higher than the speed of sound. Because it was faster than the speed of sound, the sonic boom it causes is behind the bullet, which means that the sound won't reach the monster until after it has been hit by the bullet. The bloodthirsty tank walked slowly on the street, commanding large amounts of monsters. Pu. The scales between the back of the ear and the neck instantaneously combusted, dramatically blowing up a hole as the bullet forced its way through. Ao, the bloodthirsty tank wailed in pain as it started staggering and swaying around after it regained its balance. The bloodthirsty tank immediately howled in rage and bitterness over and over in an instant. The large amounts of pig-type monsters that were spread out immediately rushed towards it, and the spot where the bloodthirsty tank was hit started bleeding. It kept howling over and over, but it wasn't able to determine where the bullet was shot from. On the roof, Chingu slightly raised his head and moved the optical aimer device away from his eye as he said confidently, "My luck was pretty good, I hit its vital spot." This bloodthirsty boar didn't die instantly because its life force is strong, but it'll fall for sure within 5 minutes. The first shot is the most effective shot in long-ranged sniping because the commander-level monster isn't prepared for it. However, if the first bullet fails to strike a vital point, then there'll be trouble. And a commander-level monster has extremely high defense, so it's pretty good if a bullet could just pierce through its armor. Because of that, bullets usually concentrate on high-penetration, powered armor-piercing bullets and not some of the destructive explosion bullets. If you can't even get through the armor, then what's the point of being destructive? Nice shooting, laughed Zhang Ku as he gave a thumbs up. The skull of a bloodthirsty tank is extremely hard even if you get through the scales. The bloodthirsty tank isn't affected much, laughed Gao Feng. Chen Gu, this gun is fantastic. If Chingu failed, then they would have to kill all of the monsters guarding the bloodthirsty tank, which is too difficult. Don't praise me too much. Chingu laughed. Now you guys have to think of a way to get the corpse of that bloodthirsty tank. There are hundreds of monsters surrounding it, and if we're too slow, another fighter squad might steal our loot. Don't jinx it. There are probably at most 2 or 3 fighter squads in this country-level city. Gao Feng laughed. Alright guys, let's tidy up and depart to get the corpse down there. Zhang Ku, go and carry one of Chingu's steel cases, commanded Gao Feng. Yes, Captain. Spear. Zhang Ku headed towards Chingu, where Chingu was currently disassembling his heavy sniper rifle and putting it back into the wooden case. He put the wooden case and large amounts of ammunition into the steel case and handed it over to Zhang Ku. After that, Chingu opened the other steel case and took out a grim machine gun. He wrapped the bullet chains around himself and attached one of the ends to the machine gun. Luo Feng clicked his tongue after seeing such a sight and couldn't help but to be amazed. Heated weapons are usually only very effective against soldier-level monsters. For example, there was luck involved in the one-shot killing of the bloodthirsty tank with such a large body and tough skull. Even if the bloodthirsty tank gets hit by a bullet, it usually doesn't affect it at all. So, there are very few spots where you can kill it in one hit, like the eyes. Right below the skull cap, and behind the ears. You have to be extremely accurate when shooting. One, you need skill, and second, you need luck. If the bloodthirsty tank was just a bit more cautious, or even if it just changed its direction the shot would have missed. Go down. After Gao Feng's command, Luo Feng and the others went down the staircase and quickly left the blue sky sector. 5 minutes later, Luo Feng and the others were in a small alley. Wei Tai, who was leading, sneakily made a peek outside, and said as he turned his head, "Captain, the bloodthirsty tank is down and dead." Old Chen, damn nice, Gao Feng gave a thumbs up. Chen Gu laughed. However, Captain, continued Wei Tai, there are at least a couple hundred monsters surrounding the body of the bloodthirsty tank. It's gonna be troublesome to retrieve the bloodthirsty tank's corpse. This is the annoying part of killing a commander-level monster with far-ranged attacks. Even if you succeed, retrieving the valuable materials from the corpse is also very dangerous. However, it's much safer than killing the commander-level monster in the herd of monsters. Same rules, Wei Tai and Wei Qing will distract the herd when they're confused. We'll go, commanded Gao Feng, and he turned his head towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng took a deep breath at this time. Charging at a couple hundred monsters in a herd is indeed the most dangerous situation he's been in so far. With the Fire Hammer Squad, of course, according to the posts he read, these kinds of situations are one of the easier situations that fighter squads have to deal with. There are situations that are tens to hundreds of times more dangerous than this. Luo Feng, you wait next to Chengu. Your mission is to protect Chengu and not allow any monster to attack him, commanded Gao Feng. Don't worry, Captain, I definitely won't let even one monster approach, brother. Chen nodded. Luo Feng. Good, let's go, Gao Feng ordered. Whoosh whoosh. 2 black lights came flying from the brothers Wei Tai and Wei Qing's hands. As if they were lightning, they flew for around 100 meters and landed in the middle of the herd of monsters. These 2 black lights were actually 2 ellipse-shaped black balls. These ellipse-shaped black balls also had a red timer signal on them. The monsters that noticed this thing immediately got away in caution. Beep beep. Boom. The 2 timer bombs exploded ferociously. Flying fragments followed the powerful explosion, causing the 2 monsters beside them to fall with blood all over their bodies. At the same time, the bombs released large amounts of smokescreen, which quickly spread around in every direction. In terms of power, these 2 timer bombs only killed 1 monster by luck and harmed 5 or 6 of them. Most of the monsters were just affected by the smokescreen. Charge, commanded Gao Feng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luo Feng also exploded all the strength in his body. With his shield in one hand and his ghost blade in the other, he sprinted quickly and followed Chen Gu. The speed of all 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad was astonishing. They were around 150 meters away from the commander-level monster's corpse in the herd, and they got there in 4 or 5 seconds. And this was with a decreased speed from running into the middle of the herd. Captain Gao Feng moved like lightning and charged forwards. He was holding one of his heavy hammers in one of his hands and started swinging it, and only the 2 sounds pung, pung were heard. 2 of the soldier-level monsters' heads immediately exploded after getting smashed. One side were the medium soldier-level monsters, and the other was the beginner-level warlord fighter, whose strength neared an intermediate-level warlord fighter. The difference in strength was too big. He was holding his heavy hammer in one hand, but a dagger in the other. In almost an instant, he was next to the corpse of the bloodthirsty tank, and he rapidly stuck his dagger into the hole made by the bullet behind the bloodthirsty tank's ear while Gao Feng was dissecting this corpse and getting the materials. The other 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad were in danger. "Hurry, Luo Feng, protect old Chen," well said Zhang Ku as he waved his spear. The brothers Wei Qing and Wei Tai were protecting Gao Feng with the bloodthirsty tank's defense. If it was Wei Tai or Luo Feng dissecting it, a large amount of time would be needed. However, with Gao Feng's astonishing strength, half a minute is enough time. Hell! Roar! The surrounding monsters discovered Luo Feng and the others and started charging at them. It was like a heavy Hummer charging at over 100 km/h at them. Get out with 2 skillful steps. Luo Feng smashed the shield in his left hand into the charging horned boar as he dodged, pushing the horned boar off balance. Its gigantic body fell over and shook the ground as it fell onto the already cracked concrete sidewalk, causing large amounts of dust to rise. Luo Feng didn't want to kill the enemy, he just wanted to survive for half a minute. Xiao xiao. Zhang Ku waved his spear, killing 2 soldier-level monsters and beating down 3 of them. After that, those 3 enraged monsters howled and surrounded Zhang Ku as they charged at him. Zhang Ku didn't have a shield, he only used his one spear. Not good. After slashing with his spear, Zhang Ku's face changed. Roar! The speed of an iron fur boar charging is at least 50 ms. The size of its body is like a small truck, but its speed rivals a sports car's. And not only did Zhang Ku not have the time to block, but there were also 3 monsters surrounding him in front too. "I'm going to receive a heavy wound this time." Zhang Ku clenched his teeth. Pung! A shadow appeared from the side and it stomped on the charging iron fur's body. Doing so under such a high speed would cause you to lose a lot of control over your body. The iron fur boar also lost control after getting stomped and it directly fell over. However, it quickly crawled back up. "Brother Zhang, let's hang on here," said Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, thanks," yelled Zhang Ku gratefully. If it wasn't for Luo Feng, Zhang Ku would have definitely received a heavy wound. Zhang Ku thought to himself, letting Luo Feng join the Fire Hammer squad was indeed a good idea. And his steps are so quick and agile. "Great technique," praised Chenggu, who was under protection. At this time, there were a couple hundred monsters in the herd, and the fight between Luo Feng and the few dozen at the beginning soon attracted many more monsters. Thankfully, the smokescreen blocked their vision and the herd hasn't been able to effectively bring out their full power. "Not good, Captain, hurry." Wei Tai couldn't help but to yell. With every passing second, the Fire Hammer squad's situation worsens. The monsters surrounding them quickly increased in number. "Chenggu, fire!" commanded Gao Feng, who was squatting beside the bloodthirsty tank's corpse and being protected by the Wei Jia brothers. "Yes." Chenggu licked his lips and smiled savagely. Luo Feng and Zhang Ku, who were beside Chenggu, immediately stepped back as Chenggu pressed the trigger. Tu! Tu tu! A stream of light sprayed out of the muzzle like crazy. Each and every bullet was an expensive armor-piercing bullet that Chenggu bought. They're even a bit threatening to a commander-level monster. Hell! In an instant, large amounts of monsters started howling in pain as the crazily shot armor-piercing bullets started entering their bodies. These monsters were strong in vitality, so they usually don't die even after being shot. Only firing at their heads can you kill them in one shot. These armor-piercing bullets won't go through a commander-level monster skull, but they usually have no problem with soldier-level monsters. Pung, one of the monster's cerebrospinal liquid, flew out. Pu, one of the monsters that fell had another hole in its body. Haha, die as if Chingu was going mad, Kuluo alloyed armor piercing. Bullets continuously streamed from the gun's muzzle, the bullets virtually suppressed a whole side of the herd. Luo Feng and Zhang Ku were stopping the other side of the monsters from attacking Chingu. As the gun fired, the monsters in the smokescreen were able to quickly determine the correct direction and charged madly. When fighting a herd, Chingu's skill with the machine gun makes one fighter equal around 10 fighters. However, as the machine gun fires, it attracts the attention of other monsters. Okay, let's go. Chingu, who finished harvesting the material, commanded in a low voice, which made Luo Feng and the others sigh in relief. Whoosh whoosh. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad started escaping. Rumble, hundreds of enraged monsters started chasing them, one running. Monster is enough to shake the concrete earth, hundreds of them running together made it seem like an earthquake was going on the entire street, and even the ruined homes and apartments beside them started shaking. They even gave off a rumbling echo. Herd sure are scary. Luo Feng turned his head and looked back. The hundreds of monsters that were mad enough to almost go crazy were practically flying at them, so it was quite a startling scene. Over here. The Fire Hammer squad immediately slipped into an alley. The alley was very narrow, so 2 monsters couldn't walk side by side at the same time. They could only enter one by one. Taking advantage of this, the Fire Hammer squad kept slipping into small alleys in the built-up areas. They soon shook off the entire herd of monsters. Half an hour later, Luo Feng and the others quietly came to a roof of a hotel that was 18 stories high. Haha, everybody did a great job this time, laughed Captain Gao Feng. Chen Gu, that shot was brilliant. Luo Feng, you were great too, you saved Zhang Ku. Yup, this bloodthirsty tank is a medium commander level monster, and it's one of the hardest medium commander level monsters to hunt. We sure made a bit of cash this time. I wouldn't have thought that we'd make this much on our first day. We sure got a ton right when we started. I estimate that as this month goes on, our income won't be small at all. Luo Feng, Chingu, and the others all started laughing one by one. Luo Feng looked at his tactical communications watch and was startled. A phone call. Even if someone calls, this tactical communications watch won't distract the fighter. The fighter has to look at the watch himself to find out if someone called him. It's from home, laughed Luo Feng, and he gave a voice command, call back. Beep, 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 beep. The tactical communications watch called Luo Feng's home. Yo, bro. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh after hearing the sound that came from the tactical communications watch. Luo Hua, weren't you heating things up with that young lady? How come you have the time to call me? Haha. On the balcony, Chingu, Zhang Ku, and the others came one by one and started laughing. Even if I have a wife, I can't forget my older brother, laughed the younger brother in the tactical communications watch. Oh yeah, bro, I called to tell you something. Nan officially agreed to be my girlfriend. Haha, isn't your brother great? The younger brother laughed joyfully. How long has it been? He hasn't been this happy before. The power of love is indeed great, Luo Feng thought to himself. He's been crippled for so long, so he has a lot of psychological pressure to deal with. For him to be so happy after getting a girlfriend, Luo Feng was happy for his brother, and immediately laughed. You still gotta work hard and get that certificate. Bro, we can't rush this, we gotta go step by step, laughed Luo Hua. Oh yeah, what about mom and dad, asked Luo Feng. They went grocery shopping, answered Luo Hua. Luo Feng nodded. Mom can finally go grocery shopping in the afternoon, and dad can finally relax and spend time with mom in the market. I'm fine bro, be careful while you're out of the city, said Luo Hua out of concern. No worries. After the call ended, Luo Feng had a smile all over his face. Alright, since Luo Feng is done with his phone call, everyone come here for a SEC, said Gao Feng in a moment. Luo Feng and the others walked over. Today we just entered the city and produced great results as always. We'll divide the spoils based on everyone's contribution in the battle. After we finish hunting and return to base to resupply, we'll do the dividing. Suddenly, Gao Feng's expression became very serious. However, let me give a reminder that everybody must be extremely cautious. This is an area with a high amount of buildings, where all the monsters' nests are. There will be a huge amount of commander-level monsters in the entire city, so don't let your guards down, or else it'll be troublesome if any of you get into a dangerous situation. Many fighters died last year. Yes. Chenggu, Zhangku, the Weijiao brothers, and Luo Feng all nodded seriously. Luo Feng also knew that joining the army was the safest. The mortality rate of a fighter like him barging into the wilderness was extremely high. Everybody used up quite a bit of energy in the slaughter just now. We were also rushing through the night, so everybody rest now. After 4 p.m., we'll move out, decided Gao Feng. Yes. Phew, time to rest. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad either leaned against something or laid down to rest. While the Firehammer squad was well hidden and resting on the rooftop of the hotel, the Tiger Fong squad already entered the 0201 country-level city. The 6 of them were carefully moving throughout the alleys of the ruined city. Some of the alleys' walls were collapsed, and some even had corpses of monsters in them. Halt! The skinny captain rose his hand and everyone else stopped. The captain of the Tiger Fong squad said in a small voice, everyone listen up, we only have one target this time, the already injured Silver Moon Wolf. So while we're here in the city, make sure you don't mess with any of the other monsters. If you can hide, hide. If you can run, run. Try not to fight them, and it'll be troublesome if you get injured. The other 5 members nodded seriously. This is a high-level commander-level Silver Moon Wolf. The amount of money you could make is even greater than hunting dozens of low-level commander-level monsters. Also, once we catch up to the Silver Moon Wolf, this Silver Moon Wolf is extremely wounded, so we only need to hit it 2 or 3 more times to kill it, so never try to fight it head-on. Let me remind you guys again, do not try to fight it head-on and drag it out. If we really start fighting this Silver Moon Wolf with everything, at least 1 or 2 of us will lose our lives. Everyone nodded their heads with serious expressions on their faces. A high-level commander-level monster, and the king of the wolves, Silver Moon Wolf. Even when injured, if it stakes its life for revenge, it's possible that most of the Tiger Fong squad will get killed. We just have to keep injuring it and let it bleed, torture it to death. Laughed the captain of the Tiger Fong squad with confidence. A country-level area like this has a very low chance of attracting a war god fighter squad. There are probably just a few teams in this city, and with a team like ours, We should be the strongest ones in the city so we don't need to worry about someone stealing it away. Usually, stronger warlord-level fighter teams are more active in the urban level areas. There's more of a challenge, and there are more independent commander-level monsters. For example, there's a reason why the Firehammer squad came to this country level area, and that's because Luo Feng is a rookie. Otherwise, the Firehammer squad would also enter an urban level area, and not a country level area. Captain, if there actually is a fighter squad that actually tries to steal, said the one-eyed middle-aged man as he wrinkled his eyebrows. Relax. Zhang Zehu laughed on the side. Even we don't dare to stick too close to that hunter, and most of the fighter squads in this city are warrior level. One warlord level fighter squad would already be pretty good, and if they try to fight the Silver Moon Wolf, they'll probably get torn to pieces immediately by the Silver Moon Wolf. Yup. The captain of the Tiger Fang squad nodded. They don't have the ability to steal the Silver Moon Wolf away if they do kill them. Yes. The other 5 nodded. Let's go. The captain of the Tiger Fang squad waved his hand, and the 6 of them swiftly moved forward, silently. The wilderness isn't like a headquarter. Headquarters are cities controlled by humans, where there's law, where there's a government. But in the wilderness, monsters rule the area here, dark, chaotic, and bloody. Cases are everywhere. For a prized corpse of a monster, there are many cases where fighter squads have killed each other over it. Of course, most of the time it's a stronger fighter squad stealing from a weaker fighter squad. Many fighters in the wilderness die to monsters. However, quite a few fighters die to other fighters too. Midnight, the 6 members of the Firehammer squad ate a lot and were well rested, and all of them looked through their binoculars and had them pointing downwards. We already saw 2 commander-level monsters in 2 hours, said Wei Tai helplessly. Sadly, each of them have a gigantic amount of soldier-level monsters surrounding them. Looks like the urban areas are still better, even though there are many commander-level monsters, and sometimes even a horde leader-level monster there. Most of the regular soldier-level monsters are all focused around the horde leader-level monsters and the powerful commander-level monsters. Many of the commander-level monsters are independent. Before, Chingu had fired 2 shots from his sniper rifle. However, they didn't get so lucky this time. These 2 shots were fired at the 2 commander-level monsters. One of them barely had any effect at all, and while the other one was heavily wounded, it didn't die. Most importantly, they have tons of soldier-level monsters protecting them. That's the bad point of a country-level city. Even a regular commander-level monster has a huge amount of monsters under its control, sighed Zhang Ku. However, country-level cities are safe. Gao Feng laughed. Out of the entire country-level city, there are only 1 or 2 high-level commander-level monsters, and all of them are surrounded by a gigantic amount of normal monsters, so we wouldn't even touch them. As for the regular monster hordes, with our squad strength, we can wipe them out if we really wanted to. We aren't afraid of suddenly getting surrounded by a few commander-level monsters. In the cities, there are many commander-level monsters, so it's easy to get surrounded by several of them. Luo Feng looked through his binoculars. This is a commander-level monster. Around 10 monsters appeared on the edge of the street, and all of them had spots. They gave off the feeling of a tiger, the ocelot race of the cat type monsters. All of these ocelots had large bodies, and one of them even had 2 Tails. Two tails commander level, said Luo Feng excitedly. In the Ocelot race, 2 tails means a low-level commander, 3 tails means a medium-level commander, 5 tails, low-level horde leader 7 tails. High-level horde leader 8 tails, already surpassing the horde leader level, and is one of the strongest existences in the Ocelot race. And out of all the cat-type animals, 9 tails is the 9 lives demon cat. 9 lives cat king, which is one of the most horrifying monsters on Earth. Captain, look, a commander-level Ocelot, yelled Luo Feng. Ocelot. In a moment, the other 5 rushed over and looked for it with their binoculars. It's really an ocelot, looks like. The fact that ocelots don't like large groups isn't just a rumor. There are only 16 regular soldier-level monsters surrounding the commander-level ocelot, laughed Gao Feng. Guys, get ready for action. Only 16 regular monsters, I can handle them alone, laughed Chingu, so all the other members were relaxed. Let's go. Under Gao Feng's command, Luo Feng and the others left the rooftop one by one. This time, they didn't fire in advance, for if they failed to kill the ocelot, it might run away. For a commander-level monster to only have around a dozen monsters with it is very rare in a small country-level city. Luo Feng followed the 5 veteran members of the Firehammer squad as they quietly went over the wall and into a residential home on the side of the street. The walls of this residential home were mostly collapsed. The corners of the walls that were left had moss growing all over them, and the concrete walkway has been covered with weeds ages ago. The fat sheep is ahead. Wei Tai went through a gap in the collapsed wall and looked around on the street outside. We're pretty lucky, this ocelot is searching for prey with its underlings in a relaxed manner. Luo Feng also looked outside through the gap in the collapsed wall. Around 50 meters away, the commander-level ocelot was leading its group of ocelots on the street. Remember, guys, Gao Feng said in a small voice, first, your mission is to kill those regular ocelots. As for the commander-level ocelot, just stay away from it and try not to get hit. Just leave it to me. If it's one low-level commander-level ocelot, I can handle it alone. Next, Chingu, don't fire your machine gun. It's not too late to fire until after something unexpected happens. Once you start firing, we'll have to flee the battlefield. Understood. Luo Feng and the others nodded seriously. Gunshots attract monsters easily. If you're on the rooftop of a high building, then the monsters can't pinpoint your position with just their ears. However, shooting on the ground exposes your position easily. Soon after, large amounts of monsters will be attracted and will surround and attack as time goes on. More and more monsters will keep getting attracted. Last time, when they were trying to retrieve the corpse of the bloodthirsty tank, everyone started running for their lives once Chingu started firing. Alright, this time we're gonna make this quick. Let's go. Gao Feng waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 shadows flew out at practically the same time, and even Chingu had a machine gun in his left hand and a short dagger in his right. 6 people, as if 6 blurred images, all charged at the group of ocelots. Roar, the hairs of the 2-tailed ocelot, head of the ocelot group, all stood up, and it immediately roared out of anger. The 16 surrounding ocelots also started to give out an enraged roar. One by one, these roars kept echoing between the 2 sides of the streets, and the sound shook the sky. Each of the strong, burly ocelots crazily charged at the humans in front of their eyes. Kill. Scum, die. Luo Feng watched the ocelot fly towards him like lightning, and stepped a meter away to the side. The ghost blade in his hand used this position to draw a cold light that went straight for the throat of the ocelot. The charging ocelot growled in a low voice and lowered its head to use its chin to block Luo Feng's attack. Chi. The ghost blade cut the fur of the ocelot's chin and even cut half a cm into the jawbone. This ocelot reacts quickly, much faster than the lion-mastiff monsters. When Luo Feng landed, a blood-scented wind came as another ocelot's mouth was already wide open and ready to bite Luo Feng. Luo Feng first stepped back for some more space and then directly used his shield to block and his blade to stab. The ghost blade delicately slid across the shield and stabbed through the charging ocelot's chin in an instant. Luo Feng ferociously pulled his blade out and stepped back. Poof! Fresh blood sprayed wildly, and the large ocelot fell to the ground. It swayed 3 times, and then fell down to the cracked concrete floor with a "Hell! Watch out!" a huge voice suddenly shouted. Quan. The nearby brothers Wei Tai and Wei Qing were suddenly hit and thrown into the air. Wei Tai's entire body smashed against one of the walls on the street and, with a boom, the poorly maintained wall instantly shattered. Wei Tai fell down and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Roar! The twin-tailed cat that instantly smashed into the brothers Wei Tai and Wei Qing was in front of Luo Feng at almost the same time. Too fast. Luo Feng was startled and instantly sidestepped. Just barely. Clearly, his dodging speed wasn't fast enough, and as he saw the claws of the twin-tailed ocelot about to latch onto himself, he used a shapeless spiritual force to move himself away. The speed of his sidestep increased by a significant amount, and the twin-tailed ocelot's claws just barely touched him. Chi. Luo Feng also used this chance to unleash an uppercut. The blade slashed against one of the twin-tailed ocelot's forelimbs, but the sharp blade actually made a chi sound as it slashed against the fur. It couldn't even break through a single layer of fur on the twin-tailed ocelot's front claw. The speed and defense of a commander-level monster is just too horrifying, said Luo Feng out of shock. Poochie! The twin-tailed ocelot landed on the ground and its sharp claws caused the concrete floor to crack open. Scum! Gao Feng, whose carelessness led to his comrades' injuries, rushed like lightning and ferociously rammed towards the twin-tailed ocelot with a hideous look on his face. The 2 gigantic, heavy hammers spun like a windmill as they smashed into the twin-tailed ocelot. The twin-tailed ocelot, completely unaffected by Luo Feng's blade, turned towards Gao Feng like a huge truck and rushed towards him. Pung, pung. The hammers and the claws clashed. Both Gao Feng and the twin-tailed ocelot staggered, but Gao Feng used his left foot to charge at the twin-tailed ocelot again. Gao Feng gave the twin-tailed ocelot no chance to attack his comrades again, and the bones in one of the twin-tailed ocelot's limb were fractured by the heavy hammer, so it could only rely on 3 of its legs to stand. In their struggle, it seems that Gao Feng has the advantage. Rumble! The heavy hammers kept smashing on the rooftop of a 6-story residential building around 500 meters away from this scene. The 6 members of the Tiger Fong squad were using their binoculars to look around. Captain, it seems that there are quite a bit of monsters around, so it'll be difficult to not agitate any monsters within a 10-mile radius of the location of the hunter, said the one-eyed middle-aged man as he frowned. The skinny Captain of the Tiger Fong squad also frowned suddenly, his gaze landed upon the Fire Hammer squad that was battling the Ocelot monsters far away. "It's the Fire Hammer squad," said the captain of the Tiger Fong squad as he raised his eyebrows. "They came to this country-level city too." The Fire Hammer squad probably did this because they brought that rookie Luo Feng, said the one-eyed middle-aged man. "The guy with the twin hammers is clearly Gao Feng. Gao Feng sure is powerful. He's going at it with a low-level commander-level monster. I heard that his strength is already at the level of an intermediate warlord, but it's just that his speed is a bit lacking. Seems like they weren't just rumors." Carrying a gigantic machete on his back, Zhang Zhe, whose eyes flashed, he grabbed his binoculars and looked towards that direction and said joyfully, "It actually is the Fire Hammer squad, and that Luo Feng kid is actually here. Seems like he's performing well." A savage light passed through Zhang Zehu's eyes. "Captain, it's this tiny rabbit that made me lose a whole 100 million," said Zhang Zehu. "Let's use this chance to kill him." 100 million was a large sum of money to Zhang Zehu. Since he's only at the advanced warrior level, he has to risk his life for 2 years to earn 100 million. Kill him. The other members of the squad were slightly surprised. The captain of the Tiger Fong squad frowned, and then laughed. "Good idea. Xiao, Dong, you two use your snipers to deal with the most important members of the Fire Hammer squad, and then immediately fire at the 2 monster hordes near them. We're far away, so the monsters won't be able to tell where the sudden shot came from. These normal monsters have very low intelligence. Once they get hit, they'll only attack the humans they can see." The captain of the Tiger Fong squad laughed coldly. "At that time, the 2 monster hordes will be attracted to the Fire Hammer squad and will surround them. The gigantic slaughter will attract large amounts of monsters over there, which will lower the amount of monsters in the other areas. When that happens, we can easily go through miles of land." The other members of the Tiger Fong squad were silent. It's not like they haven't killed other fighters before, but they usually only did that to steal monsters' corpses, but to just do it in this case. "Dong, aim on that Luo Feng and kill him in one shot to relieve my brother," said Zhang Zehu as he clenched his teeth. "Do it," ordered the captain of the Tiger Fong squad. "Yes, Captain." The 2 heated weapon-using members didn't delay on the border of life and death. They had too much experience killing monsters and humans. "Humph, humph." Luo Feng. Zhang Zehu stood on the edge of the rooftop as he watched the Fire Hammer squad that already succeeded in killing the twin-tailed ocelot. He let out a cold smile as he said, "You dare mess with my money, I'll take your life. Go regret it in hell." And the 2 sniper rifles were already set up. The 2 heated weapon-using members were in front of their sniper rifles, and they chose to use a special, powerful armor-piercing round. They started to aim and adjust for elevation, etc., and then they nodded to their captain, showing they're ready. The captain of the Tiger Fong squad waved his hand. The 2 members pressed the triggers simultaneously. Pung! Pung! The 2 low sounds rang, and the 2 bullets instantly split through the space and headed towards the Fire Hammer squad that was currently getting the material from the twin-tailed ocelot's corpse. The sound rang, but the bullets moved at a couple times faster than the speed of sound, so the bullets arrived before the Fire Hammer squad could even hear anything. The tendon of a ocelot monster's tail is worth quite a bit with a chi sound of Luo Feng's ghost blade. it drew across the tail and took out the transparent tendon. Luo Feng looked at Wei Tai beside him and laughed. Brother Tai sure is strong with that collision with the twin-tailed ocelot. Just now, Brother Tai was spitting out blood. It scared me, but it seems like Brother Tai is perfectly fine now. Are you stupid? Should I just force the blood back down instead of spitting it out? The damage will be even worse that way, said Wei Tai jokingly as he laughed. Alright, let's get these one by one, laughed Chengu. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad were in quite a good mood. Gao Feng squatted next to the twin-tailed ocelot while dissecting it. Of course, the twin-tailed ocelot's corpse was the hardest to dissect. Luo Feng brought luck to our squad. It's our first day, and we killed 2 commander-level monsters in a row, laughed Gao Feng as he dissected. Haha, Captain, you gotta praise me for that. It was me who tried to get Luo Feng in our squad, laughed Chengu. The group laughed merrily. As if Luo Feng's tail was on fire, his eyes instantly widened. It was as if the conditions were exactly the same as his reaction speed examination where he dodged the rubber bullets. The air was hazy in front of him and a bullet could be seen. The speed of the bullet was at least 10 times faster than the rubber bullets used in the reaction speed examination. Luo Feng didn't even have time to yell out a warning. Under immense stress, Luo Feng's body instantly started pumping out adrenaline, and his heart started beating at an alarming rate. All the hairs on his body stood up and his mind was pushed to a limit never seen before. Even the spiritual force that was sleeping deep within him spread out across his entire body automatically. A life or death situation. Humans' innate survival instinct caused Luo Feng's body and spiritual force to instantly reach their limit. Pu. The armor-piercing bullet tore through the air and shot towards Luo Feng's brain. Luo Feng used the ghost blade that was dissecting the ocelot's tail to block the bullet. He pushed his body to its limit and used all of his power to swing his blade around while his waist exerted its first force. It actually had time to exert a second force. Everything fell into place. Facing death, his body was able to naturally exert the second force while his concentration and body were at their limits. 9-stage Thunderblade. First stage. It actually worked. The speed of the ghost blade instantly flew up. Accelerate. Luo Feng used his spiritual force on his ghost blade to make it move even faster. Decelerate. Without delay, the spiritual force was used on the armor-piercing bullet that was flying towards him at an extreme speed. The armor-piercing bullet was reduced to Mach 1 from Mach 4, and with a clang, Luo Feng's ghost blade directly hit the armor-piercing bullet. The tip of the armor-piercing bullet pushed into the blade and then bounced off. Pung. The other armor-piercing bullet was aimed at Captain Gao Feng's brain. According to the Tiger Feng squad's plan, Zhang Zhe who requested to kill Luo Feng, while the other bullet was prepared for the strongest member of the Fire Hammer squad, Gao Feng. So these 2 bullets were prepared for Luo Feng and Gao Feng. And Gao Feng, who was currently dissecting the twin-tailed ocelot and had his back turned towards the bullet, didn't see the armor-piercing bullet at all. Pu. The dagger in Gao Feng's hand ferociously cut through the fur of the twin-tailed ocelot. This force made his body sway, and the bullet that was aimed for his brain got off target right when he was about to feel the toughness of the ocelot's fur. Hu. The super-fast armor-piercing bullet just barely grazed Gao Feng's ear as it flew by. The rapid airflow caused Gao Feng's ear to start bleeding. Pung! The armor-piercing bullet cruelly landed in Zhang Ke's shoulder, who was beside Gao Feng, and the shot that is able to burst open a low-level commander level monster scales instantly shattered the bones and muscles in Zhang Ke's shoulder. With a boom, Zhang Ke's right shoulder directly flew up, and, pu chi, the blood started spraying out like a fountain. Zhang Ke cried out bitterly. A sniper rifle bullet. Gao Feng looked at Zhang Ke's broken shoulder, spraying out fresh blood. Some of the blood even sprayed onto Gao Feng, which caused Gao Feng's eyes to turn red. He held enemy attack. Which bastard? Wei Tai and Wei Qing also yelled angrily. While they yelled out of rage, virtually all the members of the Firehammer squad started moving around quickly. There's no one who would dare to stand in the same location while being aimed at by a sniper. Gao Feng was only able to dodge the bullet because, by chance, his dagger made his body sway. Pung 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 pung. 4 more gunshots. That way Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others all looked towards the gunshot source with red eyes. On the rooftop far away, the shadow swayed and disappeared. It's the Tiger Feng squad. Gao Feng clenched his teeth. Tiger Feng. Luo Feng wasn't able to see them at all. The distance was too great, and the Tiger Feng squad vanished instantly. Clearly, your eyesight would need to be amazing to see them clearly. A fighter's sight and hearing improves along with their body fitness level within the 6 members of the Firehammer squad. Captain Gao Feng's body fitness level neared intermediate level warlord. So only he was able to see them clearly. The Tiger Feng squad, that Zhang Zhe who is in Luo Feng couldn't help but to feel his rage come up. Of course, he checked before and discovered the news about Zhang Zhe who being in the Tiger Feng squad. He actually wants to kill me. Ice cold. Luo Feng truly felt for himself that fighters don't live in harmony with each other. Zhang Ke. Old Zhang. A couple of them went over, and Luo Feng rushed towards Zhang Ke's side too. Zhang Ke laid on the ground with a pale face. His right shoulder was completely shattered by the armor-piercing bullet, and his right arm was blown off a while ago. Even his battle uniform was ripped up. The power of this bullet was just too great. Zhang Ke's face was completely pale, while Chen Gu hurriedly tried to stop the blood. It's me, Zhang Ke, you took this shot for me, said Gao Feng as he clutched his ear. Brother Zhang. Luo Feng's fists were both clenched and his eyes were crimson red. It was Brother Zhang and Brother Chen that brought him into the Firehammer squad. Not good. Gao Feng's face changed completely. Run now. The Tiger Feng squad shot out a total of 6 bullets just now. 2 of them were for Luo Feng and Gao Feng, while the other 4 were for the surrounding monsters. At this moment, the monsters were already starting to angrily howl. And everyone in the Firehammer squad immediately understood why the Tiger Feng squad shot those extra 4 bullets. So sinister. They want to kill all of us. Hurry and run. Wei Qing put Zhang Ke, who lost too much blood, on his back, and the group started sprinting. Rumble. A large amount of iron fur boars appeared on the street ahead. Each of the iron fur boars were gigantic, and a couple hundred of them were rushing towards the Firehammer squad. It seemed like an earthquake was going on when the boars were rushing together. All the faces of the members of the Firehammer squad lost their color, and right when they tried to change direction. Another gigantic rumbling sound came from the other side. An even more alarming amount of monsters were rushing towards them. Not only were there horned boars in this horde, but also lion-mastiff monsters. All of the monsters added up exceeded 1,000. Big trouble. All the members of the Fire Hammer Squad were pale. "Get over the wall," commanded Gao Feng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Fire Hammer Squad speedily rushed over the broken wall. The 4 sniper rifle bullets enraged the monsters greatly. The monsters only knew that only humans could have such a horrifyingly sinister assassination weapon. When they saw the humans rush over the wall, all of them were practically united. Rumble, the horned boars lowered their heads and rammed into the wall. The wall that has been exposed to decades of wind and sun shattered instantly, and over 1,000 tightly packed monsters rushed over it. The Fire Hammer Squad looked back and couldn't help but to have their faces change again. "Brothers, this time it's everyone for themselves. Run, if one can survive. Then at least that's one. If we stay together, all of us will die for sure," yelled Gao Feng, whose eyes were still red as they ran. "This son of a bitch. Tiger Feng Squad, if I, Gao Feng, live through this, I'll definitely make them pay for this with their blood." Everyone, spread out and escape. Wei Tai and Wei Qing were also clenching their teeth. Against over 1,000 monsters, even an advanced warrior would have trouble escaping. The Tiger Feng Squad, Zhang Zhe, who Luo Feng felt in his heart that they probably did this because he made Zhang Zhe who lose 100 million that time. The Tiger Feng Squad wouldn't just attack for no reason, would they? Could it be because of me? Because of me, brother Zhang ended up like that. Guilt rushed out of Luo Feng's heart, but also his intent to kill Zhang Zhe, who Tiger Feng Squad. Both of Luo Feng's eyes were crimson red. "Captain, Brother Chen," yelled Luo Feng. This yell caused Captain Gao Feng, the Wei Jiao brothers, and Chen Gu to look at Luo Feng in shock. Luo Feng clenched his teeth as he yelled, "Follow me. Everyone can escape alive." With a HU sound, all of the throwing knives on Luo Feng's thigh started hovering up and encircled Luo Feng one by one. Originally, they were basically guaranteed to die. Splitting up and running away was their last string of hope. However, Gao Feng, the Wei Jiao brothers, Chen Gu, and Zhang could now watch the 6 throwing knives hovering around Luo Feng's body. Each and every one of them were dumbfounded. Chen Gu even abruptly blinked twice to make sure he was seeing this right. These throwing knives were indeed floating without being attached to anything. Spirit reader. Telekinesis. Luo Feng is a spirit reader. All of these thoughts appeared in the minds of Gao Feng and the others. All of them became flustered with their faces completely red. Gao Feng then shouted out, "Listen to Luo Feng, follow him." Rumble, the enraged horde of monsters, came sprinting at them, causing the ruined concrete ground to split open. The rumbling caused the ruined buildings on the side to crumble. There's an old saying, 10,000 horses galloping. However, each and every one of these monsters are hundreds of times stronger and larger than a war horse. 1,000 of them running is even scarier than 10,000 horses running. TL note: original phrase. To the left, yelled Luo Feng. The other members of the Fire Hammer Squad immediately followed Luo Feng. Ferociously turning to the left, Wei Qing was still carrying Zhang Ku, who had lost too much blood. Roar hell. The stench of the monsters slowly emanated since they ran towards the left. Instead of running away, Luo Feng and his group ran into the monsters chasing Them their stench was virtually stuck in their noses at this time. Luo Feng clenched his teeth, and with a cold gaze, the six throwing knives encircling him in a 10-meter radius instantly moved. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The six throwing knives instantly caused a mirage. Puchier throwing knife directly went through the head of one of the lion mastiff monsters that was running at them. Some of its cerebrospinal fluid came out with the throwing knife. The throwing knives, under the control of spiritual force, continued to go through more and more monster skulls with amazing speed. Six throwing knives in a blink of an eye, the 30 or so nearest monsters were killed. Fresh blood and cerebrospinal juice flew out. Hell! Rumble under the howling of the monsters. The 30 or so monsters that were chasing after the Firehammer squad all fell while they were sprinting. When they fell, they ended up sliding around 10 meters against the ground behind the Firehammer squad that was running away. Were large amounts of monsters' corpses. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, the Wei Jiao brothers, and even the pale Zhang Ku were all stunned. They knew that spirit readers were strong, but this is just too absurd. The six throwing knives became flowing mirages. One by one, the throwing knives go through the skull of any monster that enters a 20-meter radius within them. This precise control is also very frightening. I'm using up my spiritual force too quickly. Like this, Luo Feng was also shocked. Every time a throwing knife goes through a monster's head, he uses up quite a bit of energy. The skulls of these monsters are much harder than regular stones. Now that he killed around 50 monsters in one breath, a large amount of spiritual force was used up. Chen Gu, who was behind Luo Feng, yelled out of disbelief, "Damn, this spirit reader is too insane. Even if there's 1,000 monsters, he could probably kill them all. Stop wasting your breath in this kind of situation. More and more monsters get attracted as time goes on. Right now, there's around 1,000, but soon there'll be 5,000 monsters coming for us. After even more time, there could even be 10,000 monsters coming after us. There'll even be quite a bit of commander-level monsters in there too. How do you think the spirit reader will kill those? You think that a spirit reader doesn't need to expend spiritual force to kill monsters?" laughed Gao Feng as he snapped. The Firehammer squad actually had the mood to chat while being chased by a horde of monsters. One could imagine that Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others weren't under much pressure anymore, since all the monsters that approached were killed by the dancing throwing knives. "Go over the wall," commanded Luo Feng. The sprinting Firehammer squad reached the wall in front, and each of them jumped over it one by one. Even though quite a bit of monsters died, the rest of the enraged monsters didn't fear death and kept charging. However, every monster that approached the territory of Luo Feng's throwing knives had their head pierced. Know that Luo Feng's current body fitness level barely reaches the borders of an advanced warrior level, since spiritual force raises your level by 2 stages. Then he currently barely reaches the intermediate warlord level. With his spiritual force, spirit readers are the most terrifying existences within fighters. They can easily and completely destroy an existence of the same level. With his telekinesis, Luo Feng can stab monsters to death with his throwing knives from a far distance. However, for the knives to reach maximum power, the current Luo Feng can only use 2 throwing knives. As the number of throwing knives increase, the weaker each of them will be. Indeed, Luo Feng could technically use over 100 throwing knives. However, not only will they be weak, but even their accuracy cannot be guaranteed. With 6 throwing knives, Luo Feng can guarantee that each of them can deal with a low-level commander, and their accuracy can be guaranteed too. With 2 throwing knives, Luo Feng can guarantee that at their max power, they can deal with a medium-level commander. Rumble, the fearless monsters smashed the wall. Poochie poochie. The monsters that got closer to the sprinting fire hammer squad were all killed. Their fresh blood and cerebrospinal fluid flew out, and their corpses caused disorder in the horde behind them. The fire hammer squad was able to shake off quite a bit of monsters as they turned into the faraway alley. By this time, the Tiger Feng squad has already ran far away with the fire hammer squad attracting most of the monsters. There were barely any monsters in their surroundings. Thanks to that, they were able to move across a great distance without much trouble as they entered a new area with many monsters. The Tiger Feng squad slowed down and, once again, started moving cautiously. "What happened just now? Not even one of them died?" asked the Tiger Feng squad's captain as he frowned. "Captain, I fired at the captain of the fire hammer squad, Gao Feng." However, Gao Feng just so happened to be dissecting a corpse, and just so happened to use his dagger in a way that shook his body. With that, the bullet just barely missed him and injured another member of the fire hammer squad instead. That member's arm was instantly blasted off, but I'm not sure if he's alive or dead, said Xiao, who had a skinny figure. "That Gao Feng got lucky." Zhang Zehu frowned as he looked at the other person. "Dongzi, I asked you to kill Luo Feng, how come he didn't die?" With the great distance and the speed of the bullet, only the person using the sniper rifle with their laser aimer device could clearly see what happened in that instant. That Luo Feng, the sniper named Dongzi, hesitated, and then said, "He also got lucky as I fired. He just so happened to be skinning a monster, and just so happened to swing his blade against my armor-piercing bullet." Dong could only say this because he didn't think Luo Feng's reaction speed was quick enough to cut through the armor-piercing bullet. So the only explanation was luck. Since you would need an absurd control over your blade and amazing sight to be able to cut through an armor-piercing bullet. Fuck, this Luo Feng also has some bullshit luck. Zhang Zehu couldn't help but to curse. "However, don't worry," laughed the sniper Dongzi, "we fired 4 shots at the monster hordes before, and the only humans they could find are the members of the fire hammer squad. Over 1,000 monsters have them surrounded. No matter how great the fire hammer squad is, they're doomed for sure." "No." The captain of the Tiger Feng squad shook his head. "Not absolutely. If the fire hammer squad split up and ran, 1 or 2 of them could survive." As he said that, the Tiger Feng squad let out a smile. "Of course, 1 or 2 of them have absolutely no threat to our Tiger Feng squad. Captain, maybe they could coincidentally meet a war god level existence that could save them," laughed the one-eyed middle-aged man. "In this city, and in such a small amount of time, to meet a war god and to even convince him to help them, the chance of this is even lower than winning the lottery," grinned the Tiger Feng squad's captain as he laughed. "All right. Let's go, guys. That old thing is still moving, so we should get there as fast as possible." "Yes." The Tiger Feng squad moved forward. Luo Feng and the others rushed to the rooftop of a regular 6-story residential apartment. The door to the staircase connected to the rooftop was directly sealed shut. "Quick, let old Zhang lie down," said Chengu. Get the medicine, said Gao Feng hurriedly. With Zhang Ke's injury, he could die just by blood loss. Thankfully they stopped the blood earlier. However, such a large injury would need some basic treatment first, since this 0201 country-level city is a 3-day walk away from the military resupplying base. And rushing on the road for 3 days with Zhang Ke's current condition, there's no way he'd be able to handle that. Old Zhang, keep that in your mouth and replenish some energy. Chingu took out a pill and put it in Zhang Ke's mouth. Wei Tai, seriously treat Zhang Ke's wound, commanded Gao Feng. As the Fire Hammer squad continued to treat Zhang Ke, the pale-faced Zhang Ke was able to get the energy he needed in time. As treatment went on, the members of the Fire Hammer squad started to loosen up. Hu Luo Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the pale brother Zhang, and especially at the spot of his non-existent right arm and half of a shoulder. He felt immensely guilty. Zhang Ke can't use a spear in the future anymore, and his career as a fighter is over. Luo Feng felt that there was an 80-90 chance that the Tiger Feng squad did this because of him. As he looked at brother Zhang, he felt extremely guilty. Tiger Feng squad Zhang Zhe, who Luo Feng's heart was burning. Luo Feng, swear that I'll take an eye for an eye and let you know the taste of being destroyed. Tiger Feng squad, these pieces of trash want to destroy our entire Fire Hammer squad. Chingu couldn't help but to curse. Fucking Tiger Feng squad, we must have our revenge, Wei Tai also roared. These bastards, Gao Feng, will make them regret it, said Gao Feng as he clenched both of his fists, and then looked at Luo Feng. Thankfully, Luo Feng was with us this time, so we were able to— Oh yeah, Luo Feng, how come you can move objects without touching them? Suddenly, all the other members of the Fire Hammer squad, including the heavily wounded Zhang Ke that was lying on the floor, looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng knew that he revealed the secret of him being a spirit reader when he used his throwing knives to save everybody. Everybody probably already guessed it, and yet they still look at me with such a face on purpose. Alright, I'll admit it. Luo Feng let out a helpless smile. I'm a spirit reader. Haha, laughed Chingu loudly. Luo Feng, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Wei Qing and Wei Tai also let out smiles. A spirit reader has also appeared in our Fire Hammer squad. Laughed Gao Feng as he nodded. I know that if the Tiger Feng squad knew that Luo Feng was this powerful, they wouldn't have pulled this sly trick. If they knew that they made an enemy out of a spirit reader, they'd certainly regret it. They would regret it for life, chuckled Wei Tai. Zhang Ke, who was lying off to the side, couldn't help but to say the most powerful members of the trashes in the Tiger Feng squad are just those two intermediate level warlords. With Luo Feng's current fitness level, he barely reaches the advanced warrior level. According to the rules, a spirit reader is 2 levels above his fitness level, so he should be stepping into the intermediate warlord level. However, an intermediate warlord level spirit reader would decimate an existence of the same level, so they can fight a fighter a level above them. All fighters understood the terror of a spirit reader. On the same level, they would certainly destroy any other fighter. No matter how good your blade technique, shielding technique, or body techniques are, a spirit reader could attack with their controlled throwing knives from far away. The throwing knives can even instantly change direction and fly faster than the speed of sound. How can a fighter of the same level compete at all? Just Luo Feng alone can destroy the entire Tiger Feng squad, grinned Chingu. As he laughed, messing with the Fire Hammer Squad is the most foolish thing the Tiger Fong Squad has ever done. This time, we really got lucky, sighed Gao Feng. Gao Feng's fitness level barely reaches the intermediate warlord level, but in front of a horde of monsters, he was helpless. This is the difference between a regular fighter and a spirit reader. Brother Zhang. Luo Feng squatted in front of Zhang Ke and said in a small voice as he looked at Zhang Ke's pale face, the Tiger Fong Squad might have done this because of what I did to Zhang Zhe, who Brother Zhang's arm. I'm sorry. At this time, the Fire Hammer Squad settled down and all of them were watching Luo Feng and Zhang Ke. Luo Feng Zhang Ke let out a smile. Don't always blame everything on yourself this time. It's an indisputable fact that you saved our entire squad. As for me, Zhang Ke lowered his head and looked at the wound in his right shoulder. His right arm had been long lost in the horde of monsters from before. My life as a free fighter is practically over, sighed Zhang Ke. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, the Wei Jiao brothers, and Luo Feng were all silent. However, Zhang Ke let out a smile. This is actually the best situation that I predicted. I still remember when I was a kid during the Grand Nirvana period. During the Grand Nirvana period, I witnessed for myself the large amounts of humans killed by monsters at that time. I promised when I grow up, I'll kill these monsters with my own hand and become a hero. I've always been working hard. And finally, I became a fighter, a free fighter. I entered the wilderness and fulfilled my childhood dream. As I killed many monsters, I finally became a hero in the people's eyes. My wife praised me and finally married me. My daughter also always had a powerful fighter as a father to be proud of. As time passed and as I killed more and more monsters, I slowly started to get tired of it. Every time I entered the wilderness, my wife and kids were always worrying about the possibility of my death. I also worry that I won't be able to see them anymore. However, I didn't have the courage to pull out, said Zhang Ke slowly. It's been like that for these past 10 years or so, and I've gotten used to it. At this time, Luo Feng's heart wasn't comfortable either. Family. He also had a brother and parents who all worried about him. This wound finally gave me a reason to pull out, smiled Zhang Ke slightly. I've gotten tired of this these past 10 years or so. In the future, I can use my battle records to become an instructor of a region's dojo of limits. With more time on my hands, I can be with my wife and kids more, and on my back, I have you guys to be able to have a spirit reader as a brother before quitting. Haha, I guess it's worth it. Luo Feng squeezed out a tiny smile. Brother, enjoy the relaxing, quiet life, encouraged Gao Feng. In the future, find me for any problems you have. We've been together for 7-8 years. So we're brothers to the death. Smiled Zhang Ke as he nodded. I won't hold back at all. If I encounter any difficulties, I'll be sure to find you guys, especially Luo Feng. I know that spirit readers will go through a period of insane growth, so your strength will soon skyrocket in the future. You'll become amazing. You better not decline my requests for help. Asking me to help. It was partially thanks to Brother Zhang that I was able to enter the Fire Hammer Squad, and what happened to Brother Zhang was probably because of me. So how can I not help? Brother Zhang, your problems are my problems, said Luo Feng. Zhang Ke nodded and asked out of curiosity, oh yeah, Luo Feng, how come you hid the fact that you're a spirit reader? Mainly because I didn't want to deal with too much trouble, laughed Luo Feng. As he shook his head, if the fact that I'm a spirit reader gets out, I probably won't be able to live a quiet life. He read that he should keep his spiritual force a secret on the boards in the limit home after becoming a fighter. Because once he reveals it, he'll become a target for focus training in the dojo of limits. First, he'll be sent to the world headquarters of the dojo of limits, and then he'll undergo great training, and then there'll be all sorts of great conditions. But he'll be unable to continue his current quiet life even though he ventures into the wilderness now. At least he can stay with his parents. Sometimes. Gao Feng nodded. Luo Feng's thinking isn't bad. Whether it's the army, individual dojos, or rich families, they'll all be going crazy over trying to obtain spirit readers. Once a new spirit reader appears, each of the powers will fight over him. The army will use all sorts of tricks, so dojos send their spirit readers outside of the country's borders until they come to an agreement with the army. Only after that will they let the spirit reader come back. A spirit reader is a trump card. Each spirit reader has a large impact, so all of the powers fight over them. Even though they get special rights, they'll lose the regular life of a fighter. Captain, I hope everyone will help me keep this a secret, said Luo Feng. Yeah, of course our fighter squad will be glad to keep this secret for you, laughed Gao Feng loudly. Chingu also nodded excitedly on the side. Yup, our fire hammer squad has a spirit reader, and other fighter squads don't know that. We won't appear as strong to them, so they won't be cautious. So if someone messes with us, they'll be in huge trouble, and it'll be way easier to hunt monsters in the future. A trump card is only a trump card if you hide it. Once you reveal it, it won't have the same effect anymore. Wei Tai couldn't help but to say, yeah, and when the captain is fighting with a monster head-on, Luo Feng can use his throwing knives for a sneak attack. One hit, one kill. Wei Qing followed up on the side. Yeah, Luo Feng can use his blade to attack, causing the monsters to think he mainly attacks with his blade. After that, Luo Feng can secretly use his throwing knives and surprise them. Surely the monster wouldn't even have time to cry. A spirit reader in a squad can instantly raise the entire squad's strength by a factor of 10. The members of the Fire Hammer squad were all excitedly discussing about Luo Feng's potential in the squad. Clearly, a spirit reader greatly benefits the Fire Hammer squad. After a while, the members of the Fire Hammer squad all began to rest. The sky also slowly became dark and filled with stars. Under the starry sky, Luo Feng quietly sat on the edge of the rooftop, thinking about the battle they had today. I can't believe I managed to pull off the first stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade on the armor-piercing bullet. When he thought of this, Luo Feng couldn't help but to stand up and take out his ghost blade. With one step, the core of the body, the waist, practically has to instantly explode with force, but at the same time, the waist has to naturally send out another wave of force when the power from the muscles reaches the wrist. These two forces connect and reach the wrist together. Poochie. The ghost blade drew a cold light across the vast sky. Indeed, I can exert another force with these two forces combined, 70-70. Which is 140 of the strength. Luo Feng also felt it. His body can't release any more force after the first stage. However, this was already pretty good. It's pretty hard to learn the 9-stage Thunder Blade, but he was able to naturally enter the first stage on the border of life and death. It seems that there's still hope to keep climbing up in the future. Suddenly, Ao Wu. An enraged sound of a howling wolf carried from somewhere below the members of the Firehammer squad that were resting under the starry sky, all woke up from shock. "It's the howl of a wolf," said Gao Feng seriously. "I can't believe there are wolf-type monsters." Chenggu took a deep breath. Every single wolf-type monster was powerful. Wolf-type. Luo Feng was also shocked. There were very few wolf-type monsters before the Grand Nirvana period, and their cruelty is unrivaled after the Grand Nirvana period. Who knows how much more savage and cruel the wolf-type monsters have become. Their strength is also still unrivaled. Luo Feng took his binoculars and looked towards the sound of the wolf's howl. At the edge of the rooftop,